It being a little past 4 p.m., we'll go ahead and call the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors to order for November 3rd, 2021. The county clerk has confirmed the roll, and we do have a quorum this afternoon. So the first items on the agenda are the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Supervisor Powers. Please all join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the invocation by Supervisor Powers.
Holy and gracious Creator, send down upon those who hold office in Winnebago County the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose we may faithfully serve in our elected offices to promote the well-being of all people. As we approach Veterans Day, we thank you for the men and women who honorably served our country. Amen.
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 Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next item on the agenda is a motion to adopt this afternoon's agenda. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Albrecht. Supervisor Albrecht, a motion to adopt. I'll call on Vice Chair Egan for a motion to adopt this afternoon's agenda.
Tom, you're muted.
You can go ahead and mute your mic. Very good. I'll call on Supervisor Schneider for a motion to adopt the agenda.
I move to adopt today's agenda. Second.
The motion and a second to adopt today's agenda. Any discussion? Do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say
Aye.
nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, and that's a time during each meeting in which we give an opportunity for the public to speak on any item on the agenda or any item under county jurisdiction. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? If so, just go ahead and raise your Zoom hand, state your name and address for the record, and we'll call on you in succession. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak this afternoon? If so, just
I'm having trouble with my Zoom hand. May I speak, please?
absolutely. If you could just state your name and address for the record, please, and then go ahead.
All
If we
right,
could
thank
keep
you so much.
Our comments to 3 minutes or less, please.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
My name is Katie Campbell, 614 Wagoo Ave, and I have been observing the budget meetings for the past few days, and I just want to talk about 3 distinct issues I am observing. 1, the county desperately needs staff and needs to retain staff in multiple departments. 2, the policy director position directly correlates to providing a transparent and readily available executive office for county board and the public. And 3, the county board clearly has issue with the current executive and thereby is clearly disconnected from the public opinion. Points 1 and 2 were addressed in the budget and solutions were provided that did not burden the taxpayer. Both were addressed in a fair manner and both are extremely necessary in this current environment of having a national job crisis and also having a discontented public. My third point is more complex and more consequential. Steve Bender in yesterday morning's meeting said that the board understands what the county needs. I, as an involved and engaged citizen of the public, can confidently say that after about 2 years of observing this board, this is far from the truth in my opinion. Has the board forgotten the past year and a half? Amending a resolution 1108, the hundreds of voices not heard month after month. I have heard through Zoom, board members make fun of constituents. I have heard constituents call out board members for disrespectful behavior. I have heard board members excuse why it's too costly or hard to meet with the public in their district. I have heard board members say things like the public is only involved in hot button issues. I also observe many of those who do not engage or participate. In reality, the public is awake and we are paying attention. and we want a voice. We also want unity, respect, and character from our elected officials. Those three things are desired by all people on each side of the aisle. And over the past few days, what I have witnessed and what I have heard, most of you have not shown any of that. I support the original budget. I'll even compromise by saying that. I disagree with the public health portion, their goals and objectives tremendously. But this board needs transparency, and a readily available, healthy, and open executive office to bring unity that crosses party lines, that is readily available for the county, and also provides a voice for the voiceless within the public. We have a surplus. I've heard you guys boast about it numerous times. We can use that. There are other compromises. The amendments brought forth tonight that address taxing the taxpayers and the people of this county is not a solution, and only solidifies my third point, that the county board is very disengaged with the current public and environment that we are dealing with. Thank you very much, and I hope to hear some decorum tonight.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak this
I don't know what
afternoon?
she's talking about.
She's from Oshkosh, so.
Supervisor Eisen, you wanted to say something? This is a public comments, or did you have a point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to share my thoughts as we present, debate, and pass amendments to the county executive's budget. Let's not forget that a county executive's partial veto power is similar to the governor's power. Under Office of Attorney General 6-14.
Supervisor Eisen, I'm happy to give you time to go over that in a little bit. I just want to make sure we let all the public speak first. And then certainly I will come back to you and give you an opportunity to go over that before we finish. So what I'll do is, when I'm done with Chairman's report, I'll give you an opportunity to go over that, okay? Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak this afternoon? Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak this afternoon? I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak this afternoon? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that portion of the agenda, and we'll move on to reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Any reports from any committees, commissions, and boards? And before we go to Tom Snyder, Supervisor Eisen, how about we go to your comments during this time? I'll give you that opportunity, and then we'll go to Supervisor Snyder after that. So please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I had stated, let's not forget that the county executive has the authority to reduce a line item budget appropriation from one specific dollar figure to another through his use of his partial veto. Constitutional amendments limiting the governor's veto authority in Article 5, Section 10, Parent 1, Parent C, impose no corresponding limit upon the veto authority of the county executives under Article 4, Section 23A. So as we debate and pass, consider these amendments, just remember that the county executive has the last word, subject to a 2/3 override.
Thank you for that information, Supervisor Eisen. Appreciate it. Next, we'll call on Supervisor Snyder, followed by Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to report that as of today, Congressman Gallagher has signed on to our CDSO bill in CDSO Act in Washington, and we're awaiting word from Senator Johnson. So And we also obviously are waiting on the others from Wisconsin. Ron Kind is one, so it's going. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Snyder. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a bit asleep at the wheel when the emergency management budget came up and failed to recognize Director Rasmussen for his leadership of that team and the fact that we had a leadership change and everything has gone exceedingly smoothly and a lot of great improvements since Eric took over. So I was negligent in not mentioning that at the time. So I do appreciate everything they've done to make it a very smooth transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey, for those comments. Are there any other reports from any committees, commissions, and boards from any county board supervisor? Okay, seeing none, we'll close that portion of the agenda. We'll move on down to County Board Chairman's report. So just a couple things. So first, just another update in regards to the vacancies in District 21, in Oshkosh, and District 8, in Nina. So I've now had the opportunity to speak to all of the individuals. So there are 7 in total, 4 for District 21, 3 for District 8. Just recently, I've shared that information with Vice Chair Egan, and he and I will be talking later this week. And we still have the goal of putting forward recommended appointment for both District 21 and District 8 for the board to consider for approval on its agenda for November 16th, which would mean then there would be a name that would be published when the agenda is published next week, Tuesday. So that timeline is still in play. Just wanted to update you all so you all knew where that was. Once again, District 16, former Supervisor Belante, that one is in the public notice stage and will be for 2 weeks approximately before we will actually. So just once again, giving you another update in regards to those vacancies. And then just really quickly, wanted to make sure to explain the process for this afternoon, how we'll consider the amendments, and so to speak, kind of some ground for it. Because as you all know, we have been reviewing the different departmental budgets over the last 2 days, starting on Monday at 6, and then continuing throughout the day yesterday. Once we get to the amendment portion, that means then at that point, it is for the county board to consider going forward. Essentially meaning prior to the amendment period, prior to considering the votes and ultimately voting on the budget, it's the county executive's budget that he is presenting and providing to us all. Once we begin debate on the amendments, then it's now essentially on the county board floor, and it's for the county board supervisors to debate and decide from there. If you have specific questions in terms of clarification of certain things, you still would have the ability to ask a department head that, but it'll be a little different than what we've been doing in the last 2 days where we've been going back and forth during the review process. I just want to kind of make sure you are all aware of how we will proceed from there. There's actually 15 amendments, and we will go each of those amendments in succession, vote each of them or down or adjusted potentially, depending on what the county board decides. And once we have gone through all 15 amendments, that's when we do a final vote on the budget as amended. We've already had a motion and a second to bring it to floor on Monday. And so our final vote today will be on the budget as amended, depending on how the county board votes on each individual amendment. And as we go through those, you certainly can ask to see how that might impact the levy or not, because different ones will more or less. So with those ground rules being set, I want to give the county executive one more opportunity, because as I've said, once we start amendments, then it's the county board to deliberate and move forward. I want to give him one final opportunity to give his one final thoughts in regards to this budget before we begin that. And he and I had touched base earlier today. So he's aware of that. And like I said, I want to give him that opportunity. So I will cede the floor to the county executive, provide some final thoughts on his behalf on the budget. Once we're finished with that, then we'll move to each amendment in succession. So county executive, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chairman Ramos and members of the board, thank you for the time and the consideration of my first budget. I'm proud of the budget, and again, I want to thank the work of the finance and the budget team. Couldn't have done this without you. I also want to thank all department heads and elected officials for their participation in the budget process. Hitting budget targets are hard. Having a new boss makes it even harder. They all handled the budget with professionalism, and I'd like to thank them. As you debate the amendments to the budget, I want to reiterate a few things and follow up on some of the discussion. I've written my thoughts down so I can be as clear as possible. Net new construction. I did not propose a budget that took net new construction. Through the elimination of some positions, less levy from human services, new revenues from the state, and increased use of fund balance, I proposed a budget that reduces the levy. It should not be a given that taxes will automatically increase just because they can. Levy limits, whatever your view, restrict government spending and cause the need for sound fiscal planning. If it's the prerogative of the board to raise net new construction, particularly if the new spending added through the amendments, then so be it. My position is unchanged that we should use 2022 for strategic planning and programmatic review to begin a plan to reduce the dependence on our savings account. For the 2022 levy, we can look to claw back through two carry forward exceptions, the new construction foregone this year. This would give the taxpayers at least 1 year reprieve if determined necessary to raise taxes for the long-term stability of the budget. As far as the Office of the County Executive staffing, I am thankful that I was finally able to present my ideas for professional staffing in the Office of the County Executive. The presentation I gave on Monday was similar with changes to slides that were created for the Personnel and Finance Committee in both May and July. I have owned my mistakes of coming into this office. I do not seek to rehash those things, and I'm done apologizing for them. I have presented this as part of the budget to finally get my turn in front of the full board. After hearing discussions from Personnel and Finance Committee, I chose to amend my original proposal of a chief of staff and a communications director into one policy director. The Personnel and Finance Committee has a power, rightfully so, which causes them and sometimes items not to be brought to the full board for discussion or presentation, which may have caused some of the confusion in our discussion. I'm most disappointed in the discussion both in the floor and the board and privately between board members about a person. This should never have been about a person. It should always been about a position. This person is somebody who I convinced to come back to his home county because he believes in me and loves the county and his hometown of Winnebago. He wears his passion on his sleeve just like I have. Since people have been talking about the person, I wanted to give a little update. I did not meet or know this person before the day of the election. I was called by his former boss, the Washington County Executive, to meet with him. When he was hired by the then Washington County Administrator, this person was charged with saving the county double his salary and benefits, which was $400,000 over 2 years. He ended up saving the county $1.5 million in the first year. Washington County also tasked him with government affairs. This included the rewrite of Statute 65.9, which is the municipal budget process. After 8 years of attempts, he rewrote the county biennial budget bill and worked with Democrats and Republicans to pass the legislation. Governor Evers signed it, and Washington County will pass the first true biennial budget in the state. This individual has worked on dozens of pieces of legislation, which have become law and signed by both Governor Walker and Governor Evers. This includes writing a piece of county legislation that was signed by Governor Evers just this past July. The Wisconsin County Associations called me to recommend this individual because he knows county government and state policy around county government. Mark O'Connell and Kyle Christensen sent a letter of recommendation and encouraged him to come back home. WCA taps this person frequently for his knowledge on complex issues. Just last week, WCA attorneys invited him at my approval to participate in a landmark Supreme Court case related to levy limits and sales tax. A day later, WCA called back to ask him to go to Washington, D.C. on his own dime to represent the association and others before Congress and the White House. Both of these will be happening in the coming weeks. This individual understands professional governance. He is the member of multiple trade associations around professional administrators, including engaging local government leaders, the National Association of County Administrators, the National Association of County Intergovernmental Relation Officers, NACO, Next Generation, among others. He is constantly making himself better by learning the trends in local government leadership. I have given you his experience since he left the legislature to work for professional administrators. It is sad that many members of this board have not given him the time of day and are looking at his participation in politics over 12 years ago, basing a decision on false accusations of why he left Washington County. He and I have a lot to learn, and we both wear a passion on our sleeve. We discuss issues from all sides. He has told me he has one rule. He is unified when the door opens. You will never know when we disagree because his job is achieving my agenda even when we disagree. This position is not about him. It is about the office of the county executive. It was stated by members of this board that they have looked at a move to a county administrator. In my opinion, that's never going to happen. The voters of this county have been very clear. They want to choose their leader. And last April, they chose me to be that leader. The best way to bring professional governance to Winnebago County is to follow the lead of the top populated counties in Wisconsin and add professional staff to the office of the county executive to help coordinate county government. It has been said that the position sounds very similar to what the county executive is supposed to do. That is correct. I see it as roles and responsibility of the office of the county executive. The office, through my leadership, must achieve certain goals. That does not mean that I will not be doing the job as well. It only means that I will have help to do it efficiently and effectively. To me, the title doesn't matter. Could be administrative secretary, chief of staff, research assistant, assistant to the county executive. It makes no difference. To accomplish the task of the office of the county executive is supposed to accomplish, having staff becomes essential. I am thankful for the numerous department heads who have called me over the past few days and continued to support me in this attempt. I strongly believe Winnebago County is doing a great job through its department heads, but we can still do better. We can collaborate better. We can communicate better. We can implement the policy decisions of this board better. I am proud of this budget and I'm looking forward to proposing 3 more budgets and getting to work with my department heads and this board to implement decisions we make together. I simply ask that we have solid and open policy discussions and base our decisions on matter and principles and not personalities. This is what we were all elected to do. This is what we all must do. I thank you very much for the discussions we've had, and I look forward to working with you through the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Damo. Thank you for your comments and thank you for your efforts, certainly with this budget. So thank you. So before we go into those amendments, I just wanted to open it up to any county board supervisor who has any questions about the process before we move forward. I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen. Before we get to the amendments, I just want to make sure, a question about the process, Supervisor Rasmussen?
No, I just wanted to say something in general, if I could,
So
about the amendments.
about the amendments in general?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, and looking over all these amendments, of course, most of them are wages, wage increase and things. And I just wanted to say that they're all being paid for or recommended to be paid for out of the general fund. And just to remind everybody that the general fund is not sustainable necessarily for wages. That's something that we've never done in the past very much, is take wages out of the general fund, because that can be very fluid. As you recall, the last couple months, we did our borrowing measure, and the plan for that all along was to lower our debt levy slightly and keep our general fund for later on, when we're quite sure that interest rates are going to go up, because they're way down right now. And there was a plan presented about that, and that plan includes keeping that general fund in a good position. If we start giving wages out of the general fund, they become unsustainable after a while, because that compounds every year. And now you have to keep taking it out of that. Wages need to come out of levy. I'm not saying this that I'm for or any of these, for or against, I should say, any of these amendments. I'm just talking about in general that we pay attention to the fact that they're all adding to the levy, which we are over. And this kind of throws a wrench in that whole plan of debt levy, because we have to keep that there. If we get into some kind of trouble in years to come, hopefully not, and that debt levy or that fund balance goes down, then consequences happen. How do you continue to pay the wages out of that? Our bond rating could go down because of that. We're right on the cusp of having the top bond rating, and we don't want to do anything to lower it back down again. I'm just kind of saying these things for everybody to be thinking of future years, what's going to happen. And, you know, you all have a sheet in front of you that has some things about, we've done that, taken out of the general fund in the last years, and that's just not a good thing. One-time things, there's a few things on here that are one-time expenses. That's obviously appropriate for that. But I just want to say, be careful with taking wages and increases from the general fund, because that can go away sometime, and now you don't have the levy to cover it. So I just wanted to say that in general. And again,
Thank you,
that's not any reflection on any of these. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Any other questions from any county board supervisor or general budget comments before we move on to the specific amendments? Once we go to the amendments, all debate will be on each specific amendment as we go through them. So there's an opportunity, any general comments from anyone before we move forward. Our finance director has some comments. Please go ahead, Director Fitzgerald.
Yes, I wanted to just be able to share the screen and show everyone where we're at to start with, just so everyone has an idea, and then what the amendments would do. And then at the end, I'd like to show it again after I know what's all passed and what hasn't. So,
Certainly.
okay, I'm going to share the screen. Let me know when you can see it. Does everyone see this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what I'm showing on top is the budgeted fund balance uses since for the last 5 years. And I broke it down by, we do part of it as the undesignated general fund balance. We use some public health designated fund balance, property lister fund balance. We've been using unrestricted park view fund balance and unrestricted airport fund balance on some years. If you note, I totaled them up, and over the last 5 years, we are at the highest at $6.379 million that we are in the executive budget asking to apply or use. But I just wanted to show on the bottom the actual year-end fund balance we have for undesignated general fund balance. If you look at 2018 all the way to 2020, we have gone up from 28.8 million to 43.5 million. So we budget that we're going to use it, but we've been having unexpected surpluses every year. So luckily we haven't had to use it, but once we do start having to use what we're budgeting, that could start lowering that fund balance real quick. And just a reminder, out of that $43 million in 2020, that year-end balance, this year in 2021, we have spent almost $3 million on callable bonds. I've put $5 million towards highway projects, and then we've approved other uses as well. So I just want to make sure you know it's not sitting there at 43 million right now. So I wanted to show that, but then I'm going to focus in on the 2022 executive budget, the undesignated general fund balance of $2.3 million. That is what we're going to be looking at now with the amendment. So what I did here and what we're going to follow is, can you all still see it okay?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm showing up here in the green is I have a general fund balance. Either we're adding it or we're using it. And if we're using it, it's a negative. So I'm starting with where we're at with the executive budget. And again, that's not using net new construction as of right now. So I'm showing that right now we're saying we're going to apply 2.309200 of general fund balance. The operating levy I have planned to take is $58,900,463. I then listed out all 15 of the amendments that are in front of you today. And then I showed if it's an expense or if we're taking away an expense. And then I showed the effect it will have on the general fund balance and where we would end up. Please note that our amendment number 2021-005 does show that they want to take the net new construction, which is approximately $680,871. That I would add back as back to the general fund balance instead of using that. So if that doesn't get passed, then our final number would be almost $3.5 million that we would be applying to general fund balance. As we go along, as things are approved and not approved, we'll change these numbers, but I just want to show you where I was starting and what it was looking like. And also one last thing, the operating levy, if it does pass to take the net new construction, our total operating levy would be $59,581,334. And that is the maximum allowable operating levy that I am allowed to take with a 1.15% net new construction increase. I just wanted to put that out there for everyone before they start doing their debate.
Thank you, Director Fitzgerald. That's very helpful. And for all county supervisors, as we work through the amendments, you can ask for an update as to how the amendments passed or not passed affects that levy, so you can see how it's changing as well as we go along. When we're in person, typically there's a large screen that everyone can see, and that's updated as we go along. So this is, so to speak, our virtual attempt. I appreciate that, Director Fitzgerald. So any other general comments? I see a couple. I'll call on Supervisor Shorsey, followed by Supervisor Fari. These are general comments and questions about process before we move to specific amendments. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification, Vicky indicated amendment 005 in regard to the net new construction number. I printed off this agenda and I show that as item number 6. So were these changed around?
Yes. I was reading quickly while I was talking, and it is number 6. I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. I
You are
just
correct.
wasn't sure that I'd be able to follow it and I wasn't on the wrong one all the time. So thank you very much.
Didn't have the glasses on.
Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Fari. Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey. Did you have a question or comment? No? Okay, very good. Okay, one final time, any other supervisor has any questions about process or general comments? Because after this period, we'll take each amendment in succession and the debate will be specific to that specific amendment at that time until we voted up or down, and then we'll move to succeeding amendments. So anything, general comments or about the process? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move into the amendments. So the first one is amendment number 2021001. Add $87,967 to the Land and Water Conservation Department budget for a new watershed specialist position. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Powers to introduce that motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of amendment 2021-001.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021001. Supervisor Farr, do you want to make any comments?
Yes, please. Mr. Chairman. As we all recall, we did pass a while back the Winnebago County Lake Management Plan. And then subsequent to that, or after that, we passed an update to that, which included all of the drainage basins within that plan. They're identified as hucks. The point of this position and the need for this position is that our Land Conservation Department needs to hire a person to start trying to implement conservation practices with our farmers within those drainage basins. This is a very important position to improve and progress the work we've already done. So I certainly ask for your support. If you have any further in-depth questions, Chad is available, I believe.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. We'll open it up for any other discussion from any other county board supervisor. I'll call on Supervisor Binder.
I'd just like to comment that I was on the Land and Water Committee for a numerous of years, and I basically got off it to get on the Personnel and Finance. But it is a very important position to have. We got the 9 key element plan, which is going to basically give us grant money to make waterway where you get less shore runoff. And this position basically has to figure out where we need to use that money and where we need to basically invest it so that we get more clean water and less algae. You know, if we don't have this, it's not going to happen. I've been off that committee now for basically a year and a half, but in my opinion, it is a necessary position. And if we want our children to have good water, if we don't do our due diligence today, the lakes are just going to get worse, because every time it rains, more and more chemicals wash off the farm fields and into the water. And we're going to pass on worse drinking water than what we're having today. So I urge my supervisors to pass this for your children and their children after that. We have to do something with the clean water. We just can't let it continue to get polluted. And we all can see the algae in the lakes. I mean, we can't deny it. So if we're not going to do something about it, it's only going to hurt ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Next speaker is Supervisor Nussbaum, followed by Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got two things. The water getting worse. I disagree with that. I way into August, I could see down 2 feet. That's never, ever happened before. You know, the water is way clearer than it's ever been. But as far as this position, I'm just wondering why it didn't make the budget. Why is it added afterwards? I would like that question answered, please.
Supervisor Fari, do you want to clarify his
I
question?
certainly can. Thank you. We did have it included in the budget. And when we met with the county exec and left, it was still included in the budget. Several days later, we got a call and said that it was being removed from the budget. I also understand there were other departments that had positions they were requesting removed. So I think the county exec wants to go through this process to add these back into the budget by the departments. That's my understanding of it. Which is fine. I mean, we'll use this process one way or the other. We're hopeful we can get it done.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Any further questions, Supervisor Nussbaum?
Yeah. So the county executive is good with this, doing this process, and the director wants this position?
He actually already stated that earlier in the budget session, that he was aware that this amendment may be coming up, and he was supportive of that at that time.
Am I allowed to answer that, Shiloh?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, yeah, we had removed it because we heard that there was positions coming through UW extension that may overlap or be the same things. So we pulled it out of the budget to have it come in here. I didn't want to approve a position that may be offered to us for free from the UW extension. Since that position has been announced, we were able to look at the job description, the detail, what it was. We determined that it was not the same. So I told Chuck that our Supervisor Fari, that the plan was, if it wasn't the same, to bring it back as an amendment, and I would approve of that. So I do approve of this position.
Thank you.
Executive Damo. And thank you, Supervisor Nussbaum. Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey, followed by Supervisor Lenz. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions have been answered, and I did like this because it is a critical issue for rural support as well as our water quality efforts. So thank you for clarifying, Chuck.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Lenz, followed by Supervisor Gordon. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to counter a comment that Supervisor Nussbaum made when he said the water has never been clearer. I grew up in this area. I swam in these waters. I fished in these waters. I know back in the 80s, early 90s, the water was much clearer than it is today. So if he wants to state an opinion, he's welcome to do so. This is my opinion, which counters his. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Lenz. Next speaker is Supervisor Gordon. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Supervisor Bender stole.
Your mic is muted, Supervisor Gordon. If you could please unmute your mic. There we go.
Sorry. Unmuted it and remuted it all at once.
Yes.
Supervisor Bender kind of stole my thunder, but I do want to stress that if we do want to achieve a better water quality throughout the Winnebago system, we do need to support positions like this to help reduce the pollutants. And we all know how bad the water has been, and I hope that you all will vote yes for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gordon. Next speaker is Supervisor Nussbaum, followed by Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Nussbaum.
Yeah, I just want to counter Supervisor Lenz's opinion, because there is data that states that the water is clear, and I've been swimming in that lake for 60 years and it has never been clearer. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Supervisor Nussbaum. Next speaker is Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Nussbaum is correct. The water is getting better, but that can be attributed to the work that has been done by our committee and others for previous years. So we're starting to see the benefits of it, but we need to continue what we're doing, especially in the drainage basis, to sustain the clear water and actually improve upon it. Also, the more weeds you have in the water, the clearer the water is going to be. So I do agree with Mr. Nussbaum about that, but the reason for it is the work that has been done by the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Seeing no other call-ins, we'll go to a vote. Now, what we'll do with these, unless there's an objection, is depending on each resolution, we may potentially do a voice vote, but if it's not clear, then we'll go to a roll call vote. If there's a request at any time for roll call vote, then we will do a roll call vote as well. So we'll attempt to do a voice vote on this one. And once again, if it's not clear, we will go to a roll call. Now, please know, since we're doing this virtually, if you're uncertain about your no vote, just when we do the nay votes, just go ahead and raise your Zoom hand and I'll know as well, and we'll know over here that's a nay vote, just so you can feel comfortable that it's recorded and we're getting an accurate vote. So once again, we're on amendment number 2021001 at $87,967 to the Land and Water Conservation Department budget for a new water specialist position. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Hand. So all those opposed, please raise their Zoom hand. So that motion carries. Very good. We will move on down to the next item, and that is amendment number 2021002. Remove the policy director position from the table of organization in the county executive's budget and deduct $117,861 in associated labor expenditures. For the introduction of this motion, I'll call on Supervisor Binder.
I'll move amendment number 2021002.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021002. We'll open it up for discussion. Supervisor Binder, did you have any comments first?
I did. I just want to say I can't support a director's position. The county executive is the director of that department, and he is the one that does the presentation at our budget hearings for his department. Any other department, I'll take human resources for an example. The director of human resources is Mike Collier. He's at a grade 30, and his pay is $99,000 to $136,000. Then he drops down to a human resources manager. There's not another a director for human resources. Now we drop down to a manager, and that person is a grade 27, and their pay is $72,000 to $101,000. And then he has another manager, a payroll and benefits manager, and they're a grade 25, and then it drops down to $64,000 and tops out at $88,000. I can support a position in that office, but I can't support a position at $118,000 or $117,800 and some dollars. We don't need another director in that office. We have basically a county exec that basically runs that office, and he is responsible to basically supervise the department heads. He can't pawn that job off onto somebody else. He is responsible for their budgets and to make sure that the county is running efficiently. I don't know what the new person would actually do for 40 hours. And we tried to get a job description or something from when we were in the personnel and finance of what he would do and what the qualifications would be. I looked up, the qualifications for basically a public policy director, and that they have a master's degree or a doctor's degree in advanced degree in politics and science. I don't know what we're going to require, but they basically legislate for you, and they basically had a team. We have no team there. We have basically one person that would be basically a director of nobody. So I can't support that in the present sense. If he wants to come in with a manager, like the finance director has an assistant finance director, there's never two directors to a department. So there's no way I could support it as it is presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know from my comments the other day, I cannot support adding this position. And I do think, though, that what's lacking here is that we've never been given an opportunity to have a discussion with the executive about support positions. And I think Supervisor Rasmussen addressed that there's been a great attempt to create a job description to fit a specific person, as opposed to looking at a structure that makes sense for the executive's office. So I'm not opposed to the executive's thinking in terms of setting up a team. It's just that he has chosen to bypass our normal way of having these discussions and making decisions we can all support. So I will be supporting this resolution and encouraging the executive to come back to the P&F committee and actually have some discussion about what's needed and look at a professional way of moving forward with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next, we'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One reason that I oppose this is not only for right now, but for in the future, the way it's being presented. We have a county executive, like about 10 different counties. that their job is to run the county. The rest of the 62 counties have a county administrator or county coordinator. The county executive is responsible or accountable to the voters. The county administrators are accountable to the county board. This person will end up running the county, running the operations of the county, and will not be responsible to the voters or the county board. And who knows in the future what this could bring, lots of problems with it. So it's just not presented right. And I would encourage everybody to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on amendment number 2021002? I'll call next on Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox. And your microphone is open, Supervisor Cox. We have another speaker. So Supervisor Cox, we're certainly going to give you an opportunity to speak. We'll just give you an opportunity to see if we can clarify your mic issue. We'll go next to Supervisor Fari, and then we're going to come back to you, Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of on the fence on this one a little bit. Supervisor Nussbaum, during our budget process, commented about a new county executive that has no experience at all, obviously. And I'm somewhat sympathetic to that, because if you look at governors, presidents of the United States, and even down to the local level county board, if you have a person that has been elected to that office, they are obviously going to want to bring in people to work within their office that has a great deal of experience to help them do their job. I'm of the thought that I think I'm going to go along with what the exec is requesting, knowing that if, as been demonstrated by Mr. Rasmussen and others, if this is abused or out of hand, we simply pull it out of the budget next year. It's that simple. So it is the power of this board to make the decision whether or not that office is short-term or long-term. So I'm kind of siding towards giving the benefit of the doubt to the county executive if that will help him do a better job running this county. I know that is not a favorite thing to say, but I think I needed to say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. We'll go back to Supervisor Cox next, and then Supervisor Eisen after that. Supervisor Cox, please go ahead. Your mic is open. Supervisor Cox, perhaps you need to turn the volume up. No, we still can't hear you, Supervisor Cox, but we're certainly not going to give up on your comments. We have a couple other people who want to speak, so we're going to come back to you after each subsequent speaker to see if we can get your comments, okay?
I could hear them.
You could actually hear them, Supervisor Nussbaum?
Yes. Ask them to talk again.
Supervisor Cox, please go ahead and speak.
I can't hear him.
I'm not hearing anything.
Nothing on my end either.
Okay.
I'm not hearing nothing.
We're certainly not going to give up on them. We have some other individuals who are looking to speak. After each subsequent speaker, we're going to give Supervisor Cox an opportunity. So we'll certainly do the best we can.
It might be on now.
Supervisor Cox, you want to try one more time before? Okay. We'll give him another opportunity, absolutely. But next we'll go to Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A perspective that is parallel to Supervisor Faring. As we noticed in the election of the county executive, I can recall several years ago when the board was debating the issue of putting in a stage in the Expo Center grounds. And Executive Domel spoke out as a citizen, as a businessman in the community for the perspective that he supported the racing to continue. I think it is laudable that a businessman, hospitality businessman, who's elected to a public office with a background in community service, in a background with business association. I think it's laudable for him to choose a person with knowledge and expertise in administration to assist him and guide him through the gobbledygook of public administration. And I respect the manner in which he's gone about this. In his own words, he was approached by the county executive from Washington County that they had an extra person because a high-powered executive from Madison moved into Washington County to usurp the level of position that Ethan Hollenberger maintained there. From a second perspective, I would refer you to subchapter 4, county officers, 59.7, county executive, parent, subparent 3.
Jesus Christ.
Administrative secretaries to county executive staff. The county executive may appoint administrative secretaries using hiring procedures which shall be exempt from county civil service competitive examination procedures and such staff assistance as the board provides. From my perspective, as a student of public administration, I will support, I will interpret. And remember that this statute was written back in 1977 when administrative secretaries were defined as leaders of departments, people such as the Secretary of the Public Health at the state level. And certainly the county executive has the right to have a person who he has confidence in and who is experienced with government to support his work for the county during his term of office. Just because it's been a way that the Winnebago County has fallen in for the last decade to the leadership of a highly educated and highly trained attorney CPA, we now have a hospitality businessman leader, and he needs the backbone, he needs the knowledge, he needs the abilities that an Ethan Hollenberger can bring to this job. Although I shouldn't have to say the individual by name, I should say he needs a policy director to do the job. And if you go back to the PowerPoint that the county executive had presented yesterday, he clearly shows areas where his policy director will support his work. In all of the areas are areas where a person would normally, as Supervisor Binder said, gets a graduate level of education and exposure. And in this case, he has reached out and he has designed his office so that he can be effective in that office. And I commend him exceedingly for his wisdom. And I would highly support this, and I would ask my fellow supervisors to defeat this amendment because it is a petty amendment. The executive has the state authority to appoint this position, and I think it's a good relationship, a good way to start off the new budget year, granting this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Next speaker is
Mr. Chairman, this is Robert Keller. I would like to speak. I can't find a hand to raise, so just put me in line if you would.
Very good. So what we'll do is we'll go to Supervisor Lenz. I can actually see that you were trying. So we'll do Supervisor Lenz next, then we'll go to you, Supervisor Keller, and then Supervisor Shorsey after that. So thank you, Supervisor Keller. So please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
I'm okay if Supervisor Keller goes before me. I think he wanted to speak before I did, so I think it's
very good. Supervisor Lenz will cede his spot for you, Supervisor Keller. So please go ahead, Supervisor Keller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also wish to thank Supervisor Fari for his statement because I was on the fence until I heard that. What he said was, you know, that the newly elected county exec probably is in a point where he needs assistance on how the politics and the direction works in the county because it is new experience for him. So I kind of agreed with that. I also agreed that with Supervisor Farr, he said if it doesn't work out, we can eliminate the position. Based on what Supervisor Eisen just said, I'm not sure about that. And this tonight is the first time that I heard the resume of the person that is intended to be in that position. I thought it was a very impressive resume. I thought the recommendations that were cited were from very good sources. So that certainly does change my mind also. I was hearing rumors that were not attractive to this person that had the position or things like that. So I was certainly on the fence. No disrespect to the new county executive, but I think it has become clear that he does need some type of assistance in this position by his initial missteps when he originally hired the position. I think he went around the way people were expected things to happen, and I think that has hurt him, and I think it has shown that he does need some assistance. So I will I will not support this amendment, and I hope the rest of the supervisors do not also. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Keller. Next speaker is Supervisor Lenz, followed by Supervisor Shorsey, and then Supervisor Borchert after that. So please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try to be as quick, but I truly am on the fence on this one. I am very much against the fact that the executive had found a person and then looked for a position. I know he stated differently, but then he went through the resume of the individual versus the resume of the position, although that was presented in a PowerPoint, but it's clear that there's a specific person he wants in that spot. I'm also disappointed that the executive didn't put as much energy into getting the employees of our county raises. We're at a very competitive time right now in the market, and we really do need to keep and maintain those qualified individuals here while bringing new ones in to fill those open positions. And I think that's probably a bigger priority than this position. I disagree with Supervisor Eisen. I don't think this is a petty amendment, but at the end of the day, even though the current executive feels he needs a body in place to do the job that the previous executive didn't feel he needed, I do agree that we need to get him the tools he needs to succeed, because the people voted for him into office, and now we have to be a functional county. And if this is what's needed, these are the cards we're dealt. So he's going to need some assistance, and hopefully in a year or so, he will no longer need that assistance and we can revisit the need for this position. But for now, I want to see him successful because I want to see our county successful. Thank you.
Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey, followed by Supervisor Borchert. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey. I know you had your hand up and the hands went down all at once. So if you'd like to speak still, Supervisor Shorsey, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add, and I hear you, obviously, we had some of the same thoughts in the beginning, but keep in mind that we have been in this situation with this unapproved position, unapproved person by anyone but the executive for 6 months. And I remember, because I was kind of open in the beginning, but what we saw was, someone who supposedly understands how counties work, advising the new executive, obviously giving very poor advice. And then, of course, on the side, then there are some behaviors that have just been totally unprofessional and shocking to me as someone who has worked in a professional organization for all of my career and worked with a lot of CEOs, and I know how the work world operates. So this thing is just the most bizarre situation I've ever experienced in terms of leadership and process. And the fact that the new executive had lots of help around him when he came into the position. We were all, his directors were ready to support him. The board was ready to support him. And the fact that it played out the way it did over the last 6 months is not healthy. And someone can look really good on paper and not be the right kind of person to provide long-term support. So I'm sorry, I just cannot support, give him a chance type of thing. I think we need to go back, start from square one, have discussions about what's needed, and then create job descriptions that are appropriate. And again, the reality is we don't need a bunch of politicians only. We need administrators. There's a combination of skills that are required to do a good job for the county. And this has been such a bizarre situation that I hope you will hold the line and vote to remove this from the budget at this time, understanding that we will continue to work with the executive to get him what he needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. So just so everyone's on the same page in terms of speakers, because the hands did seem to drop at one point. So the next speaker would be Supervisor Borchert, followed by Supervisor Wingren, and then Supervisor Powers, and after that, Supervisor Binder. So please go ahead, Supervisor Borchert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My position is I support this amendment. And the reason I support it is there's a process where it's submitted to the Planning and Finance, I think it is, after a job description's been generated and it gets mulled over, and that would have given him a time and the time for the people on the committee to work together to find out what they have. And then I believe then it goes out to the public and people can make applications. And there's probably more than one person in this world that could do that job, and not having the ability to look at all of them, I did not think that was good for our county. So, and what Vicky said before and other people said, I agree with too. I am supporting this because I don't think it was done in the right way. I do believe he needs help, no question. But the way he's going about it does not prove to me that he is flexible enough to use the system that's already there to get the help that he needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Borchert. Next speaker is Supervisor Wingren, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My many years on the board have led to this. It's a very difficult decision. My concern is that we get the personalities out of this. I support the county executive and his effort and his sincerity in wanting to do what is best for the county. I also respect this board who has the right to make decisions such as this. I hope we don't talk this to death. I was born at night, but not last night. That said, I think we need to think this through. It hasn't been well thought through at all. We could talk all that, but I'd like to just call the question.
There's a motion to call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to call the question. That would be on debate on amendment 2021002. That is not debatable. So that means we're going to go to a vote. And since it requires a 2/3 majority for calling the previous question to pass, we're going to do a roll call vote on that calling of the previous question. So with that, I'll turn it over to our clerk Ertmer to call the roll on the previous question. So if you want to end debate, then you would vote aye. If you want to continue debate, then you would vote no.
Supervisor Knetsky? Aye. Supervisor Brunn?
Aye.
Supervisor Borchert?
Aye.
Supervisor Eisen? Supervisor Eisen? Supervisor Eisen?
Absolutely no. There has not been enough said to the
Supervisor Ramos? Supervisor Defferting?
Yes.
Supervisor Lenz?
Aye.
Supervisor Nussbaum?
Aye.
Supervisor Stafford? Supervisor Stafford? Damn. Supervisor Stafford? Oh, I see a thumbs up. Okay. Supervisor Albrecht?
Aye.
Supervisor Gabbard? Supervisor Gabbard? Supervisor Binder?
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad?
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey?
Aye.
Supervisor Gordon?
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren?
Aye.
Supervisor Lautenschlager?
Aye.
Supervisor Norton?
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer?
Aye.
Supervisor Skellinger?
No.
Supervisor Buck? Aye. Supervisor Powers,
No.
Supervisor Locke, Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, we heard you. Supervisor Finch. Supervisor Finch. Supervisor Finch, I can see you. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay.
Aye.
Aye. Supervisor Youngquist,
Aye.
Supervisor Fari,
No.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
No.
Supervisor Keller, Supervisor Keller,
Aye.
Supervisor Egan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis,
Aye.
Supervisor Snyder,
Aye.
Supervisor Jost,
Aye.
Sue, this is Supervisor Gabbard. I had my hand up. I don't think you saw it. So
oh, I did not. So that was
so I
an
have-
aye?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Twenty-six. 26 to 6.
How many do we need? So that motion passes 26 to 6. So that means we have called the question. That means we go to a direct vote on amendment number 2021002. Move the health director position from the table of organization in the county executive's budget. $117,861 in associated labor expenditures. Given the debate, we will go to a roll call vote for actual first vote, which means an aye vote is that you do want to remove the policy director position and the associated funding. A nay vote would mean you do not want to remove the policy.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if there's somebody else in your vicinity with a microphone on, turn it off because you're bouncing around. I can't understand you. Is
Very
there
good.
somebody in the room with you?
Yes, there are a couple other individuals with me.
They need to mute themselves.
We'll ask them to do that.
I can't mute, I have to call, so.
Okay, so we'll ask the folks to mute her mic just initially while I go over this again. So everyone's on the same page. We're on amendment number 2021002, remove the policy director position from the table of organization, the county executive's budget, and deduct $117,861 in associated labor expenditures. An aye vote means you recommend and support removing it, the associated funding. A nay vote means you don't, and that you'd like it to remain in the budget. So we'll ask the county clerk to call the roll on that.
Supervisor Konetsky. Aye. Supervisor Brun.
Nay.
Was that a nay?
No.
No. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Nay.
Nay. Nay. Supervisor Borchert.
Yes.
Supervisor Eisen.
No.
Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Defferting.
No.
Supervisor Lenz.
No.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Nay.
Supervisor Stafford.
No.
Supervisor Albrecht.
Aye.
Supervisor Albrecht.
He said aye.
Aye. All right. Supervisor Gabbard.
Aye.
Supervisor Bender.
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad.
No.
Supervisor Shorsey.
Aye.
Supervisor Gordon.
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren.
Aye.
Supervisor Lautenschlager. Supervisor Lautenschlager.
No.
Supervisor Norton,
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Come on, Doug.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
He's muted.
Oh, he's muted. Supervisor Zelmer,
No.
Supervisor Skellinger,
Aye.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers. Aye. Supervisor Locke, I don't believe is on the meeting. Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Finch,
Aye.
Supervisor Youngquist,
Aye.
Supervisor Fari,
I vote no.
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 Supervisor Rasmussen,
Aye.
Supervisor Keller,
No.
Supervisor Egan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis,
Aye.
Supervisor Snyder,
No.
Supervisor Jost.
No.
So the vote was 18 aye votes and 14 no votes. So that amendment passes. And so please understand with each amendment, it's a simple majority for passage. There's 32 members present. And so that motion passes 18 to 14, which means it would be removed from the budget. We'll move on to the third amendment. That's the top of the second page. That's amendment number 2021-003. Add $2,500 to the county board's budget for the Diversity Affairs Commission professional speakers and brochures. That I will call on Supervisor Binder to introduce a motion. Supervisor Binder?
I'll move amendment number 2021-003.
Second. Second.
Motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021-003. Supervisor Binder, anything you want to add before we move forward?
If I could, I'd just
Please.
like to say that, you know, the Diversity Commission is moving forward. We'll be bringing our strategic plan and our bylaws to the November meeting on the county board to get your approval. And the reason we're asking for this money is we have actually zero money in our budget. So once we get the approval of our bylaws and our strategic plan, we'd like to be able to print some brochures and start getting more people involved in the movement to make more awareness of just, you know, what people, you know, it doesn't even mean people of color. I was overweight my whole life and I got picked on because I was overweight, and we want to bring awareness to that. And we would like to be able to maybe bring in a few public speakers down the road where maybe, you know, it's hard to get somebody that'll let you record them. But if we could get some that we could record, that we could have like a YouTube channel and just promote awareness, just treat people like you want to be treated. It's such a simple solution to such a, you know, a hard problem, because, you know, I attended one of the school board meetings where they were talking about it. And it's like, how do we get people, you know, that want to go to school? Well, if you're basically on the football team and you're the quarterback, you love going to school. Everybody loves you. But if you're the person that's overweight or comes from poverty, it's totally different. You know, people are picking on you. It's hard to get you motivated to go to school. So what we're trying to do is make people aware, just to try to treat people the way you want them to treat you. And this money would help us to get some brochures where we could go to the farmers markets and we could go to some of the festivals and hand them out. And maybe we could hire a couple speakers. And if we don't spend the money, it goes back into the county reserve. So it's like, we're not going to just go out there and try to spend $2,500, but we'd like to have some money to work with so that our committee could actually make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Does any other supervisor wish to speak on amendment number 2021-003? I see one other hand. I'll call on Supervisor Stafford. Please go ahead, Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Chairman. Just two questions. First is just to understand process. So is it a situation where this money has to be granted now? Or could the committee come back to the board and ask for this money once they have a clear plan in place?
There's two approaches. In other words, they can ask for it now, and if it's approved, then there would be money in the budget. But you are correct that during the year, there would still be an opportunity to put a resolution forward to ask for additional funding related.
Okay.
And that goes essentially for any item in a budget.
Thank you. One other question. Do we have a list of speakers? Because it does mention professional speakers. So I'm curious if there is a short list of the speakers for this committee that would be used towards this money.
If I could answer
yes,
that. We have a speaker this Thursday at 3 o'clock. Her name is Mi Young, and she's a free speaker. We had a speaker last month, a Mexican-American, excellent speaker. I would encourage every county board member at 3 o'clock on Thursday, we have a diversity meeting and it's on Zoom. Tune in, but we have a speaker lined up probably every month for the next 4 months. But these speakers don't want to be recorded. They're talking about their personal life and their personal feelings. And we would like to get something where we had a YouTube channel, and you have to find most, even paid speakers, they want to be paid every time they speak. So we have to find a speaker that we could get so that we could put it online. I mean, like last month, I think we had 41 people in attendance. We need hundreds of people to make a difference. 41 people is like a grain of sand. It's not going to be enough to make a difference, and if the county board approves our strategic plan and our policy or bylaws, we would like to be able to print them brochures in November. And basically they have indoor farmers markets, they have other festivals, and start getting them out, because it'll have our meeting times. Like, unless you check the county calendar, nobody knows that we got a diversity commission meeting on Thursday at 3 o'clock and that we're going to have a speaker. So it's essential that we get the brochures out in the public so people know that they can tune in and try to be more aware of what's going on in their surroundings, and just make people more comfortable. And, you can pick on somebody because they're a little bit overweight and get a chuckle, but that person's feelings are hurt for hours. So I'm hoping that you support this and we can move forward with it.
Thank you, Supervisor Bender. Supervisor Stafford, any further comments before we move to the next speaker? Very good.
Actually just one.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you. Once the strategic plan is approved, at that point, they could ask for the money, correct?
Yes, they would still have an opportunity. They would go through whatever requisite committee structure might be needed to do that. But yes, there would be an opportunity.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Very good. We have one other speaker, Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add on to what Supervisor Binder said to help Supervisor Stratford. We have Amanda Dornfield from UW Extension has an extensive list of speakers, and like Steve Binder said, every Thursday, the first Thursday, we have we'll have a program meeting, and then the second Wednesday of every meeting, we have the Diversity Affairs Committee where we discuss what we're going to do in the next few months. So I would invite you or anyone to come either any one of those meetings. They're open to participate. Me and Steve Binder keep on saying we have 2 openings already or exist on that board. I do want to say that me and Supervisor Binder did attend a diversity affairs workshop at the WCA, and the WCA is going to have these regional meetings come around the state. And I was talking to the office of one of them from the Milwaukee County chairman, and they are going to get back to me, and hopefully they'll have a meeting in Oshkosh, Winnebago County, after November or December, because they're during budget time. So that's the plan. We do have speakers. We also want to get more of a public discussion about diversity in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. Is there any other county board supervisor who wishes to speak on amendment number 2021003? Seeing none, We're going to attempt to do a voice vote. If there's any clarification, we'll go to a roll call vote. Once again, when we do the voice votes, if you're a nay vote and you're uncertain if you're heard, you can raise your Zoom hand. With all amendments, it's a simple majority of those members present required for passing. So we're on amendment number 2021003 at $2,500 through the county board budget for the Diversity Affairs Commission professional speakers and brochures. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay or raise their Zoom hand.
Yay.
Okay, I don't know if I can tell that for certain. So therefore, we're going to go to a roll call vote. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote. You're going to say aye if you want to approve adding the $2,500. You're going to say nay if you do not. I'll turn it over to Clerk Ertler.
Supervisor Konecki? Supervisor Brunn?
No, nay.
Supervisor Borchert?
Yes.
Supervisor Eisen?
No.
Supervisor Ramos?
Yes.
Supervisor Defferting?
Yes.
Supervisor Lenz?
Yes.
Supervisor Nussbaum?
Nah.
Supervisor Stafford?
No.
Supervisor Albrecht? Supervisor Albrecht?
We'll come back to him at the end of the vote to see.
Okay. Supervisor Gabbard?
Yes.
Supervisor Bender?
Yes.
Supervisor Conrad?
No.
Supervisor Shorsey?
No.
Supervisor Gordon?
Yes.
Supervisor Wingren?
No.
Supervisor Lautenschlager?
Yes.
Supervisor Norton?
Yes.
Supervisor Zelmer?
Yes.
Supervisor Skellinger?
Yes.
Supervisor Buck?
Aye.
Supervisor Powers?
Aye.
Supervisor Locke, I believe is in. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Finch?
Yes.
Supervisor Youngquist?
Yes.
Yes.
That was a yes.
Supervisor Fari?
Yes.
Supervisor Rasmussen?
Yes.
Supervisor Keller?
Yes.
Supervisor Egan?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis?
Yes. Yes.
That was a yes.
Yes. Supervisor Snyder?
Aye.
And Supervisor Jost?
Aye.
Supervisor Albrecht?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Albrecht.
$25,700.
By 7 passed. Yep.
So that motion passes, that amendment passes 25-7. As a reminder to everyone, a simple majority is needed for passage of each individual amendment. So we'll move on to the fourth amendment this afternoon. That's amendment number 2021004. Add $45,294 to the finance budget for the addition of a part-time grant writer / coordinator position to the table of organization. For that introduction, I will call on Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
I'd like to move amendment number 2021004.
Second.
The motion is second to approve amendment number 2021004. Anything further you want to add, Supervisor Binder, before further discussion?
Sure. I'd just like to say that I think this person will actually bring the county in a lot of money. I mean, it's kind of like writing a scholarship. You know, if you're a good writer, you're going to have a better chance of getting a scholarship. That you could both be excellent students, but if you don't have the writing skills and the knowledge of what they're looking for, it's hard to get the grant. I mean, we're looking at redoing 2 boat launches, and we're looking at trying to get significant grant money for those. And I realize it's all taxpayers' money. But if you can get grant money from the DNR or the federal government, it's not coming out of the local Winnebago County taxpayers' pocket. So I urge my fellow supervisors to vote for this. And if I'm wrong and this position doesn't pan out, this is a position we can eliminate in a year or two. But I talked to Mark Harris before the election, and he was planning on putting this in the budget. He thought it was basically something we needed. And I truly believe it'll make many, many times our money. And it's a wise decision to get a grant writer coordinator that can coordinate with the department heads and look for, in our capital improvement book, we got a lot of projects. And if there's a big grant out there that we could apply for and it may be a year out, maybe we want to move it up a year so that we can get the funding for it and not have to take the money from our taxpayers. So I'm hoping for the supervisor support.
Thank you for Supervisor Binder. We'll open it up for further discussion. Any county board supervisor, further discussion? I'll call on next Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Steve, for getting this on the table at least. Unfortunately, I'm going to say I'm not going to vote in favor of this at this time because, again, I think it needs to have a little bit more research done internally within the county, have it defined in terms of the need. It should be just approached a little differently and would be appropriate to come through the P&F committee at the proper time. So I also would like to hear Vicki Fitzgerald's opinion on this position going through the budget at this time.
Very good. We'll call on, thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. We'll call on Director Fitzgerald for her comments. Please go ahead, Director Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chairman Remus. Steve Binder came to me with this position. I do see that at some point we need to coordinate all grants. We do the single audit for the federal and state grants, so we do need to know what's all out there. I'm sure there's so many funding sources that we are missing at this point as well, and we do have more grants coming again with federal dollars for COVID and so forth. I do feel I would be more comfortable if we could vet it more and really see what that position would do, because we would need someone not only to be the right, write grants, they'd have to work with every single department, but then I would want them to coordinate and be able to do our single audit and know what monies are all out there. So I feel we probably could use more detail, and maybe it could be a full-time job. I am familiar with jobs like this. When I worked for the technical college system, we had a whole grants department. But this came up this last week, so I haven't had a lot of time to really put as much thought into how deep, and how big it could get. But I do think there is a need.
Thank you, Director Fitzgerald. Anything further, Supervisor Shorsey, before we go to the next speaker?
I would just add that based on my fundraising experience, we're probably unlikely to get a very qualified person like the level of CISA 6. They have some very successful grant writers without having it being a professional position and most likely a full-time position. So again, I totally support the direction of looking at the need and the opportunity. And it is something where revenue would offset the expense of this person, but I'd like to see us have more study done on the actual need and follow it through a little bit more as opposed to just throwing it in the budget at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Ellis. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis.
Thank you, Chairman. There's two things here. Emergency management has wrote a lot of grants to that, for that department, for taking care of that department as far as their budget. And as far as right now at Parkview Health Center, our secretary there is writing a grant to help with possibility of the increase in the building that we're having to train CNAs, which is called an ancillary building. And so this is going on in the county quite a bit yet, writing grants, especially emergency management, and not as often in grants, but there's been lots of grants wrote at Parkview also. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellis. Next speaker is Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder. And just so everyone's aware, so the rules we're following our regular county board rules. So you'd have 2 opportunities to speak on any amendment. So please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
I would agree. A full-time would have been better. I didn't think, I probably was gonna have a hard time getting a half-time grant writer and coordinator, and it was better than nothing. You know, it's a place to start. Is it perfect? No, I agree. I would rather had a full-time. I think we could have got a better candidate, but it was $89,000 versus 45. And I know money's tight in our budget. And if they could see that the grant writer is bringing in 4, maybe 10 times what it's costing us, you know, we have a secretary writing a grant for Parkview. I mean, I really think she's very talented, but I don't think that is what we really need writing our grants. You know, we need somebody that they do that for a living. They went to school for that. They have a knack for writing. It's like writing a book, you know. Some people have a knack for it, others basically not so much so. You know, would it be better at full-time grant writer? You bet it would be. I was afraid to ask for one because I thought I was going to get turned down. And I asked the county board to give this grant writer a chance at a halftime. If it doesn't work out, we can ask for a full-time one next year, or we can take it out of the budget altogether. But I think we need somebody more than a secretary writing our grant money. And I think this is a step forward. So hopefully we can pass it and at least see if it works. I truly believe it will. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Next speaker is Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few thoughts on this here. I understand where Steve is coming from here, and I'm just not sure about this. I kind of agree that maybe this needs a little more thought to it. I mean, a lot of the comments I heard already, I agree with. We have a lot of grants coming in. We do grants for the sheriff's office, for example, quite often, through the health department quite often. And I wonder, are we really going to get someone part-time that's going to do this? And then the big picture, and I've talked about this before, is where do grants come from? These federal grants come from tax dollars, and it's wasteful. If you need 10, 20 bucks for something at the county, and it's my fair share, let me give the 20 bucks to the county. When I send it to Washington, you get about 8 back. And I know that that's not going to fix anything, but I have a genuinely against all these grants. Now, some are very legitimate when it's actually something that's benefits or has to do with more than your own county, for example, roads, because everybody can drive.
Higher CISA 6 or CISA, yeah.
Somebody talking, okay. So I'm just a little bit doubtful on this one. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. I don't see any other call-ins from any county board supervisor, but I'll ask one more time. Are there any other county board supervisors who have any comments in regards to amendment number 2021004? I see one more. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard, and you can open up your mic.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay, just a couple comments. What came into my mind was that the health department is grant orientated. They've gotten many grants over the years within their own department, and they've done a fine job of it. My other comment is, and I'm torn on this one, and I'm thinking with maybe a little more work, we could come up with a full-time position. But here's the other thing, the Parkview grant is not being written by the secretary. It's the administrative assistant out there. And it's to save the taxpayers money. So that's a point that's to be taken here. And how do we know for a fact this evening that if we had a grant writer, that it would pay for their salary 10 times over? I don't know that. I don't think anybody knows that. So I'm thinking maybe I would swing not to approve this and put a little more effort into this and maybe get some more history on how much a grant writer can pull in just on a primary basis. So I would say, let's put some more time in it. I don't think a part-timer is the way to go. I would think it would be full-time. But I would like to talk to other counties and see what they're doing. Because as was pointed out, even the emergency management has written grants and gotten them. So I'm not sure we're in dire straits that a little more time wouldn't clarify this and we could turn it into a full-time position and just do a little more background checking. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it was either Supervisor Binder or maybe Rasmussen who mentioned the 10 times over. I don't think they were saying that that's what they would get. They were saying that he was saying that it was a part-time position. And if we found that that was the kind of response that the grant writer would be getting 8 to 10 times what his salary was, well, then we would look at making this a full-time position. But I don't think he was suggesting that that would be what he'd be getting in right away. I think it was just if this happens, we could make this full-time. So just, that's what I heard being said, not that there would be definitely 10 times what he was being paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. I see no other call-ins. We'll call on Supervisor Konetsky. Please go ahead, Supervisor Konetsky.
Are we looking for a one-year term here? That's my question. And how is he going to be monitored? We have questions about his ability. And those are my two questions.
We'll call on the finance director to clarify by if we pass this resolution, whether this would be 1 year or not based on the way it's written. Finance Director Fitzgerald?
By the way it's wrote, it would be a full-time position, or excuse me, a part-time position added to my table of organization. So it doesn't say it's a project position or temporary. It would be permanent.
Very good. So the answer would be that it'd be considered a permanent part-time position. Any further questions or discussion, Supervisor Konetsky?
That permanent part-time kind of gets me.
I'm going to talk first.
It is what it is.
Thank you, Supervisor Konetsky. Next speaker is Supervisor Brunn. Please go ahead, Supervisor Brunn.
Yeah, I would like to comment on the part-timeness of grant writer.
Please.
I have written grants over the years in my career, and some of them are easier and some of them are more difficult. Being a part-time part of my job, I found it very difficult doing the more technical grants. Some are very forthright, very simple, and those are typically the ones that like emergency government's getting. The ones that are a little more technical and more research is being done, you need someone that has an expertise in that and should be full-time. I think this is a good idea on the surface. However, I do think that we need to go back to researching and vetting it and finding out more about it. Grants are an opportunity for the county to get, so to speak, free money in some ways. But free money costs money to produce, just like interest on your own loans or on your own savings accounts. You have to have it to start it. So I'm going to say no myself on this because of the part-time status, and also that it should be investigated a little further, and the support of the finance department would be essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brunn. So I see no other call-ins on the amendment. So we're going to go to a vote. I think with the level of discussion, we're going to have to do a roll call vote on this one because there was a pretty significant level of discussion. So we're on amendment number 2021004 at $45,294 to the finance budget for the addition of a part-time grant writer / coordinator position to the table of organization. If you want to add that funding and the part-time position, you would vote aye. If you did not, you'd vote nay. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Konetsky? Aye. Supervisor Brunn?
Hey, no.
Supervisor Borchert,
Yes.
Supervisor Eisen,
No.
Supervisor Ramos,
Nay.
Supervisor Dufferding,
No.
Supervisor Lenz,
Oh, yes.
Supervisor Nussbaum,
Nay.
Supervisor Stafford,
No.
Supervisor Albrecht, Supervisor Gabbard, Supervisor Binder,
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad,
No.
Supervisor Shorsey,
Nay.
Supervisor Gordon,
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren,
No.
Supervisor Lautenschlager,
Aye.
Supervisor Norton,
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Aye.
Supervisor Skellinger,
No.
Supervisor Buck,
No.
Supervisor Powers,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Finch,
Aye.
Supervisor Youngquist,
No.
Supervisor Fari, Supervisor Fari,
Yeah, there you go. No.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
No.
Supervisor Keller,
No.
Supervisor Egan,
No.
Supervisor Ellis,
No.
Supervisor Snyder,
Aye.
Supervisor Jost,
No.
Supervisor Albrecht, Supervisor Gabbard.
No.
Yes, 12 to 19.
So that amendment does not pass 12 to 19. So that motion fails. That completes 4 of our 15 amendments. So we're on the 5th amendment for this afternoon. That's amendment number 2021005. Add $90,000 to the sheriff's office budget for building a dental suite in the Winnebago County Jail. For the introduction of that amendment, I'll call on Supervisor Dufferding. Please go ahead, Supervisor Dufferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve amendment number 2021005.
Second.
The motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021005. Would you like to speak to that before going further, Supervisor Dufferding?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I'd like to give a little history of how this came about. The sheriff and the Judicial and Public Safety Committee was looking at the potential to accredit the Winnebago County Jail with the through the accreditation process through the National Commissions on Correctional Healthcare. And it's basically a way for the county to also decrease the amount of any amount of lawsuits that could be filed against the county, as well as lessen the liability, and also to improve the quality of care for people that are incarcerated within Winnebago County Jail. And this would be like, documented care. Everything would be documented. And so this was discussed at the sheriff's report in multiple Judiciary Public Safety Committee meetings. Part of that process was including building a dental suite inside the Winnebago County Jail. And ultimately, it was determined after some discussion and also through the health provider for the jail, which is now, apparently is recently been changed, that one of the things that created this, one of the things that made this accreditation very expensive was the amount of sheriffs that would be needed for suicide watch, and the amount of time that would be needed. There would be overtime that would have to be factored in. And of course, as we all know, right now, the sheriff is having some issues hiring personnel for the jail. And so instead of pursuing accreditation through the National Commissions on Correctional Health Care, what the sheriff concluded, and I believe some people on the Judiciary Public Safety Committee concluded, is that it would be better to have similar standards to the accreditation process, and maybe not get outright accredited, but at least have similar standards. And so with that, part of that would be including in a dental suite inside the jail. And the dental suite, you know, and I wanted to clarify this to a lot of other supervisors too, is that don't get fooled by the term suite. This is not something that's going to be some sort of luxurious suite. This is not something that's going to be used for regular checkups or anything of that nature. This is actually served for particularly for emergencies for those that are incarcerated inside the jail. And specifically, this is going to be addressing the opioid crisis. That's probably the number one thing that will be addressed with this is the opioid crisis. Those that are incarcerated in the Winnebago County Jail, especially under meth charges, you know, they are not taking care of themselves very well. Obviously, using meth affects their teeth specifically, and it rots their teeth. And what happens is that while they are incarcerated, that's when they start having severe dental issues, and then they're incarcerated for a certain period of time, and they're away from their drugs. Once they get released, their pain is so immense, they turn back to drugs, and they turn back to their addictions. So this is a way for them to actually get the treatment they need while they're under the county's care. And it's specifically going to be addressing those urgent needs. And so I know that, you know, this resolution hasn't specifically been brought to the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee yet. But I know this has been discussed, and this has been discussed with the Sheriff and the Judiciary Public Safety Committee on multiple meetings. And the Sheriff did say that, you know, he did at least see the point of view in regards to having something like this assist in somebody to disincentivize them to use after they are released from incarceration. So it was then determined either he would put it in the budget or it could be done as an amendment. I did see that it was not put in the budget, so I took the initiative to put it in for the amendment. And originally the request was 200,000, but this has been decreased from that point. This went from 200,000 down to 125,000, and which 90,000 of that would be to build the dental suite, and then the 35,000 would be used to contract out a dental hygienist to come in for 16 hours a month. And the sheriff then said that he could simply move 35,000 to from outside services to inside services. So then that has decreased even further for this budget ask, going from 125,000 down to simply 90,000. The 90,000 would be a one-time expense. And then the 35,000 from there on out would be an annual expense, and that would be something that would be added to the budget going forward. So that is going to be one thing that will be added to the budget going forward, is that 35,000 per year. But the 90,000 is just the one-time expense to build this this dental suite. So at that point, I'm actually finished. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferding. Next speaker is Supervisor Wingren, followed by Supervisor Ellis.
Yeah, he's not like Brady.
Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I applaud Mr. Jeffrey's interest in this topic. It is well-intentioned, no doubt. However, the topic has never been formally brought to the committee. Yes, it has been addressed a couple of times in the sheriff's report, but if he wanted or others wanted something done, they should have brought it to the committee. The people that are in the incarcerated are in there for a short time usually, and that's not time. That's not enough time to give intensive care for teeth or any other medical thing. Citizens don't get this treatment. They're sitting there with bad teeth, and they should pay for other people to have superb care above and beyond. That doesn't. I think we need to focus. I said that before. We need to focus. This resolution has no teeth in it. What do other counties do? We don't know. We haven't asked. How many lawsuits has this county ever received for this? What cavity have we had in our budget because of that? Who's served? Just those that are in jail for 14 days? Who is being selected to receive these services? Our staff doesn't get it. The people that take care of them, guard these people, bring them their food and so on, they don't get dental care like this. Is this going to be done through a company or through a private thing? Is this just a dental hygienist or a dentist? There's a big, big difference. Point being, this is why we have committees. If they're interested in this thing, I would encourage them to bring it to the committee. And I can assure them, we will listen to this. We will listen to the facts. We will study this carefully, not a knee-jerk reaction at budget time to try to slip something through. I mean that with all respect. So let's just slow down and answer these questions and other ones that people on the board and others might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. Next speaker is Supervisor Ellis, followed by Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis. And you can go ahead and open up your mic, Supervisor Ellis. Please go ahead. You can open up your mic, Supervisor Ellis. Looks like Supervisor Ellis might be having some difficulty with his mic, so we'll move on and we'll give him another opportunity, of course. We'll move on first to Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to echo Bill Wingren's comments a little bit, but we have not discussed an overall plan to become accreditation-like in our committee. And I think that again would be the appropriate process to use here. And it's not my understanding, and perhaps the sheriff would comment on this, but we have a service in place. We have a plan in place for people who have urgent dental needs. And I might point out too that in the community after release, there are a number of dental programs in the community available to people who are motivated to seek them out and make appointments. So again, I think this is a little bit premature. I think, the whole issue of dental care is definitely a part of the accreditation-like process. And I think it should be included in an overall plan that is presented to the board at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. We'll go back to Supervisor Ellis. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis.
I think Bill has said everything that I wanted to say, plus Vicky too. So I'll just pass it on.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellis. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. So I take exception to some statements here. I can't vote for this. It bothers me that we're concerned that someone that's released that was a heavy meth user is going to go back to using meth once they get out because their teeth hurt. Well, their teeth probably hurt when they got in. I know of 2 people in my walk of life that have used meth and their teeth are terrible and they ended up getting them pulled. But that's their problem. That's not my problem. I didn't choose to use meth. They did. So I don't think when you release someone that because they have a toothache, that's going to be the cause for them going back onto meth. It's probably their environment. They're back with their friends again. And so on it goes. I don't know if this is a want or need. I understand the accreditation of this, but I do believe that Supervisor Shorzy was correct. There are dental offices in the area that will treat people who either have minimum insurance or no dental insurance, and it's a reduced rate. So I think this is more of a want than a need. I guess I'm losing the point where these people are incarcerated for doing something against the law. And now we're going to take care of their dental work if it's an emergency. Well, what is an emergency in the dental field? It could be anything that a person claims is an emergency. I understand everybody has teeth and they need to be taken care of, but I and a lot of you as taxpayers are doing this on our own. So because you're a meth user and you're incarcerated, you should get some dental care at the cost of the taxpayers. There's just a little bit on that bothers me. I don't mind having health care for people while they're incarcerated, but perhaps they could get the teeth taken care of after they leave. Are they declaring that they're, in severe pain and they need a tooth pulled? But if they were out in the real world, they wouldn't be worried about that. So I think this needs more research, and I'm not going to vote for this because I just don't think it was presented in the right fashion. Should it go back to a committee? Perhaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Powers, followed by Supervisor Lautenschlager. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a reason why the average citizen and why county employees do not receive this kind of care. It's because in the United States of America, the only people who are guaranteed health care are prisoners. The average citizen and county employees are not guaranteed health care. You can fix that if you want to by voting for that on a federal level, but the only citizens, the only people who are guaranteed by the United States to get free health care are prisoners. That's why we're doing it and not doing it for every single person with a problem. And by having them wait for dental care until after they are released from incarceration, they will no longer be prisoners and therefore no longer guaranteed free health care and probably will not be able to afford even a smaller sliding scale. So we're not giving them something that is unavailable to others. We're giving them what the United States government says they are entitled to, free health care. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Lautenschlager, followed by Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of have to agree with the rest of them. I guess I'm confused on actually what kind of treatment are these prisoners actually going to get? Is it going to be from a dentist? Is it going to be from a hygienist? What kind of work are they going to do? I mean, I worked at Winnebago Mental Health for 34 years. They have a dentist and a dental clinic out there, but when the dentist had to go and do any kind of checkups or anything on the forensics, which are people there who have committed crimes on the locked up units, the dentist went to them. He took his tools there. They just sit him in a chair and he checked all their teeth there. He didn't bring them over to the clinic to do that. I mean, I don't think they need a whole $90,000 clinic to do that. And then you're contracting out to get a dentist or a hygienist to come in. And it's as it pertains to after they're released. Yes, I mean, we have one right in Oshkosh, the Partnership Community Health and Dental over by Menards over there. They do that stuff. I mean, I've taken patients there who don't have insurance or whatever. That's where they can go and they can get free dental clinic over there or reduce whatever they can pay. So there are the services out there for them if they want to get them after they're released. But I just think $90,000 to put a whole dental clinic into a prison is just way too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lautenschlager. I don't see any other hands up. Were there any other supervisors?
Mr. Chair, if I would
Please
like
go
to
ahead.
speak.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll answer a couple of the questions here. In regards to, is this for would that $35,000 be for a dentist or a dental hygienist? The answer is dental hygienist. And there is, and right now, Outagamie County has installed their own dental suite inside their jail. This happened maybe about 1 to 2 years ago. They are seeking out accreditation through the National Commissions on Correctional Healthcare because they've received over, I believe, 6 lawsuits over the last 5 years. And so this is part of them actually, making the effort to make improvements and changes within their jail. Now, I understand that Winnebago County does not have any lawsuits against them yet, yet. That's the key word there is yet. So, these are, when it comes to prisons, there's for the Federal Bureau of Prisons, there's 5 categories of care. There's one that's considered medically necessary, either acute or emergent, non-emergent, something that's not necessary, limited medical value, and something that's extraordinary. That's something that the dental hygienist can certainly categorize as well and have the ability to categorize on what is considered to be acute or emergent. And if that's the case, then treatment would be done. How it was done, how it has been done previously is that the officers would send their urgent dental needs for incarcerated people to a private dentist. And if available, they charge the Medicaid rate. Otherwise, the person is charged the dentist rate unless indigent. And so, keep in mind that, they're still bringing people to a dentist, but these are, it takes, 1 to 2 to 3 officers. My guess is 2 officers to escort somebody who is formerly incarcerated to a dentist and back. And so this is one of the other benefits involved is that it would have less man hours for the sheriff's staff because the dental suite would be right there. So I just wanted to address a couple of these concerns that have been brought up before.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? I'll call on next Supervisor Lautenschlager. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, I understand, the escorting thing or whatever, but even inside the prison, you're still going to have to escort these people to the dental clinic because you're just not going to let them say, go down and see the dentist and let them on their own. I mean, somebody's going to have to, at least one person's going to have to escort them down. So I understand where you say, yeah, if they need some major work, they're going to have, they do go into town to the private dentist. I mean, we have to take them. We do that now, but like I say, they're still going to have to be escorted inside the prison to the dental clinic, no matter how you look at it.
Thank you, Supervisor Lautenschlager. Seeing no other call-ins, we're going to go to a vote. We're going to do this as a roll call vote. So I'm going to ask the county clerk to call the roll. Now we are on amendment number 2021-005. Add $90,000 to the sheriff's office budget for building a dental suite in the Winnebago County Jail. Vote aye if you want to add that funding. Vote no if you do not. Clerk will call the roll.
Supervisor Konetsky?
No.
Supervisor Brun?
No, nay.
Supervisor Borchert?
No.
Supervisor Eisen? Supervisor Eisen?
No.
Chairman Ramos?
No.
Supervisor Defferting?
Yes.
Supervisor Lenz?
No.
Supervisor Nussbaum?
Nay.
Supervisor Stafford?
Yes.
That was a yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Albrecht,
No.
Supervisor Gabbard,
No.
Supervisor Binder,
No.
Supervisor Conrad,
No.
Supervisor Shorsey,
Nay.
Supervisor Gordon.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Supervisor Wingren,
No.
Supervisor Lautenschlager,
No.
Supervisor Norton,
No.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Yes.
Supervisor Skellinger,
Yes.
Supervisor Buck,
Nay.
Supervisor Powers,
Yes.
Supervisor Cox,
Supervisor Cox?
He's muted. No.
no?
Thank you, Supervisor Cox.
Thank you. Supervisor Finch,
Supervisor Finch? Your vote?
is okay. We'll come back. Supervisor Youngquist,
No.
Supervisor Fari,
I think I'm gonna vote yes.
that was a yes.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Rasmussen,
No.
Supervisor Keller,
No.
Supervisor Egan,
No.
Supervisor Ellis,
No.
Supervisor Snyder,
Supervisor Snyder?
Aye.
Supervisor Jose,
No.
Supervisor,
Supervisor Finch, your vote?
Raise your hand.
Can you put a thumbs up or thumbs down?
down.
Down. Yay vote.
All right.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch.
I think that's the only one I was waiting, or Supervisor Albrecht? Oh, we had him. Okay.
348 get lost.
Eight to 24.
So that amendment does not pass on a vote of 8 to 24. So that $90,000 of funding is not added to the budget. We're moving on now. We've completed 5 amendments. We're on the 6th amendment now. That's amendment number 2021006. Add the allowable levy increase for net new construction of 1.15%, or approximately $680,871, and use this increase to reduce the dollar amount of the undesignated general fund balance applied to balance the budget. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen to introduce that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for amendment number 2021006.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021006. Supervisor Rasmussen, would you like to speak on behalf of it?
Yes, I would.
Please go ahead.
Just a quick recap on levy limits. It started in 2005. Levy limits were put on the local governments, including counties. And there was some governments that needed that to rein it in, but there was other governments like ours here, counties that were run decent, townships, things like that, that it really hampered. And there's very little that you get. Net new construction is for the new construction that happened in your area, in your entity. Net new construction does not raise our taxes. It only is there to have those new construction buildings, whatever, pay taxes. Yes, if you vote it down, you get a slight reduction, not enough to even hardly notice. We are increasing our budget by, well, we got a 3% raise. These amendments are about $1.2 million. With a 3% raise and other things in there, it's about $2 million. And to think that we can raise our salary that much, and like I talked about before, and not have a way to sustain that, just doesn't make sense. 680,000 is a portion of that, but to leave that on the table, that just doesn't make sense. Now, I've started from the beginning and said with all this fund balance, we have are we taxing our people too much? I've said that, but I've never proposed not taking the net new construction levy because it's very little that you get. And as I said before, also, we did that. We lowered taxes through the debt levy, and there was a plan put in place to keep that down. So we do need to take this. It's available to us. We take it every year. This barely covers, I mean, it doesn't even come close to covering the increases we're doing, but to leave this on the table just doesn't make any sense to me. So please support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for Vicky Fitzgerald, a couple of questions. First of all, is this unique? Would we the only county that does this? And if you don't know that, Vicky, could you please share with the rest of the county board the information you shared with me when you gave us how much would this impact our tax levy if we did take the new construction? I guess if you want to share your screen, the email that you sent me about Friday, and if you could explain that information to the rest of the county board that you sent to me. Thank you.
Call on Finance Director Fitzgerald to answer that question.
Sure. I'm sharing the screen now. Did that work for everybody?
Yes, we can see it well.
Let me get back to the right one. There we go. I have not asked the other counties if they're taking their net new construction. I know when I worked for the technical college system, we always took our net new construction. So, I mean, from my past, I know that we did that, but not sure on a county level who takes it and who doesn't. So I did put together that what our levy was for operating levy and debt levy in 2021. Our other levy has to do with the public health, the library, and other and culvert aid. So that's why that amount varies. So I can't give you an exact rate because it wouldn't make sense. But our levy in 2021 was $4.95. Our levy, as we have presented it in the executive book, is $4.61. So it did lower operating levy to $3.77. And with our $4 million debt borrowing that we just approved and that we're getting, we lowered our debt levy by 8 cents. So that's how we got to $4.61. That is actually a decrease of 34 cents from the 2021 budget. And that is operating levy decrease of 22 cents. Now, if we took the net new construction, it would put our operating levy up to $3.81 for a total levy of $4.66. So there's only 5 cents difference between taking it or not taking it. So it would still be a lower tax rate from 2021 of 29 cents. So it would take our tax rate in 2021 of $4.95 and bring it down to $4.66. And then again, it would have us apply less general fund balance if we did take it, because currently right now we're saying we're going to apply $2,309,200. It would go down to $1,628,329. Does that help, Supervisor Norton?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vicky.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Fitzgerald. And anything further, Supervisor Norton?
No, I mean, the only thing I would say, I tried to check other counties' budget messages on the web, and none of them are not taking the new net construction. So I think we'd be very unique and maybe not good in that matter. So I would support this amendment.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another reason for supporting this resolution is that we're becoming increasingly aware of the need for evaluating our pay system. And we're going into an analysis of that in this coming year, and we may need to take some action. I know there's a resolution about that on the agenda tonight. So I think the dollars will be needed, and we'll still have a great headline about how the levy is controlled and reduced. So I would encourage us all to vote yes for this.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. I'm wondering if maybe I can step from the chair position and ask Vice Chair Egan to take over, just so I can give a comment that's actually kind of related to what Supervisor Shorsey is referring to. So Vice Chair Egan, can you take the chair for a moment, and then I'll just make a very brief comment because it's timely related to what Supervisor Shorsey was saying. Very good. So Vice Chair Egan has the chair just for the moment. So what Supervisor Shorsey was referring to was one thing I was considering. I think we've heard from some department heads about salary and some concerns about wages. We also have some resolutions that are coming up about the thought of potentially doing a study of wages. And so when I was looking at this resolution and weighing the county executive's goals, weighing the goal of this amendment, and weighing the goal that we've heard from multiple people in regards to salary, I thought I wanted to at least throw out here to the board that one way that could be reconciled with this resolution would actually to be to say to take that $680,871 and add it to the reserve salary contingency line on 58903 on page 568. What essentially it's doing is it's actually putting it in a bucket that that would allow for opportunities for wage adjustments if we deem them appropriate and approved down the road over the next year, and it would be available there. So I wanted to throw that out to the board. And I also wanted clarification, frankly, to see if I'm accurate if the board did decide to go in that direction. So I did want to ask the finance director, Fitzgerald, I didn't ask her before the meeting, if by doing that, that would meet the intent that I'm referring to. Am I accurate if we took that approach, Dr. Fitzgerald, that that would be putting it in right buckets, so to speak, for the intent I'm going for?
For the intent you're going for, yes. I just want to bring up the fact that then it would still be, we'd be applying the same amount of general fund balance as before, the $2.3 million. Just want to make sure you knew that too.
Very good.
But yeah, yep.
Okay, very good. So I am going to offer that up as a motion then.
Amendment.
I'm going to offer that as a motion on line 22 and to say, to take, I have to make sure I word it correctly, at the end of that and say, and adding it to the reserve salaries line item 5903 on page 568 of the budget.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that motion.
And my goal with this was to bring my thoughts and at least for the board to consider it. It's up to the board, of course, to decide whether or not they think that's the most prudent way to go. But I at least wanted to offer up this discussion and give the board an opportunity to consider that approach. So that is the motion on the floor, but I need to turn it over and make sure that Vice Chair Egan now has the floor until this motion is finished. So Vice Chair Egan, you have the chair until this motion is voted up or down.
Egan is muted.
Vice Chair Egan, you need to open up your mic. And I'll repeat the motion so everyone is understanding it. So it'd be on line 22 of the amendment resolution, and it would simply add the words at the end and add it to the reserved salaries line item number 59503 on page 568. Vice Chair Egan, you have the chair.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you well now.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so a motion was made by Chairman Ramos, seconded by Supervisor Fari to go ahead and do the motion that he made. I didn't get the exact wording on it or write it down. Is there any discussion on that motion? Discussion? Supervisor Fari, put your hand, or was that up from before yet?
That was from before, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, not hearing any. We're gonna just
I-
try.
I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't see it. Okay, Supervisor Nussbaum?
Well, I'd like to ask the finance director if she thinks this is a wise thing to do, and in the original amendment also, if she thinks that's a wise thing.
So you're asking me if it's a wise thing to do with the amendment to the amendment? First?
That and the original amendment.
I do think it's probably prudent to take the amount. The county executive did want to have the budget without that. So I do think though, with our raises and all the amendments we have, leaving it on the table wouldn't be the most prudent thing to do. However, we did have a 5-year clawback that we could take it back with a 3/4 vote. So that was, I believe, the county executive's intent if we needed it later. So I do think it's prudent to do that. And I also think it's a good idea to put that salary contingency because I know they're doing a wage, well, coming up is a wage study that you're going to be voting on. And if we do get results from the wage study and need to give raises, that pool will be in there for that as well. So instead of just leaving that on the table.
Thank you, Vicky.
Supervisor Conrad?
Thank you, Vice Chairman Egan. I just wanted a point of clarification, and if I heard Director Fitzgerald correctly, wherever in this amendment it originally said that it will decrease the amount of undesignated general fund balance, because of the new amendment, would we also have to strike that language, or is that still valid?
That would be true, that it will not lower the undesignated general fund balance. Now, because we're putting it as an expense in salary.
Okay, so like on line 21, we would need to strike that part to where it says so as to decrease the amount of, okay, all right, thank you.
That is correct. Thank you for bringing that up.
I believe it's up a little
Just
higher
point it
as
up.
well. Line, there might be a couple other places where we'd have to change that. Okay, thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Supervisor
I was gonna
Conrad?
say-
Go ahead.
Line 5.
Okay.
And then also line 21 or 22.
Line 5 and 6, and then line 21 would be the ones where you would change that to not have that decrease in the undesignated general fund balance applied.
It would increase the salary contingency.
And it would have
Thank
to
you.
say that it increases the salary contingency fund.
Supervisor Rasmussen?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Not real clear on this. What I'm understanding is this would go towards a wage study and only go for the wages that the study says we need to do. Is that correct? Or would it go for the cost of the wage study itself?
If I may, the wage study is a separate amendment made further down. And so that would, in my mind, would be separate unless Chairman Ramos thinks differently.
You are correct that the way I proposed it, it would be separate.
Thank you.
I didn't hear an answer to my question. Would it be just for the wages for the study or for the study itself?
So you are correct, Supervisor Rasmussen. The study would be separate. It would be only for contingency for potential wage.
And then can that be used for anything else? Because if the study doesn't come up with anything, then there that money sits and we've still got, I don't know, $3 million of wage increases that we haven't addressed at all through the levy. Or is there other things that can be used for? Can it be used later on out of that undesignated fund if we need to for something? I just want to make sure that we've got use of it where we need it.
when our normal contingency accounts, we can use it for anything that's deemed necessary, and it has to go before the appropriate committees and board for that approval once we do move that.
Okay, so there's a process for that. Okay, that's good. Thank
There
you.
is definitely a process.
Thank you. Supervisor Challenger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a healthy addition to our budget, one that addresses one of the recurring themes that we heard throughout the department heads and different meetings. I think we should support the amendment to the amendment and go on to approve the amendment as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other hands at this time. Guess we'll call for we heard the motion, heard the second. I don't know, maybe we should do a roll call just to be sure here.
Is this on the amendment?
On the amendment, yes.
On the
Supervisor-
amendment of the amendment.
On the right.
The amendment of the resolution.
Chairman Rasmussen's amendment.
So this is a roll call on Chairman Ramos's amendment.
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Konecki,
Aye.
Supervisor Braun,
Yes, aye.
Supervisor Borchert,
Aye.
Supervisor Eisen,
No.
Supervisor Chairman Ramos,
Aye.
Supervisor Jefferding,
Aye.
Supervisor Lenz,
Aye.
Supervisor Nussbaum,
Aye.
Supervisor Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Albrecht,
Aye.
Supervisor Gabbard,
Aye.
Supervisor Binder,
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad,
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey,
Aye.
Supervisor Gordon,
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren,
Aye.
Supervisor Lautenschlager,
Aye.
Supervisor Norton,
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Aye.
Supervisor Skellinger,
Aye.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Finch,
Can you do a thumbs up or a thumbs down, Supervisor Finch?
that's an up, okay. Supervisor Youngquist,
Aye.
Supervisor Fari,
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
Aye.
Supervisor Keller,
Aye.
Supervisor Egan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis,
Aye.
Supervisor Snyder,
Aye.
Supervisor Jose.
Aye.
Eisen.
31-1.
Okay, that vote was 31-1. That passes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Egan. I'll go ahead and take now back over. I appreciate your assistance, Vice Chair Egan. So that amendment to the amendment passed. So now we are back on the main amendment as amended. So is there any discussion on the main amendment as amended now? If not, we will go to a vote on that. Seeing none, we're going to attempt to do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say nay or raise their Zoom hand.
Nay.
That motion carries. Very good. So that motion passes as amended. And just as a reminder, everyone, it's a simple majority that is needed to pass each amendment. We have completed 6 amendments. We have 15 this afternoon/evening. We'll move on to the 7th amendment. That is amendment number 2021007 at $786,240 to the salary contingency account in the miscellaneous unclassified department budget to aid in the recruitment and retention of employees at the sheriff's office. For that introduction of amendment, I'll call on Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of amendment 2021007.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021007. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you. As you know, and we've talked about this for quite some time now, there is this crisis at the jail. The sheriff, I think, we did a wonderful presentation at our last meeting describing in great detail the cause of the crisis and a possible solution, which was offered in this amendment. We have severe staff shortages. We have open positions. We have employee morale going down, precipitously. We need to maintain at all costs good employees, and we do have great employees. We need to offer them incentives to stay. We need to support our staff. Our main job here is public safety and public health, that of the prisoners as well as the staff and the not just the jail, but the traffic people and all the other departments as part of the jail. I understand the argument that, well, what about other employees? And absolutely, this does not take away our realizing others are deserving as well. This is what I've talked about for a long time now. We need to focus one problem at a time. This is the focus on the crisis in the sheriff's department. We take it very seriously. We take it very seriously by realizing there is a problem, number one, and offering a solution, which is this amendment. So I urge your support of this positive amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Powers, followed by Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to remind the supervisors that when the sheriff spoke, he did talk about how hard it was to keep, especially janitorial staff, that they could make more going to Quick Trip or did he say Target, someplace else. And we want him to be able to keep staff that he needs. And I don't think it's a good idea to outsource that sort of thing to other companies because it's very likely that some of the things in the sheriff's department could be confidential. So I think we need to help him in any way we can to maintain staff. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker will actually be Supervisor Shorsey and then Supervisor Gabbard. Supervisor Shorsey did have her hand up and it fell off for some reason. So first I'm going to call on Supervisor Shorsey and then Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At least at first glance of this, I definitely would encourage us to support this resolution and remind people that we did kind of have a precedent for this with what we did for some of the Parkview positions. So in a urgent situation, we have done this before. I do believe, though, that we have a broader issue of looking at other pay issues in the county. So this is going to be very important to the sheriff's department to keep sheriff's office, I have to get that right, to be market competitive. And there are some fixes that definitely need to be done. So my opinion is let's go for it.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Two clarifications needed. Everybody's referencing keeping staff. I would like to know if this will help us. I believe it will, but I'd like to hear if Sheriff Motz is on. I'd like to hear from him. But will this help us get, let's say, patrol officers that have worked in a different area? So I'm talking lateral moves. Say somebody in Minneapolis has 20 years and they want to come to Winnebago County. Would that be considered under this resolution a lateral move, and we can hire that person and he or she can have a lateral move into the department? And then also just keep in mind when we start doing all this, think ahead to next year's budget, that we're going to have these things in the budget next year, not as amendments or, excuse me, resolutions, but they will be part of our budget dollars for next year. So that being said, Sheriff Motz did a great presentation. I just want a clarification on how this is going to affect. Is it just all for the people that are working there, which I hope not, but we could bring in people from other areas that want to make a lateral move? Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. I'm first going to ask Finance Director Fitzgerald if she could clarify if this was approved, what it would actually do in terms of the budget or abilities with this funding if it was in the budget. I think that's at least partly what Supervisor Gabbard was asking for. Would you be able to answer that, Mr. Fitzgerald?
I believe I understand what you're asking. If this is in the budget, this is above and beyond the salary contingency from the last amendment, correct? I just want to clarify that.
It would be if it was passed.
Okay, this would definitely, we'd have to apply all general fund balance for it this year, and we'd have to find room for it next year. Otherwise, we're going to continue to be on the same process of applying general fund balance each year and never having a balanced budget. So, I mean, it's something we'll have to sustain, but at this point, it would have to all come from general fund balance. Does that answer your question?
That answers that. Yeah, that answers part of it, but maybe somebody can answer whether it's just for the current employees or bringing someone in as a lateral move at the same wages that they were making somewhere else. Is that has that been thought out in this resolution?
So you would ask, oh, please go ahead.
I was going to say, I would defer that to Sheriff Motz. I think he would know.
That's who I was going to go to next. Sheriff Motz, do you want to add some comment and help answer her question?
Certainly. Yes, the wages would apply to the new staff coming in. We have a draft of a lateral transfer policy that was sent to HR in July. I'm waiting for the process to work through, and that will help recruit more individuals. But yes, they would also be eligible for this additional money. So it will help us fill positions. And as far as next year is concerned, as I stated in the presentation, we're spending $24,000 a month just to fill for vacant positions. That's $288,000 a year that I hope to be able to eliminate from our overtime budget. We give back on the average from 2016 to 2019, we've given back almost $1 million from our original budget, but yet we're still at 96 and 97% revenue and expense. So we budget very closely. A lot of that is the benefits piece of it, the way that it's figured by HR, but the history is the history. It's almost $1 million. So I understand that there's concern about follow-on years, but the money is there. We have taken great steps to try to create even more room with our budget this year by elimination of positions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Motz, and thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Rasmussen, followed by Supervisor Brunn. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support Sheriff's Office and what he's trying to do here and his officers there. And Sheriff and I had a nice talk about this. Just some concerns about the future and how this is all going to work. First of all, you're breaking a union contract. And I know how that works, dealing with that. Somehow that has to work both ways. Again, looking ahead, what if we run into a bad time where salaries had to be reduced? Well, the county could reduce everybody else's salary, but would the union then at the sheriff's office say, yep, we'll give back 10% or something? That's a question. Which groups would this apply to? I think that was answered. It wouldn't be to everybody, but if certain groups over there get it, leads to my next problem or question is that's compression. Compression is when people start making more than the people above them. And there was a long time where that was a big issue over there, and we've addressed that over the years. And I know our HR director did a good job of getting that solved. And I got to believe that this is going to bring that right back into play again. So that's a concern. I understand the public safety aspect and everything about this, but be ready for a flood of requests from the other departments, because as soon as someone starts making more money, there they come. You know, we've been dealing with these over the years. I believe Supervisor Shorsey said that through P&F, we get these all the time with different groups, different employees, and they're vetted very well. And Mike Collard comes in with really good information on what that's going to do, how it affects other groups. And I think that's very important, because you got to be thinking of what this is going to do. I think this needs a lot of vetting. I'm going to support this on paper, but I think it's not just a case of, okay, we're just going to throw $3 an hour. I really want to see this come to P&F with some good answers on this stuff, on how this is going to work out. And, you know, on the big picture here, we all talk about what's going on. Everybody's making more money. Everybody wants to make more money. It's a mad challenge. I read in the Oshkosh Herald today that the school district, we got an article in there that they're begging for people. So now it becomes a war of everything. Are we going to start, you know, where's this stuff going to end? And it seems to me, what I keep hearing from everybody, and this is the big picture, not necessarily to the sheriff's office, is people are leaving for more money immediately. They leave here for $2 an hour and they give up $3 an hour in benefits because they want that silver coin in their hand. It's instant gratification. And I think that that's the big picture of what is the new workforce looking for. Maybe we need to quit giving out all these benefits and give them that same value in money. I don't know, just throwing that out there. I know later on here we have an amendment for wage study. I think that has to be part of that. So along with this, we need to just address the big question. We can't just get into a bidding war with everybody, because the next one hurts. What happens? You take everybody out of the grocery store and you can't get your food. You know, where does that end? So like I say, I'm going to support this for its stand, but I really want to see this come back to with a lot of vetting so we get these questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Next speaker is Supervisor Brunn. Please go ahead, Supervisor Brunn.
Simple question, actually, it's for Mike Collard. I'm wondering how, I shouldn't say a simple question, but how this is going to affect your negotiations with the Sheriff's Officers Union. As I understand, the contract is up, and if you're going to give them money for a raise through regular negotiations, now we're going to throw this on top of it, where do we stand with that, Mike? How do you view this as beneficial or not beneficial in negotiations? Because again, that is the only union that we have. So I'll let you comment on it. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Director Collard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Brunn. I had actually raised my hand because I did want to make a comment on the union issue. We do have a settled contract with the union, with the Deputies Association, that runs through the end of 2023. So we have a 3-year contract that we just ratified last fall. So we're not open for negotiations on the contract. So I want to first clarify a couple of things. We do not have the power to unilaterally toss that contract aside and say we're going to apply either higher or lower wages. It is something that has to be negotiated with the union, and that's a little bit tricky because we're not negotiating in an open contract situation. So the county board's action tonight, if this amendment is approved, would be just to really set that money aside in a contingency account so that it could be used and would be available during 2022 if and when we reach an agreement with the union to provide additional wages to certain groups of employees. And the union has, in previous negotiations, been resistant to separating out those groups of employees and providing separate increases for different groups. They may be more open to it now, and that'd be great. We certainly can approach them. So what I would propose to do, if this is approved and if my boss, the county executive, approves, I could certainly approach the union and negotiate with them. And I would be inclined to do it as not a reopening of the entire contract where we set that all aside, but rather to do a side letter agreement, a side agreement that would be temporary in nature and would expire, before the end of the contract, or maybe just at the end of 2023 as kind of an experiment. So that all issues would be open for negotiation when we negotiate the new contract in 2023. But we can't finally decide exactly what the details would look like, because we have to be open to negotiate those details with the bargaining association, with the bargaining unit representatives. And so I understand in general, the plan would be to make provisions for both wage increases for certain groups of employees or employees who are doing certain things, and also provide for some increases and some ability to bring in people from other agencies at a higher rate. Both those things would violate our current contract, but maybe the union is open to doing those. But, so we can't finalize the details of that until after we do that negotiation. And that's why we're just setting the money aside, or proposing to set the money aside in a contingency account. There will need to be further action before we can actually spend that money. There would have to be a union negotiation, then bring that to PNF and then to county board for ratification of the side letter deal that may be produced. Some parts of the sheriff's plan affect non-union members, dispatchers, and management team members in the sheriff's office. Those, of course, don't require union negotiation. Those would be designed to address, as Supervisor Rasmussen mentioned, the compression problems in part, and the problems we have in recruiting and retaining dispatchers. And those would need to be the subject of a resolution to come back to the county board for approval, for the details of how that money would actually be spent as well.
Thank you for that information, Director Collard. Supervisor Brunn, anything further? Very good. We'll move to the next speaker. Supervisor Fari is next, followed by Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Collard has somewhat clarified what I was thinking. When we just approved taking the net new construction money based on your amendment, my thinking was we were setting that money aside in a contingency fund to address resolution 007. And what I'm hearing from Mike is in actuality, that's what we're doing. We're going to be setting this into a contingency fund, salary contingency fund, for available issues like this that come up either obviously next year. So do you confirm my understanding?
Yes, that is correct. The only clarification is that would be additional monies beyond that set aside with the past.
Correct.
Be going in the same contingency account.
Correct. That's the only reason I supported it, because I disagree with taking the net new construction. I favor using more of our reserve funds and returning that to the residents of this county. But based on your amendment, I did support that. So hopefully that would be the intent of what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next speaker is Supervisor Buck, followed by Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is for Director Collard. Did the members have to vote to, number one, open up the contract? That's my first question. Thank you.
I don't believe the members would have to vote to open up the contract, and it would be my preference, something I would certainly discuss with the union, to not actually open up the contract per se. That's kind of a technical distinction in the bargaining law. I would not want to reopen the entire contract, but just propose what we call a side letter agreement to provide for an additional pay differential to be paid in appropriate situations or to certain groups of employees. In terms of the union's own internal process, how they would decide whether or not to approve that, I'm not completely certain whether they would need to bring that to the full membership for a vote. That would be up to them, frankly, and their bylaws. But we would not bring it to the county board for approval until after the union had approved it through whatever process is appropriate for them.
Gotcha. That was my next question. I would, this being a public forum, if we approve this money, I'm sure if I'm a member, I'm going to the leadership and saying we should approve this right away, and why isn't this being done? So I don't foresee a big issue with for this folks in this unit to accept this or fight this. So I would think that they would be happy to accept this. So thank you for your questions, Director Collard.
Thank you, Director Collard, for that information. Thank you, Supervisor Buck. Next speaker is Supervisor Binder, followed by Supervisor Conrad. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
I'd just like to say at the legislation meeting, we were informed that Waupun State Prison maximum security is running at 50% for their correction officers. They can't get anybody. What we're going to get into is a bidding war. If we raise our wages $2 an hour and we take people from Outagamie or the city of Oshkosh, they're going to raise their wage $1. And it's going to be the same situation. We got hospitality aides at Parkview. Starting pay for them is $13.22 an hour. We're over 20 CNAs and hospitality aides short. We don't seem to worry about our elderly people, that they work their whole life. We need to take care of everybody in this county. Yes, that we may be short a patrol officer or two, but what about the person at Parkview that has to wait extra maybe half an hour to get a hospitality aide or a CNA to help feed them or to help them go to the bathroom? This is a problem that has to be addressed throughout the county. We can solve one problem at a time, or we could basically lay this over and basically try to do the whole county at one time, because there's not a department in the county that doesn't have a crisis when it comes to basically employment. Everybody's shorthanded. Everybody thinks, well, more money will solve the problem. But like I say, our county exec basically offered $16 to $20 an hour for pizza makers. He got 5 applications. I don't think it's a money issue. I think you have to get people that want to do the job, and I'll support this only on the basis if he thinks that's going to work. I think all that's going to happen is the city of Oshkosh, if we take a couple of their people, they'll add another $1 to it, and some of ours are going to go there. And in a lateral transfer move, could you imagine if you worked for our county for 4 years and you hire somebody from another county and give them 16 years worth of experience and 4 weeks vacation, and now the person that you basically work for our county knows our system, he's getting 2 weeks vacation? How would that make you feel? I know what I'd be doing. I'd be looking for a different job. But I guess I don't know what we do, but we have to address all the issues in the county. The people at Parkview that are waiting and ringing their buzzer and nobody's coming, it's not fair to them either. And somebody making $13 and 22 cents an hour, we need to help them. I mean, it's not fair to the residents to give them that type of service. And we're lucky. We still rated #1 nursing home in the area, because of the good people we have. They basically work through their lunch, work through their breaks, because they know they have to help these people, and we're not getting the staff to give them the support that they need. So hopefully we can address everybody in the county and not just the jail. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Next speaker is Supervisor Conrad. Please go ahead, Supervisor Conrad.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I just wanted to say that what this amendment is saying, we're taking money out of the undesignated general fund balance for something that we're not even sure if it's going to be negotiated, with the labor group. Whether we move it now or move it in March or move it in July, it's still going to be in the undesignated general fund balance. So is there a benefit to moving it now and encumbering it in that area? Or do we just wait until Director Collard would come back and say he's come to an agreement and he gives us an exact dollar amount rather than what the sheriff put together, which is a good plan, but we don't know how the group is going to come together on it. So at this point, I don't know that I'm going to support it, combined with the fact we just put $680,000 into this account. Is that, am I correct in saying that the money will still be there? We're not, as long as we don't spend it on something else, it's still going to be in that undesignated fund, correct?
So Supervisor Conrad, I'm gonna ask Finance Director, I believe you're correct technically about that, but I'm gonna ask her to answer your question as well as to make clear to everyone what this resolution does and does not do if it passes. So Director Fitzgerald, could you answer his question and make certain everyone's clear on what this potentially would do and not do?
Sure, Chairman Ramos. Thank you. I did want to clarify that too, and that's why I had my hand raised. First off, yes, I mean, our general fund balance is there, but if they came forward later, they'd just have to go through their committees, P&F and the board, and then ask for the general fund balance at that point. So you are correct, it would be there if we don't budget it now to take it. I just wanted to also clarify because I felt that possibly Supervisor Fari was thinking that our last amendment was part of this, but if we pass this plus the last amendment that already passed for $680,871, this would add an additional $786,240 to the salary contingency account. Plus, I already have $100,000 in there in the executive budget, so I would have $1,567,111 in there if both pass. And these do increase my expenses. Thus, this one would then need more general fund balance used. The one for $680,000 was a wash because I'm taking that extra in the net new construction and the operating levy.
Thank you for clarification. That's what I was trying to explain earlier, but I think you explained it better than I did, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, Supervisor Fari, this would be an additional one to the same line item as what was approved in the prior amendment with the 680,000. That's what she's referring to. And there's only one other clarification I guess I would add is just so everyone's on the same page. The way this amendment is written, technically, if it was approved, you would be putting this additional funding in that reserve account. That reserve account is not specific to any one department. Even though there's an intent here, it's not specific to any one department. So I just want to make sure folks do that because that is the way this amendment is written. And I'm correct on that, Director Fitzgerald. Yes, very good.
That is correct.
So Supervisor Fari, any other questions?
A comment, I think, would be proper here. I'm going to agree with Supervisor Bender. Generally speaking, this, if approved, is just the beginning of concerns our departments are going to have about compensation. When we talk about essential workers, we not only talk about law enforcement, highway department, land and water conservation, Parkview, parks. Our county employees are all essential, perhaps with different degrees of essentially. So maybe it's a good idea to have over $1 million in that fund because perhaps this needs to be addressed more broadly with all.
Supervisor Fari, we missed just the last 5 seconds. I think you got muted. And if you could open up your mic, Supervisor Fari, it looks like it got muted.
Okay, there we go. How about now? Can you hear now?
Well, we heard most of it, but you were concluding and we missed the last line or so.
Yeah, I didn't mute myself. I don't know how that happened, but I was saying it's a good thing perhaps that this money is going into a fund that will be well over $1 million, as Vicky has stated, because all of the departments, all of the employees are going to have the same issues and concerns. And perhaps we need enough money in there to address them all, as Mr. Bender was also referring to, I think.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Supervisor Wingren, followed by Supervisor Schellinger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for the honest and open discussion. I think we've said about all there is to say and on this difficult topic. I hope we do the right thing and support our sheriff's department. So I call the question.
Very good. So Supervisor Wingren is.
I can remove myself from the queue.
And Supervisor Schellinger is okay about with that. So since he was the last one, we don't need to take a vote on calling the question because there's no one else in the queue. I'm accurate, Supervisor Schellinger? Very good. So we will then go to a vote. So everyone's clear. It's on amendment number 2021007 at $786,240 to the salary contingency account in the miscellaneous unclassified department budget to aid in the recruitment and retention of employees at the sheriff's office. We will attempt to do this by a voice vote. If we're not clear, obviously we'll go to a roll call, but we will attempt. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay and raise their Zoom hand.
Nay. Nay.
That motion carries. Very good. And just as a reminder, we need a simple majority for each amendment to pass. So we are now concluded with 7 of the amendments.
No.
The 8th one, which is the last one on the second page. So that's amendment number 2021008. Adds $62,007 to the county board's department budget for a $200 per month salary for the 36-member county board, along with the associated FICA Medicare tax. The introduction of that amendment, I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe I'm audio here.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, so I move for approval of amendment number 2021-008.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021008. You have any further comments, Supervisor Fari? Please
I
go ahead.
do, several, thank you. Let me start by saying this amendment adds money to the county board budget, but not for this board. This money is for the new board that will be elected the next term, next April. That needs to be very clear. So we're not giving ourselves a raise. That's not what this is about. This initiative stems from comments that were made going back to when we were looking at the district sizes, comments from the Judicial Committee, members of that committee. And also I will reference 2 other counties that already have a salary, and that's Outagamie County, our neighbors to the north, a substantial salary, I might add, and Brown County up in the Green Bay area. They have a salary also. When we get in other parts of the state, there are also salaries offered to county boards. So the question is, and I know this is controversial, and I suspect there's going to be some that will certainly oppose it. The question that was raised by the Judicial Committee was one of the reasons they wanted to reduce to 28 was to make the supervisor districts more competitive. A true statement. But we chose to keep it at 36. One of the reasons that we probably can make it more competitive is to offer at least a base salary. So those people that work can become interested in county government and perhaps seek it. Those people that are certainly only have small committee assignments would benefit from this also, because we have supervisors only making $100 a month, and they do as much work as a guy that's making $500 a month. We have supervisors that actually have to take off work to go to board meetings, committee meetings, etc. So a lot of us current supervisors are very dedicated. Providing a small salary will also hopefully enhance that for the next board to be elected and boards after that. Now, let me be clear on something. If we approve this, it goes into the budget. But in order to make it specific, we need to pass a resolution or amend the resolution we currently have. And that would have to be done, obviously, before December 1st. So I hope you'll give this due consideration, because I think it's probably what we need to do to convince people to become more interested in county government and provide at least some reward for that. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Ellis. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Just a personal statement, and then I'll carry on from there. I didn't take out nomination papers back in 2007 to make money on this job. This is a community service I do. I don't care whether I make $10 for a meeting or no dollars. I don't really care. That's not what this is about. This is serving the community as a whole. So $200 a month doesn't make me more ambitious to go for this.
Yes.
And I don't want to raise. If I were to get elected, I don't really want to raise at all. I want to do the job for what I was elected to do, and the money is not an issue to me at all. I don't know if you're going to recruit a lot more people in the future when you tell them they make $200 a month. I don't think that's incentive in my book. I can't vote for this. We gave ourselves a raise for $75 a meeting and $50 for committee meetings. That to me even bothered me. So I'm not going to vote for this because, like I said, my goal here is not to be paid for a job, just to do the job. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Ellis, followed by Supervisor Defferty. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis.
Thank you, Chairman. Just quite a question for Vicky at this particular time. I was just wondering why this would have to go in the budget at this particular time.
Director Fitzgerald, would you be able to answer his question?
Yes, well, in order to be in the county board's budget to pay this out, we would put it in now. I mean, it wouldn't start until May to pay, but otherwise they wouldn't have the money in the budget. So I mean, if you chose not to do it today, we could still bring it before all committees and PNF and the board at a later time to put it in the county board's budget. But we just knew that if it was an expense for next year, we would include it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Fitzgerald. Anything further, Supervisor Ellis?
No, that was it. That's just a question on that.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Ellis. Next speaker is Supervisor Defferty, followed by Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. It's I'm a little conflicted on this, just thinking about it. I get what Supervisor Fari is trying to do. There's I'm one of those people that have a day job as well. And I'm one of those that have to take time off of work to make some of the meetings. And there's been times where, unfortunately, I've been almost a little bit late because of it. And so there are times too where we have to exhaust our vacation times in order to make some of these meetings. And I understand that this is a job where you're serving the people. It's not about the money. It never should be about the money. But at the same time, we also have bills to pay. We've got a mortgage to pay. We've got we've got an electrical bill to pay, just like everyone else. And so for the amount of work that you put in, this might be able to help people to still make those payments and not worry about how much less they're going to be making at their typical day job. So at the same time, though, I mean, I don't want this to make it seem like this is about the money. And so I'm very conflicted on this, and I just wanted to voice that opinion, voice that conflict.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferty. Next speaker is Supervisor Buck, followed by Supervisor Conrad. Please go ahead, Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is well intentioned by Mr. Fari. I would like to add that, we have tried to move some of the committee meetings to later at night. As somebody that does, you know, like Supervisor Defferting, takes vacation, that kind of stuff like that. I think those types of things are more of our issue. If we want to recruit people, if we want to recruit younger people, we have to be flexible to not have, you know, committee meetings at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's just not doable for some folks. So I appreciate what Supervisor Fari is doing. I think, you know, it has good intentions, but I don't think any of us, so the 36 supervisors here, are doing it for the money. We're doing it to support our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Buck. Next speaker is Supervisor Conrad, followed by Vice Chair Egan. Please go ahead, Supervisor Conrad.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I agree with Supervisor Defferting and Supervisor Buck, also being someone who has a full-time job and taking time off from that to attend these meetings. And I agree with Supervisor Gabert. I do this more out of my civic duty. I don't do this because of the money. I know everybody's a little different, and that's fine. I guess I have a question on it. Will this replace the stipend or the amount that we currently are being paid for attending meetings? Is this a replacement for that, or is this in addition to? And maybe Supervisor Fari could answer that.
Supervisor Fari, would you like to follow up, answer his question?
Most certainly would. The intent is in addition to that. However, if it's passed and we start reviewing the ordinance, which needs to be amended, then that could be debated further. But my intent is in addition to it.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari, for that clarification. Anything further, Supervisor Conrad?
No, I appreciate the clarification, but I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Conrad. Next speaker is Vice Chair Egan, followed by Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Vice Chair Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see what Supervisor Fari is doing, but I have to agree with Supervisor Gabbert. When I took over this job, I didn't know that it paid anything. And I went ahead and done it as what they were saying is a civic duty. And I don't know, we've been talking all night. Well, no matter what you pay the people, is it really going to matter? Are there a couple $100 underneath their nose? Is it going to matter? Are they going to really run and work for the county or not? Or are they, you know, if they won't go downtown and work for $15, $17 an hour, are they going to come and work for $200 more? So I have a hard time, in as much as I agree with Supervisor Fari in one way, I will also not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Egan. Next speaker is Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Zelmer. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A point of clarification. The question was asked, could we do this next year and go through committee and that? This needs to be done before December 1st. Now, here's how the law states. If you're going to seek office, and we also would start nomination papers December 1st, the clerk has to notify you at your request how much you will be compensated. So if this passes, that would be part of that compensation. If we don't pass it, she's not going to say that, but you can't do it after papers are taken out. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and I'll just clarify. I'll clarify, Supervisor Fari, one step further, and certainly if I'm wrong, Corporation Counsel can tell me. You are correct that there would have to be before December 1st, but in addition, you made a reference to that resolution. That subsequent resolution would also have to be passed before December 1st. Because if you don't have the funding in place and the resolution passed, then you wouldn't be able to do it before.
That's correct. Yes, that would have to be done this November. Yeah.
Correct.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And you had stated it earlier, but I just wanted to reiterate it, given that question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Anything further, Supervisor Fari?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Supervisor Zelmer. Please go ahead, Supervisor Zelmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't support this resolution. there's people out of work who can't find work, even though there's jobs out there. They might not have transportation. Our elderly folks that are on a fixed income. And I know this wouldn't be a big bite out of our budget, but we have to think of those folks. So I think it's a little too costly for the county. Gee, there's people that are struggling out there, and we want to get a raise. I don't think we really need one. So I cannot support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Zelmer. Next speaker is Supervisor Borchert. Please go ahead, Supervisor Borchert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a tendency of supporting this resolution. And the reason is that I may not take the money, but somebody else that's thinking about coming in, it may help them make the difference. I'm a crossing guard. I get paid for that, but that goes to another charity. So you have an option of getting rid of it if it comes in. It's just, it gives those people that are a little bit on the edge something to help them in doing this work. So I would support this resolution.
Thank you, Supervisor Borchert. Any other county supervisors who would like to speak on the amendment? So it's amendment number 2021-008 at $62,007 to the county board's department budget for a $200 per month salary for the 36-member county board, along with the associated FICA Medicaid tax. I'll call on Supervisor Konecki.
Matter if one committee or 4 committees, and I'm just getting $200 a month just for being a county supervisor. Is that right?
So if this would pass, yes, that would be part of the compensation. And for being in the position, you get a minimum of $200 a month.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Konecki. Any other further discussion? I don't see any other hands.
Call the question.
The question is effectively called. We have no one else to speak, so we'll go to a vote. We're going to do this as a voice vote. And if it's not clear, we will go to a roll call. Okay, so once again, we're on amendment number 2021-008 at $62,007 to the county board's department budget for $200 per month salary for the 36-member county board, along with the associated FICA Medicare tax. If you are in favor, say aye.
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 If you are opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Hey,
You will need to go to a roll call. So I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. If you are in favor of adding the $62,007 and the $200 per month salary, then you are going to say aye. If you do not want to add it, then you would say nay. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Konecki,
Nay.
Supervisor Brun,
nay,
Supervisor Borchert,
Yes.
Supervisor Eisen,
No.
Chairman Ramos,
No.
Supervisor Defferting,
No.
Supervisor Lenz,
No.
Supervisor Nussbaum,
Nay.
Supervisor Stafford,
No.
Supervisor Albrecht,
Aye.
Supervisor Gabbert,
No.
Supervisor Binder,
No.
Supervisor Conrad,
No.
Supervisor Shorsey,
No.
Supervisor Gordon,
Yes.
Supervisor Wingren,
No.
Supervisor Lautenschlager,
No.
Supervisor Norton,
No.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Nay.
Supervisor Skellinger,
No.
Supervisor Buck,
No.
Supervisor Powers,
No.
Supervisor Cox, Supervisor Cox, Supervisor Finch, oh, okay. Supervisor Youngquist,
No.
Supervisor Fari,
Yes.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
No.
Supervisor Keller,
No.
Supervisor Egan,
No.
Supervisor Ellis,
No.
Supervisor Snyder,
Yes.
Supervisor Joes.
No.
Oh, no, Supervisor Cox. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Is that it?
No.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Cox.
No.
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. We got your vote. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Supervisor Forsy. Yes, Supervisor Forsy.
could we possibly take a comfort break for 5 minutes?
Sure. So what we'll do is we will confirm this vote tally so everyone is aware. And then we will take a comfort break until 7:40.
Thank you. Thank you.
The vote was,
5 to 27.
so the vote was 5 in favor, 27 opposed. That amendment doesn't pass. So we'll take approximately 5-6 minute break until 7:40 and then we'll reconvene. Very good. Okay, it's just a little past 7:40, so we'll go ahead and reconvene and continue with our amendment considerations. So just so everyone is on the same page, we have now completed 8 of the amendments. So we are on the 9th amendment, which is at the top of the 3rd page. So that's amendment number 2021009. Add 23,000 to the county board budget to upgrade open meeting technologies voting software. And for introduction of that amendment, I'll call on Vice Chair Egan.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chairman, I move for the approval of amendment number 2021009.
Second.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021009. We'll open it up for any questions or discussion, but I'll just add, so everyone's on the same page. The reason we are considering this is that our roll call system needs to be updated or upgraded by the end of 2022, or it will be obsolete. And at that time, we either will have had to have upgraded it, or we would have had to then entered into a new system to replace. I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that that was the reason that this is coming forward at this time. So I'll call on Supervisor Snyder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering if this project would also entail a suggestion I made a couple of years ago, or maybe longer. We have people giving presentations on a continual basis in front of us when we're in chambers. And it seems like they are turning around to view the screen quite often, and that takes them away from the microphone. So I had suggested we get some either parabolic mics or something, you know, that you can hang on your ear, so that people could be not tethered to the microphone that's on the podium there. Just wondering if that project also includes that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not aware of whether it does, but here's what I can tell you, Supervisor Snyder, is if this funding is approved in the budget, we would have a roll call organization, which actually is now called Open Meeting, or will be called Open Meeting, come and give a presentation as to what an update would mean and what the functionality of it would be in the near future. And so we'd be able to answer that question for you at that time. Any other questions, Supervisor Snyder? Nope. And I'll call next on Supervisor Nussbaum, followed by Vice Chair Egan. Please go ahead, Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this a problem we just found out about, or why is it in the budget now?
That's
mean,
a
why
fair
are-
question. Yep, that's an absolutely good question. The honest answer is, no, we knew this before budget. I don't recall when we knew it before budget, but I know I was told before budget. The bottom line is I didn't put it in. That's the honest answer. I should have, the truth be told. And then county clerk reminded me afterward.
Thank you.
That's the honest answer. Thank you, Supervisor Nussbaum. Next speaker is Vice Chair Egan, followed by Supervisor Lenz. Please go ahead, Vice Chair Egan.
I'm good. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Chair Egan. Next speaker is Supervisor Lenz. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to state one point, and that is that it's of good practice to keep your applications, your systems up to date for security reasons. And being that this is a voting app, I think this is a wise move to invest in upgrading.
Thank you, Supervisor Lenz. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on amendment number 2021-009? That would be to add $23,000 to the county board budget to upgrade the open meeting technologies voting software. Okay, seeing none, we'll attempt to do a voice vote, and if we're uncertain, we'll go to a roll call vote. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. So we'll move on to the next amendment. So we're on the 10th amendment of 15. So that's amendment number 2021010. Add $50,000 to the human resources budget for a countywide wage study. And for that introduction, I will call on Supervisor Albrecht. Please go ahead, Supervisor Albrecht.
Well, I brought this resolution in just so that for the fact that I could, we've lost a lot of nice, good people in the last year, and we should update our wages. We're behind times, and I feel as though it's time to update the wages for Winnebago County. We had done it quite a few years ago, but it's time to do it again.
Thank you, Supervisor Albrecht. So that's a motion to approve the amendment. Is there a second?
Second. I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021-010. We'll open it up for further discussion. I see a number of hands. So first I'll call on Supervisor Schellinger, followed by Supervisor Defferting. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have two questions about the study itself. One, how long is the study going to take? And then will we get the results in time for department heads to inform their 2023 budgets?
Supervisor Albrecht, would you like to
Yes,
answer?
you'll get, that'll all be done in time for that to happen. But what we need to do is we're losing a lot of nice people, and we have to go forward to try to do something to hold them, to keep them in our corporation.
I totally agree. I think that has been the theme of this budget session, that there's been some gaps that it looks like we're taking some steps to correct. It's good to hear that the study is going to be complete in time for department heads to put that into their 2023 budget requests. I think that's imperative for this to be successful, given that we seem to be in a rapidly evolving labor landscape. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger, and thank you, Supervisor Albrecht. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Defferting, followed by Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question of where that $50,000 came from. Is this just kind of like just some sort of amount that we put out and just say, okay, let's just say 50,000, or did we actually get back a number in regards to doing this wage study?
Some years back, when I was chair, I had put in $50,000 in my budget to do a wage study. I thought that would probably be the same amount. If it's not the same amount and it's less, we'll refer it back. It'll be turned back to the general fund.
All right, that's a copy.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting, and thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Albrecht. I can remember that as well. Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey, followed by Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to mention that we might want to have Mike Collard chime in here, because he has mentioned this at our Personnel and Finance Committee meetings. And the other thing I would like to go on record is asking that when we do this survey, that we take a look at total compensation packages and also include private and nonprofit sectors. I'm under the impression that we just looked at counties, comparing counties before, and I think it's important that we also make sure that we are in line with the private and not-for-profit sectors. So I would like to go on record requesting that be included in the wage surveys or the compensation survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey.
I have no problem with that, but it has to go out for bid, and he can ask for some of that information on his bid request.
Thank you, Supervisor Albrecht, and that's certainly absolutely correct. I'll next call on Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly will support this with an emphasis on the comment that I hope we retain somebody other than what we've had previously. So like you say, it's going out for bid, so maybe we can get a little different direction from a different firm. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard, and then we'll follow by Director Collard to answer that question that Supervisor Shorsey was asking to clarify some of the other. So please go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Okay. I'm going to support this in hopes that, as Supervisor Fari said, we get someone else than we had in the past. And mainly my concern is here, we don't want to forget the hospitality aides at Parkview, which we need to look at. And so I'm hoping whatever firm we get does a reality check and looks at certain things in our county as unique. I'm not sure a lot of places have county nursing homes that have hospitality aides, but if you guys were ever out there or had a relative out there, they play an important role and they're not paid enough. So that's my sales pitch, other than I'm hoping whoever we get does a really fine job of analyzing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next, we'll go to Human Resources Director Collard. Please go ahead, Director Collard. I know Supervisor Shorsey had that one specific question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I kept track of all the questions, but there are several, probably several things I can help clarify. So please let me know, Supervisor Scorsese, if I fail to answer your question. But just to provide a little historical information, yes, when we completed the study in 2016, started implementing our new compensation plan in 2016 as a result of the study. It had been discussed for a couple of years before that. There were $50,000 put in the budget, I think for 2016 to cover that study, but there was also 20,000 carried over. So if I remember correctly, I believe there was a budget of 70,000 for the study. And we went out to bid and spent about 60,000 for the compensation plan study. Now that was probably a more difficult study in some ways than we'd have to do now, because we had a lot of problems to fix. And I believe we had at that time 19 different compensation schedules for different groups of employees that we had to consolidate into one. And our job descriptions weren't in good shape and so forth. So starting out from a much better position in terms of having a cleaner plan for the consultant to look at. That said, it's hard to predict for me how much money we would need to spend. We're 6 years down the road. I had always planned to do an update of our compensation plan, have a consultant come in and at least look at a few select positions, ones we were having particular problems with. So I had budgeted actually $20,000 this year to do that. No, I'm sorry, it was $10,000, I believe. So for 2022, the 10,000 wouldn't have gotten us very far, and with new executive and other things going on and the upheaval caused by the pandemic, we didn't get that study done obviously in 2021. So I included, no, it was $20,000 in the budget for 2021. I added another 10,000 in our current executive budget for 2022, with the intent that we would roll over the 20,000 budgeted for 2021 and have 30,000 available for that purpose. Clearly, that would not be enough to do a complete study. So if this amendment passes, there would be the 50,000 plus the 20,000 rolled over, plus the 10,000 already included in the budget, for a total of 80, which is a much more reasonable amount to expect to get a more comprehensive study done. I still can't guarantee that would, be enough to do everything we might want to do, but it's a reasonable budget to at least start out with. And in part, what you have to pay depends on what you ask to have done. I do think we had an exceptional value 5 years ago, and we had this done for about $60,000. There were counties I know of that did studies about the same time in 2016 or 2017 that spent up to $180,000 for a similar size county just on the study. But certainly we'll want to be as cost effective as possible and get the best bid we can to do the study. When we did the study in 2016, first of all, on timing, we started actually working with the consultant on the study in November of 2015 and had a resolution passed by the county board adopting the new pay plan in July of 2016. So again, that was what was considered a very compressed time schedule for that comprehensive a study. It's about 9 months of total work, and it really needed the 9 months. Again, I know of other counties that took a year and a half, or 2 years to have similar work done. But I don't think this would take as long. As I said, we're not quite in this the same shape. We're in a much cleaner starting position. So yes, it would certainly be the goal to get the study completed to affect 2023 labor budgets for departments. We can't guarantee any of that until we actually put it out for bids and talk to consultants and see what we can get done. And we did last time, of course, use a total rewards approach. Total compensation was looked at by the consultant. Would certainly want to do that again. The last time around, the 2016 study, the consultant focused on not just counties, but just public sector in Wisconsin. So it's counties and cities and so forth, villages, towns, technical colleges maybe, but no private sector. So if that's something we want to include, there's some other elements that go into that. Obviously, that would be a difference. And again, I don't know who the consultant would be. I thought we were satisfied with the consultant services last time. And I thought we had very good value from that. But there are a lot of people obviously available that do this sort of study. And we'd certainly want to investigate them all and make a good decision about that. So I'm not positive if I've answered Supervisor Scorse's question, but if I haven't, please let me know.
I just have a comment that in the last year, different departments have lost some very good employees to neighboring counties, and we have to address that.
Thank you, Supervisor Albrecht. I see one other hand up, Supervisor Schellinger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Feels like a very, very compressed timeline to make it happen in time for department heads to be able to incorporate the findings into their budget without it being a last minute add-in. This year from the middle of July to the end of July is sort of the time frame that was set up for department heads to submit materials to finance. That I think if you put something out for bid tomorrow, you probably have some time that has to stay open, some time to evaluate and whatnot. I'm sure you can get it done. I think this board though has made pretty clear in some of the amendments that we've made that attracting staff is a priority for us, and a recognition that this is a moment for that. I want to make sure that we also aren't setting ourselves up for something that isn't able to be implemented in time to match the moment, so that the effects that Supervisor Albrecht was talking about don't continue to impact us negatively, so that we're back here in a year from now with labor budgets that aren't coming close to what we budgeted for, more work that isn't being done, and continuing to experience problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Okay.
And if you could please unmute your mic, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this is such an important item, why don't we just drop the item from the budget and take it up at the next business meeting for the county board and pass it in the 2021 so that we can get started on it.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask Mike Collard a question. I don't know if it's fair or not, but I want to ask it. If we did a wage and compensation study now, the economic conditions that we're in now, we were talking about people getting to bidding wars for employees before, keep raising salaries. It's pretty dynamic right now. It's based on what's happened during the recent economy and the recent pandemic. So if we did a study now, do you think that the study that we'd be doing now would be able to be good enough that it not only handles the situation that we're in now, but it'll handle what happens next year and the year after that and then the year after that? I think things are changing so fast now. I just don't know how long or how good or how much knowledge we could get by having a study done now. I know we have to do something, but what do you think about it being able to predict what we need to do for the next few years?
Dr. Collard, your thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Keller. Difficult question. Frankly, the concerns you're expressing are part of the reason didn't really try to do to bring in a consultant in 2021 this year. Things are changing so rapidly, and it's a different world in the labor market. Nothing that I've ever experienced before in my career. But frankly, I think some help, is called for. I could certainly use some guidance and some expertise from a consultant on how to deal with some of the changing marketplaces we have. I don't think there's any time where we're going to be able to make a change to our pay plan and then have it run on autopilot for 10 years. That's not going to happen, but maybe a couple of years and check in periodically. So no, but I don't have any good suggestion when that would happen. And in regard to Supervisor Schellinger's comment, if I may, one option would be, since we do have some money budgeted for 2021 already, $20,000 roughly in our current budget that could be used for this, it would be possible to certainly get the bidding process started once the board passes the 2022 budget, and we know that money is going to be there. That would put us in good shape to submit requests for proposals that would be broad enough in scope, to use that money, most of which would be actually spent in 2022. So we wouldn't necessarily have to wait till January. I don't think it would be an advantage to have a county board resolution at the general meeting in November, for instance. We don't really need that money added to the 2021 budget. What we have now is adequate to get started. The important thing is knowing that, how much money would be available in the coming year so that we would be able to tailor the scope of services appropriately.
Thank you, Director Collard. Anything further, Supervisor Keller?
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Now, I don't see any other hands raised. Any other county board supervisor with any other thoughts in regards to Amendment 2021 010? Okay, seeing none. So just so we're all on the same page, it's amendment number 2021-010 at $50,000 to the human resources budget for a countywide state study. We'll go to a vote. We'll first attempt to do a voice vote on this, and if we need clarification, then we'll switch to a roll call vote. But if you are in favor of it, you're going to say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say nay. So all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
That motion carries. Very good. So we will move on to the next amendment. We have 5 more to go. So we're on Amendment 11. That's amendment number 2021011, adding 1 full-time human resources advisor position to the table of organization for the Human Resources Department at a cost of $93,785. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Schellinger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move for amendment 2021011.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021011. Supervisor Schellinger, any further comments?
Yes, thank you. So this amendment creates a new position in the Human Resource Department. The position will help speed up the recruitment, screening, and interviewing process so that open positions can be filled quicker and we can reduce inefficiencies and expenses that are caused by vacant positions. I think this was a theme that we heard over and over again throughout the budget sessions, that department heads had a lengthy process or lengthy time to go through the hiring process. So that part of the aim is to reduce the wait to fill positions. Director Collard told us that HR sometimes has to hold up the schedule of positions that get posted to make sure that his team has the capacity to process things as they can and not get overwhelmed. So again, this would hopefully reduce some of that log jamming so that positions aren't just ready to be posted and sitting in the Human Resource Department. We also heard about some HR functions that have either been sent out to department heads to do, dropped by the wayside. And so hopefully bringing some additional capacity to the department would allow for the restoration of some of those. One example that we heard of something that we hope that the director hopes to bring back is monthly manager meetings that were just sort of eaten up by other activities. I think this is in line with the executive's goal of trying to build a pipeline of workers in our county. We obviously can't do that if we're not running on full employment or as much as can be expected. This is something that to me was illuminated during the budget, so it has not been vetted by the Personnel and Finance Committee. And I certainly welcome their comments and hope folks will give them their due deference on the subject. That is so. Yeah, I hope folks will support this and pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Supervisor Schellinger first told me about this, I was almost automatically in favor of this. We were told that sometimes it takes upwards of 3 months to find someone to replace or to fill a position. And this is a great county to work for. We're not so far north that we're isolated in the deep woods, and we're not so far south that we're swallowed up by the big cities of Madison and Milwaukee. And this is a great location, and people should be just flocking to come work here. And if we had someone in human resources who could begin vetting people for positions sooner than what's going on now, I think it's a great idea. I'm going to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple thoughts about this. And that is one, I'd like to hear from Mike Collard again, just to get his reflection on this. And I also think it would be interesting to know if there is already a benchmark, a target for processing replacements. And just a note to Mike that I think this is a great opportunity to use a lean process improvement to really analyze how the work flows and look for opportunities to, again, shorten that process time for hiring vacancies, assuming if they're applying. So there's that caveat as well. But if Mike could address that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Human Resources Director Collard, if you could answer her question and thoughts regarding this position.
Sure, it's we do track our recruitment process in terms of recording when we get a request to fill a position, when it's posted, when are the interviews, when is an offer made, and so forth. We don't really have a benchmark, and we find it varies quite greatly. The biggest problem we run into is just the reduction in available candidates. We are not getting the applications we used to get. And that results in a lot of delays in and of itself. We have so many positions where instead of just putting up a posting for 2 or 3 weeks, we put up a posting for 2 or 3 weeks, look at the candidates, put it up for another couple of weeks, look at the candidates, maybe do some interviews. Maybe people show up for interviews, maybe they don't. If they do show up and are considered qualified, maybe they get an offer and maybe they say no because it's just a difficult marketplace. And that's certainly not consistently the same level of problem for every position. Some positions we do much better than other kinds of positions. But it's a lot more work than it used to be to fill one vacancy. And then we look at the number of vacancies we have. It's, again, not necessarily a reflection on us as an employer, but so much as I think the changing landscape in the labor markets. People switch jobs more often than they used to. And that's been a long-term trend. We've seen that was kind of a gradual trend until it became a sudden trend, because the people just don't stay in jobs and they don't think as much about a long-term relationship with one employer as they do about moving from one thing to another as interest takes them. So we have a lot of postings. I mean, we have a meeting, for instance, of our recruiting team every week within HR. We happen to have one this morning. It's usually Thursdays. We had it Wednesday because the clerical person who actually puts up the postings is going to be out tomorrow. And we looked at 11 different positions and we posted 9 of them, and I couldn't post more than 9. In 1 week because we as a team can't handle it. So that's a problem, and it does result in some delays that are beyond the delays we're getting anyway from the market. So yeah, if this is approved and we get a new person, I certainly would want to retool our whole process and take a look at what some other counties are doing and streamline and make sure we're on top of reaching out to people in a more timely fashion because we don't want to add anything to our difficulties.
Thank you, Director Collard. Anything further, Supervisor Shorsey? Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Stafford. Please go ahead, Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions. So when this was described, we included all of the human resources function within each of the funnels. Is this one a recruiting position specifically, or is this more like a generalist versus a specialist? I'm a little confused on what the role is of this position.
I'll call first on Supervisor Schellinger for his thoughts on what he was trying to achieve with this position. Supervisor Schellinger?
Yeah, I think Director Collard may have a more official HR, sort of description of this. What I approached him with was to say I observed this problem that we, 1, can't have a lengthy process to hire, 2, are queuing the work. And then 3, have some HR functions that we were doing and want to be doing, but haven't had the capacity, and sort of not thinking that this is a blip, but more of a trend that we're going to continue to experience. I asked him to recommend a position that that would add capacity. So I can let see if he would like to speak any further to what the position title specifically means within the scope of the table of organization.
Very good. Director Collard, do you want to add anything further to that?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The explanation is probably going to sound more complicated than it is, but in terms of the position being added, what we currently have in terms of the staff who actively, the professional staff who actively manage recruitments. In addition to myself, we have an HR manager, we have an HR advisor, and we have an HR generalist. Those titles don't really mean very much. The HR generalist was added. Generally, the professional staff are not limited in what they do. They handle a variety of HR type issues. Recruiting is generally the biggest one for most of us, perhaps less so for myself. But we also handle, disciplinary matters, problems in departments, compensation issues, a variety of things, job descriptions, reorganizations, whatever comes down the road. So a few years ago, we added, I think it was about 4 years ago, we added the HR generalist position with the intent that be two things. First of all, more of a entry-level professional position, and one that would focus primarily on recruiting in particular. So we did that. We were fortunate in being able to add someone into that position who actually had a lot of management level experience in the county, but not in the HR function. He has been tasked with being our primary recruiter, but we all deal with certain departments as kind of their primary HR contact as well. So he's been working with Human Services, who's our largest department, and doing extremely well in that role. His role has turned into one that's very much more like the HR advisor, in that he's very skilled and experienced in dealing with difficult employee problems, working with supervisors and managers on a host of other problems that come up. So what I really want to do is promote him into a second HR advisor position and hire a new generalist, which would be more like how we originally envisioned the generalist, focusing primarily on recruitment, but with some general responsibilities, to take calls or deal with issues that arise in departments.
Thank you, Director Collard. Anything further, Supervisor Stafford?
Oh, he's muted. Now you can hear me.
We can hear you now.
Perfect. Just one clarification, Director Collard. So it sounds to me like this position is going to help efficiencies within the department, but may not necessarily help with any sort of bottlenecking, because it seems like the bottlenecking is external to Winnebago County versus more of an internal bottlenecking. It still may be the right thing to do, but it sounds like the problem is solving something slightly different, if I'm internalizing this correctly.
Dr. Collard, your thoughts?
Well, I wouldn't entirely agree with that. I think, frankly, we have two sets of bottlenecks. There is an internal bottleneck that I'd like to eliminate so that we can deal more effectively with the external bottleneck, which won't necessarily be solved by this, but hopefully there will be some improvement.
Thank you, Director Collard. Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Stafford. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. My main problem with this is salary, salary, salary. It's a pretty steep salary. And that brings me to the point of, we have some directors, I believe, that don't make this or make very close to this, that direct a whole department. So I find this pretty hefty. And I'm not sure, my perspective of what's going on, I'm not sure the bottleneck is going to be cleared up, because we probably are having trouble recruiting because people aren't looking for jobs, don't want to move during the pandemic, or just don't want to apply for the jobs that we have. I think there's a small group of people applying for certain jobs within government. I don't think there's anything wrong with our county government or our county jobs, but the big thing on this resolution is that salary. I don't want to know what every director makes, but I have a feeling there are some directors and deputy directors that don't make this salary. I think this is pretty steep for an advisor position. That's my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. And just clarification to make sure we're on the same page in what the salary is in this, and I would want to be corrected if I'm incorrect. The actual salary isn't the amount of the cost of 93,785. The salary would actually be 57,870. Just to make certain that everyone's on the same page. The 93,000 is the total compensation with fringes, and FICA, and that sort of thing. So just wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page with that.
Thank you.
Thank
May I
you.
clarify
Supervisor.
that slightly, Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, the actual salary for the new person we propose to hire would be budgeted at $53,498 of salary. And then the difference of about 4,400 would be the promotional raise to be given the person who's currently the generalist and would move up to the advisor position, at least that I would anticipate would move up to the advisor position. So no, there aren't any directors who are making either of those salaries, I don't believe.
Thank you for that clarification, Director Collard, and thanks for the question, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you.
Next speaker, we'll call on Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at your department staffing in the budget book, and you currently have 9 full-time and 2 part-time for a total of 11. It appears that you want to add 1 full-time. Would it work if you just increase one of the part-time to full-time?
The part-time positions in HR are both part-time clerical people. One of them really is the front desk receptionist for the admin building, and she does do some HR work while manning that front desk. And the other person does a lot of the paperwork associated with new hires, especially at Parkview. But again, a clerical person, administrative associate 3, who works on a part-time basis. So that's not where the bottleneck is, although adding that second clerical position part-time was a big help in clearing out a bottleneck we were experiencing a couple of years ago with some of the paperwork.
Anything further, Supervisor Fari?
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the discussion that I have been hearing, it sounds like to me that this is a position for a promotion of an existing employee. Am I listening between the sound bites or am I off base?
Usually off base, but not in.
I'll call on Director, first Supervisor Schellinger, then Director Collard.
So that was never my intention. I don't know any of the people who, well, at least to my knowledge, I don't know, I guess I could know some. I don't know that I know anybody who works in the Human Resources Department. I don't know anybody's name other than Director Collard. So my intention was not to create a position for a person or anything like that. My intention was merely to seek to add capacity to sort of rectify those 3 gaps that I heard during the budget.
20 years ago, there was a supervisor who's been in human resources for 20 years.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen, and thank you for that answer, Supervisor Schellinger. Next, we'll go, I don't actually, Supervisor Schellinger, do you have anything further? No?
Just wanted to answer the question.
Very good. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Ellis, followed by Supervisor Konecki. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis.
Thank you, Chairman. I just thinking about Mike Collar's job, and I think it's a very, very busy department there. I know there's a lady I think is retiring, our administrator assistant out at Parkview. I think she might be retiring December 1st. And I don't know, I talked to Mike a couple of days ago about having to post it, but that'll be short time prior to her leaving if it's December 1st. I think it might be a very important job for helping Mike out there in his department.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellis. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Konecki. Please go ahead, Supervisor Konecki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As with the previous amendment,
in this amendment, I would think the people would fight the work in the valley. If the pay is decent, I would think we'd be fighting them off to come and work in the valley. That's the way I look at that. I'm surprised that we can't find people for these positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Konecki. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
I would just say I can't in good faith support this. We turned down the county exec's position for $117,800. I don't really think that hiring this position, there is no people looking for work. I don't believe it's going to speed up the process. I think it's more what we pay our workers and the benefits that we give them that is the downfall. Like the sheriff said, the UW police are making more than our detectives, and the city of Oshkosh is paying $2 more an hour. We can hire all the people we want. You can post the jobs on a line. If nobody applies, you got nobody to hire. And I don't think it's fair to the county exec to turn his position down. And then for me to approve this position, I have to treat them both equally. I don't think either one of them are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. I don't see any other call-ins. Were there any other comments from any county board supervisor? Okay, so we are in amendment number 2021011, adding one full-time human resources advisor position to the table of organization for the Human Resources Department at a cost of $93,785. Given the level of discussion, I think we should do a roll call vote on this one. So I'm going to ask the county clerk to call the roll. You're going to vote aye if you want to add the funding to add the full-time human resources advisor position, and nay if you do not. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Okay. Supervisor Konecki,
No.
Supervisor Brun,
No. It was no.
no. Supervisor Borchert,
Yes.
Supervisor Eisen,
No.
Chairman Ramos,
No.
Supervisor Defferting,
No.
Supervisor Lenz,
No.
Supervisor Nussbaum, Supervisor Stafford,
No.
Supervisor Albrecht,
No.
Supervisor Gabbard,
No.
Supervisor Binder,
No.
Supervisor Conrad,
No.
Supervisor Shorsey,
Aye.
Supervisor Gordon,
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren,
No.
Supervisor Lautenschlager,
Aye.
Supervisor Norton,
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Nay.
Supervisor Schellinger,
Aye.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Nay.
Supervisor Finch,
Supervisor Finch.
thumbs down. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Youngquist,
No.
Supervisor Fari,
No.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
No.
is that no?
No.
Supervisor Keller,
No.
Supervisor Egan,
No.
Supervisor Ellis,
No.
Supervisor Snyder,
No.
Supervisor Jose.
No.
Mhm, 8-24.
So that amendment does not pass by a vote of 8-24. So that amendment does not pass and it's not added to the budget. So we have four more amendments to go. We're on the 12th amendment. That's amendment number 2021012. Remove $15,000 from the county executive budget to eliminate a communications internship. For that, I will call on Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will move for Amendment 2021012.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021012. Before we go to any other speakers, Supervisor Schellinger, do you have any comments?
Yeah, real quick, I think folks, kind of heard my questions the other night. This is, and I want to share with the board what I shared with the executive. This is not because I don't think that this position should exist, but because I think the structure is wrong at the moment. I told the executive that I would. I hope that he's able to work with the Personnel and Finance Committee to come up with a more holistic approach to communications for the county that would allow for the sort of professional learning experience that I believe an internship really requires. I also told him, and I want to be very clear for everybody on this, for everybody on this board, I'm holding up my end of this bargain. If something is brought forward and Personnel and Finance rejects it, I will be happy to bring it forward on his behalf to this board. But I just firmly believe that if we're going to have internships, we have to treat these as the type of learning experiences that they are, and not vest the position with doing the type of work that an employee should do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. Next speaker is Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take an opposing point of view here. As I said before, we have a new county exec with very little experience. I think this is a minimal amount that we can do to help him do his job and go forward. So I will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
I think Supervisor Fari just made my argument for me, and that is he's a brand new county executive who needs a lot of who's still learning the job, and the purpose of an internship is to give that intern a chance to learn something from someone who has some experience. And so putting an intern in there with someone who is not highly experienced is not fair to the intern. So I would have to vote this down, because vote in favor of removing this, because we should be able to offer better for an intern than to work under someone who's only had the job 6 months and is, by his own admission, still learning. He's not in a position to teach or train an intern. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment, and the reason that I do that is I envision a communications intern or assistant in the county executive's office, bringing to the county and to the executive experience in social media. You know, there's hardly a college student or even a grammar student that doesn't have social media skills to reach the audiences and the citizenry of Winnebago County. I believe this would be a very valuable asset to Winnebago County, because we are bringing an educated, social media savvy person to expand the abilities and the workday of the county executive. So I will be opposing this.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
I intend to support this resolution, and I just want to remind us all that the executive has in place an executive assistant who is being paid over $100,000. Well, if you look at the full compensation package, which is quite a nice salary for executive assistant. And that some basic communications would be reasonable to be included in that job description. So in terms of our immediate need, there are resources already available. And then this is again, one of those that should go back to the drawing board with PNF and have us have a discussion about properly supporting, giving staff support to the executive and something that we discussed together. But anyway, but the point is we already have a very highly paid, highly talented in terms of social media. If you have any doubt, take a look at John's Facebook or Ethan's Facebook. They're very capable in social media. So we have what it takes for now, and this should go back to the drawing board for a broader discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds like what Supervisor Eisen is saying is we're going to get this super savvy person who can teach the county executive how to do something, in effect, turning our county executive into an intern who's going to learn from this savvy person. This is backwards.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Are there any other comments? I see one. I'll call on Supervisor Stafford. Please go ahead, Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
All right, great. I got two mute buttons here, so I just need to make sure. I will actually not be supporting this resolution, partly because of what Supervisor Shorsey had said about communications, and I actually see communications being an area of significant lacking throughout the county, and we need to start putting some things in place to resolve that. I don't see necessarily county executive becoming an intern. In fact, he is, as it was stated, is in fact, I would argue one of the better people who leverage social media, much more than I. But the point is that he does have, or this role has two people who can actually give great insight on how to build a communications plan. And I think what I heard from what was explained in here, and granted, it needs a lot more direction in terms of what exactly it is. I agree that there's probably opportunity there, but as I think about it, I think that this is something that can be quite easily and quite well leveraged. And for that point, I'm going to not support it as it sits. So, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Stafford. I don't see any other hands. Are there any other supervisors who have any comments in regards to Amendment 2021-012? Very good. So we're going to go to a vote. So this is amendment number 2021-012, remove $15,000 from the county executive budget to eliminate a communications internship. Once again, because of there was clearly debate on both sides of this, we're going to do a roll call vote on this. So you're going to vote aye if you do want to remove the $15,000, and that would eliminate the communication internship. If you don't want to remove it and you want to keep the communications internship, then you would vote nay. I'll ask the county clerk.
Supervisor Konetsky. Supervisor Brunn.
No.
Supervisor Borchert.
Yes.
Supervisor Eisen.
No.
Chairman Ramos.
No.
Supervisor Defferty.
Yes.
Supervisor Lenz.
Yes.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
No.
Supervisor Stafford.
No.
Supervisor Albrecht.
Yes.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Yes.
Supervisor Binder.
No.
Supervisor Conrad.
No.
Supervisor Shorsey,
Yes.
Supervisor Gordon,
Yeah.
Supervisor Wingren,
Yes.
Supervisor Lautenschlager,
No.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Zelmer,
No.
Supervisor Skellinger,
Yes.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers,
Yes.
Supervisor Cox,
Yes.
Supervisor Finch, Supervisor Finch, is that a thumbs up or down? Down. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Youngquist,
No.
Supervisor Fari,
Oh,
Supervisor Rasmussen,
Yes.
Supervisor Keller,
Yes.
Supervisor Egan,
No.
Supervisor Ellis,
Yes.
Supervisor Snyder,
No.
Supervisor Joes.
No.
Loses. Loses. Loses and a tie. Okay.
That's a tie.
Aye. 16.
Tie goes to the runner.
So that vote is 16-16, and unfortunately, that means it does not pass. It needs to be a majority. So that was a tie vote. And because that's not a majority, that means it does not pass. So we will move on to the next amendment. We have 3 left. That's amendment number 2021013.
Oh, it didn't pass it.
Add an additional $8,000 to operating grants in the scholarship. For that I will call on Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move for approval of amendment number 2021013.
Second.
The motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021013. Supervisor Powers, you have any further comments on it?
I do. Math was not my forte, but I believe that college costs have gone up about 17% in the 10 years since this scholarship was enacted. And while wages have gone up at less than half that amount. And we've kept this amount at the same amount for all these 10 years, and I think it's time to raise it. Someone had mentioned, I think it was even yesterday, I don't remember who, that he would prefer seeing supporting students who were attending Wisconsin schools, but the purpose of the scholarship was never to support Wisconsin schools. It was meant to support our Wisconsin children, our seniors in high school who are going on to college. And maybe the best place for our student may in fact be a Wisconsin state institution, but it might not be. And we should allow our students the chance to choose where they would like to spend that money. And that's what I have to say about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Karen, I think is the intent here simply to increase the scholarship award, or is it to broaden the schools receiving the scholarships?
It was never about giving schools the scholarship, although I think perhaps the check does. I don't really know who the check goes to, but its intention was never to support the schools. It was in fact to support the students. So
No, I didn't mean that. I mean, let's say we have 10 schools that are eligible. Do you want to expand that to make it 12?
Oh, I see. Okay, we have 9 schools in Winnebago County, as I understand it. And so that was 1 student per 9 schools. No, the intention was not to give it to 18 students, but rather increase to that student, those students who are chosen to double the amount of the scholarship they receive. So last year's students would have received $1,000. This year's graduates would receive $2,000. It's still the same 9 schools. And maybe I should say right up front, I do have a granddaughter who was a senior in high school this year. I had a grandson who was a senior 2 years ago, and he didn't even fill the thing out. So I just to be upfront, I do have a grandchild who is a senior in a Winnebago County high school.
Thank you for that explanation, Karen. I certainly hope he does apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari, and thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Rasmussen, followed by Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a strong opinion either way on this. I just want to say that there is 43,000, over 43,000 in that fund already. So I'm not sure why 8,000 can't just be taken out of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Next speaker is Supervisor Norton, followed by Supervisor Conrad. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions, I used to be on this committee. Who has jurisdiction over the scholarship program now? That's one of my questions. And if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, but the person, the people, the student who gets it is it's $1,000, and they generally get it in the first year. And after that, they don't get nothing. I'm correct on that. So my questions are, A, who has jurisdiction over this scholarship program? And two, am I correct in that it's only a one time or twice a year, the first year they go to college or school to get the scholarship? Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. Supervisor Powers, do you want to answer that? Otherwise,
to answer that question, I'll answer the question before that one as well. The county clerk sends out copies of the scholarship program. We all get 2 or 3 copies ourselves. We can always get more. Then we see to it that we pass them out perhaps to high schools, take them to churches, take them to people, give them to people we know who have seniors. We can always ask for more copies. Then the students write their essays, and at the very beginning, I believe the essays were written, this is long before my time, they were read by other supervisors with all identifying information off. They were just given a number or something. They were passed on to English department professors and instructors at the local colleges. And I think that is still who is reading them, not us. And then they come back with the answer of which ones they've chosen. And there was a question that someone asked, and I had an answer for that. Oh, I know why we're not taking it out of the money that's already set aside, because it was set up so that money would not be taken out of that if it didn't get all used, we would not in fact usurp that money, and it would stay in the scholarship program. So if, I would like to see 2 or 3 or 4 of us have a couple, maybe 3 meetings and make some guidelines, some parameters between now and March or April when we pass out the scholarships, and decide what will we do? Will we, since there's a surplus of funds in that, would we like to increase the number of students who are getting scholarships for the next couple of years? But that would be for a committee to decide later, not during the not during this budgetary time. Was there another question that somebody asked?
Chairman?
Yeah.
Chairman?
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
I guess I still have not got my answer really, because, she said the county clerk is, is not a committee. I mean, it's a department. Supervisor Braun had an idea. I have an idea about the program. I go to the UW Extension, and I'm told that UW Extension Committee really doesn't have control or say of it. So I guess I try to get an answer tonight. If not tonight, I'd like to get an answer.
Okay, I'll try again. The county.
Okay,
I'll try again. The county clerk is the one who has the hard copy of the application and the guidelines, and she does make sure that all supervisors receive 3 or 4 copies. We can always get more. We as supervisors should, in fact, be passing those along to the high schools in Winnebago County, to to churches, or perhaps to places like Rotary or other groups that deal with young people. And then when the seniors fill these things out, these essays are read by someone who's not a supervisor, someone who has training in the English department at the university. And then those people tell the county clerk, I think that's who they report to, who they've chosen. And then the county clerk, if there's somebody from your district, you'll be told someone from your district has won, and you'll probably go to that school's, which, because I did this, I went to the schools, I went to Lourdes a few years ago to a
Guidance counselor.
I went to an evening thing where they were handing out awards to students, and I went.
Awards night.
Yeah, awards night thing. And so I went to the awards night. I made a presentation about our county and about the student who won, and then I gave him or her, I can't remember now which one it was, a check, and they get the first half. They get the first half of the amount in the first semester, and assuming the grades are up and they have completed the first semester, then they get the check for the second semester. Does that answer, did I answer your questions, Mike? Where'd he go?
So what I think
No, but I'll let it go. I'll let it go, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
So.
Mr. Chairman.
We do have a number of individuals that are in the queue that have been waiting. I'm happy to call on you, Supervisor Finch, in line, but I know a number of them have been waiting. So next speaker would be Supervisor Conrad, followed by Vice Chair Egan. Supervisor Finch, I'll make sure that I'll call on you after Supervisor Eisen. So please go ahead, Supervisor Conrad.
Okay, I'll try and make this short. Both of my children applied for several scholarships. My daughter applied for the Winnebago County Scholarship and received it. So thank you to everybody who was part of that. This was before I was a supervisor. $1,000 was a fair amount based on the amount of time she put into doing the scholarship. So I've got an issue with it going to 2,000. I understand everything is going up in price. However, for the few hours, compared to a lot of the other scholarships that my children applied for, this didn't take them a lot of time compared to the reward, or award, I should say. Going from a $9,000 liability per year, which is fine, to $10,000, I could agree with that. But adding another $8,000 on top of that, I have a hard time when our community is still only a year out from the pandemic. There were a lot of mom and pop stores that were shut down and unable to operate, restaurants that went out of business. I've got a hard time raising another $8,000. I think Supervisor Rasmussen brought up a good point. We took excess money year after year and accumulated $40,000. What is the purpose of that $40,000 if it's not to spend it back down? Why is it sitting in that account? If we decide to go to 9, I would rather see the 8,000 come out of that 40,000. Once we spend that down, then if we believe we're doing a good thing, then we could raise the general fund or the what do I want to say, the money that we're taking out of the undesignated general fund, because that's what we're doing right now. We're keeping 40,000 in a scholarship fund, but we're pulling another 8,000 out of that undesignated fund. So thank you.
We can check with Vicky, but I believe she told me that the way it was written, we could not.
I need to let everyone go online though. So
all right, sorry, I was just gonna answer his question.
I appreciate that, but I need to continue to go online because I know a number of folks have been waiting. So thank you, Supervisor Conrad. Next is Vice Chair Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have something to say to Supervisor Powers. She kept saying 9 schools in Winnebago County. I don't think it's just the schools that are in Winnebago County, because we have taxpayers, parents in that, because I know I gave one to Berlin last year. Ripon is also in same district as I am in. Some of them applied for it. So we turned it and it went to any school. You know, if you're a taxpayer, it could qualify for any of them schools. They didn't just have to school in Winnebago County.
Thank you, Vice Chair Egan. Next speaker is Supervisor Brunn, followed by Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Brunn.
I would agree with Supervisor Conrad.
there's not a lot of work to this scholarship compared to other ones. And my son received numerous ones, including the county one. And he thought this was very simple. And $1,000, he said that was pretty easy money for him compared to some of the scholarships he had to apply for. And I just want to also echo what Vice Chairman Egan said. Up here in the north end, we have Winnebago County residents that are going to school in Appleton. Their Fox Crossing has some of the school districts there. We have people going to Menasha High that are Calumet County residents. So there's a lot of cross school districts there. So I think we have to specifically say Winnebago County residents. And again, I would like to see this scholarship be for the schools that are in our county and not going all over the state and all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brun. Next speaker is Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To key on Supervisor Rasmussen's comment, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment if Karen would agree to it, to clarify her intent. At the end of the, you got operating grants in the scholarship fund. And then I would add to change the award from 1,000 to 2,000. All she's really saying here is she wants to add more money into the pot. I think she needs to be a little bit descriptive about.
Include 5 scholarships at 2,000 each.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
If that's acceptable to her.
And Supervisor Powers, is that acceptable to you? That's on line 4 you're referring to, Supervisor Fari?
I don't have that document, so I'm just reading from the summary. If it's already in there, I apologize. I don't have that one in front of me.
Yeah.
Tell me, is that necessary or not?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. On line 4, it says the amendment is to add an additional $8,000 to operating grants in the scholarship fund.
And he's saying to add just a friendly amendment to change the award from $1,000 to $2,000. He was asking if you would be comfortable with just adding that verbiage at the end of scholarship fund.
What line are we on?
Line 4, where you just read, it would say amendment, add an additional $8,000 to operating grants in the scholarship fund. And then 2, change the award from $1,000 to $2,000. He's recommending adding the language to change the award.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure that changes anything, but yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is to, in effect, double the amount of money that children are going to be receiving.
Yeah, I'm just saying you might want to put that words in there. That verbiage is not in there.
And I'm going to call on our finance director, Director Fitzgerald, just to clarify what this effectively does.
Yes, thank you. In lines 14 through 16, we clearly spell out that the executive budget included 5 scholarships at $2,000 each, totaling $10,000. Then it says semicolon, this amendment would increase the number of scholarships available to 9 scholarships at $2,000, totaling $18,000. So, I mean, we do cover the intent very well in those lines. So,
all right, I'm sorry.
I mean,
it's already in there.
Thank you, Director Fitzgerald. And thank you, Supervisor Fari. Anything further, Supervisor Fari?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Supervisor Cox, followed by Supervisor Eisen, and then Supervisor Finch afterwards. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Thank you. A question for Ms. Powers. This fund is not self-sustaining by investing into some bond fund, we'll say, or having a series of bonds carrying that $40,000. And I'm wondering how it is sustained so that it rolls over and it's able to pay every year. That, and I have one other thing. Last year, I was given a combination of 3 of these brochures to take them out to the local high schools. And when I went to the high schools, I found out that the clerk calls the high schools and sends out that information to the high schools even before we get these brochures. Then I also found out from the young lady that was handling this that the brochures were really personal and that we could hand them out to our friends or next door neighbors or to our own children, which is fine. But somewhere along the line, some of this is really not laid out in a structure that is followed year after year. And that might help each one of us in taking these forward and doing with them what we're supposed to.
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. Anything further?
Well, I'd like Ms. Powers to explain what kind of a self-sustaining fund we're dealing with the 40,000 that's already out there. If in fact we put it in a bond or some kind of a self-sustaining fund that rolls that over every year.
My understanding is that this has been a line item budget for years. It's been in the budget every year for more than 10 years. And if they don't give out every single, if there are students from some of the 9 schools who don't turn anything in, then we don't give out 9 scholarships, and that's how the money rolls over. You can check with Vicki to be sure, but I believe she told me that the money is restricted. So if it isn't handed out, we can't then take it back and use it for something else. I don't think we can even use it to shore up from 1,000 to 2,000. We need to change the line out in budget. And if there's a way of investing this money so that it earns interest, that would be up to Vicki. I don't have control of that money, nor should I.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Finch.
Mr. Chairman.
No, Supervisor Finch, I do have you in the queue.
Listen, I started this program. I know more about this than anybody here.
Supervisor Finch, you will be up very shortly, but
but you already put Doug ahead of me. And Bill, they're both ahead of me now.
No, you will be after Supervisor Eisen.
All right.
I've made sure that you're in the queue. I'll absolutely follow that.
All right.
But I also, she asked a question of Director Fitzgerald. So Finance Director Fitzgerald, can you answer that question that she was asking?
Yes, we do have a separate designated fund within our general fund that is just for scholarships, and we roll it forward. We have some backup, and again, when Supervisor Finch speaks, he can maybe even clarify more, but we do show that we had donations in the past. There were some different donations that come through. I heard in the past, supervisors, when they had their birthdays, would give to the scholarship fund and so forth. So we keep that all within that designated fund. We also earn interest on our investments, and a portion gets allocated to that as well. So that builds in the fund. It's not a huge amount, but it can be about $500, $600 a year. And if we don't give out all the scholarships, it then rolls into this fund balance. We have a current fund balance of $43,292. And so that could be used instead of the undesignated general fund balance, even if someone wanted to move forward with this. But otherwise, we do fund this scholarship fund with general tax levy every year of $9,000. And that's what we've been doing for quite a few years now. But again, keep it segregated.
Thank you, Director Fitzgerald. Is there anything further, Supervisor Cox?
Well, I wanted to thank Vicki for explaining that. What I had thought is that there was something that was specially designated for this fund that would continue the fund rollover so that it would be self-sustaining, self-actuating and whatever. Apparently, it's bits and pieces that are thrown into the $40,000 pile each year, which I guess that's self-sustaining in a way, but it isn't a total investment is what I'm saying.
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen, followed by Supervisor Finch after that, followed by Supervisor Zelmer. So first, please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We both came on the board in the election of 2006. And at that time, I had the honor and the privilege to serve on the scholarship committee until the extension took over. And if you have access to the brochure that describes the scholarship program, you will read that the object of the scholarship is to promote good citizenship and an awareness and understanding of county government. I know that because I'm the guy that wrote it. And what I would like to do, I'd like to tell you, the whole idea was to get these kids to write an essay, to inform them, educate them, and to interest them in county government. The money was incidental to the object of getting them into county government. And with that object in mind, I would like to amend this amendment. And it's a very simple changing of certain terms in it, which will help us to get back on the track to promote good citizenship and an awareness and an understanding of county government, and not worry about how much, how great, how competitive our scholarship can be with the private sector. And with that, I would like to read the changes that I would make to this amendment. I will go on line 8 and instead of adding $8,000, I would remove $1,000. Strike 8 and remove 1. On line 11, I would strike 8,000 and have minus 1,000 of the 2022 Winnebago County Executive Budget for the purpose of increasing the number of scholarships in 2022. The change the 2022 county executive budget to 9 scholarships, change the 5 to 9 at $1,000 each, totaling $9,000. This amendment would return the number of scholarships available totaling $9,000. And I would like to ask one of our 31 present colleagues to second that amendment so that we can have input from our peers on what they think.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
That's what we're giving now. We're giving $1,000 scholarships. It ain't changing it. That's what we do now.
So there's a
Yeah, I know.
motion and a second to amend to that language. And I'll try to go over and see if I understand what the language was.
Mr. Chairman, if you just, we want to get back to 9 scholarships. The budget said $2,000 for 5. What we want is 9 scholarships at $1,000.
We're doing now.
That's what
the
we're doing now. We're
finance
trying.
director can figure out just how that would be. I read it to you how I have it here. I can do it again, but the object is to have 9 $1,000 scholarships, because that's what hooks them in to inform, educate, and to pique their interest in county government. It's not the big bucks. They can get that from Kimberly Clark.
Very good.
Or maybe a football scholarship at Green Bay.
So let me reiterate the motion, and there was a second, so that's what's on the floor. And the motion was on line 8, where it has the X and add 8,000, it would be to remove $1,000.
Correct.
And on a line 11, under amount, instead of $8,000, it would say subtracting $1,000, which would effectively be the $9,000 that Supervisor Eisen is referring to. And then on line 14, where it says the 2022 county executive budget included.
Change the 2022 county executive budget, add the word change.
Change. Okay, so on line 14, it would say change before the word the. So change the 2022 county executive budget.
And strike included 5 to simply 2. Budget 2, in parenthesis, 9 scholarships at $1,000 each, totaling strike 10,000 and have 9,000.
Correct.
And the amendment would return in strike increase and just return the number of scholarships available to 9 scholarships at line 16, $1,000, totaling 9,000.
Correct. So I understand your intent, Supervisor Eisen, and I think actually the way you worded it would essentially do what you're trying to do. Which is
Mr. Chairman, but Mr. Chairman,
I need to clarify, and then you will be next, Supervisor Finch. So, and this will be on the amendment to the amendment. So all debate going forward will be specifically on the amendment. But the language that Supervisor Eisen put forward, as I understand it, would do what he is asking to do, which would then, in our budget, allow for $1,000, 9 scholarships in 2022. So that is what we are debating going forward. And once we're done with that, we're back to the main motion. Now,
Mr. Chairman,
you have the floor on the amendment. Please go ahead.
Yes. Listen, it started out at $1,000, 9 scholarships. Where we got this other stuff, I don't have a clue. But if you go back 10, 12 years ago or whatever, it'll state we have 9 schools. We have $1,000 per school. Now, where someone's coming up with this $2,000 per school, I don't know. I don't know. But we've always paid through the past 9 schools, $1,000 each. And I would like to make sure we keep it that way because of the fact earlier somebody said 8 schools. Well, no, we never had 8. We've always had the 9. And so therefore I want to somehow keep it because at that time I was a chairman of this committee for the scholarship program. So, and I think Bill Wingren was on it also. So I would very much like to make sure we keep the scholarship program for the 9 schools, and it was strictly Winnebago County. The school had to be in Winnebago County. So that's my intent, and that's what the intent was back then, that the schools were all from Winnebago County because of the simple fact that we, the citizens of Winnebago County, are taking care of our children in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch. So just so everyone's on the same page, and he did speak to it, we are specifically on the amendment to the amendment, which would then effectively make it 9 $1,000 scholarships budgeted for in 2022.
No.
Next, I'll call on Supervisor Zelmer, followed by Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Zelmer.
I call for the question. We're beating this one to death.
Okay, so you're calling the question. Now specifically, just so everyone's aware, when he calls it a question, is there a second, first of all?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second, and that is not debatable, so we're gonna go to a vote. But just so everyone is on the same page, when he's calling the question, he's calling the question on the debate of the amendment to the amendment.
Right.
So if that passes, then we are done debating the amendment to the amendment. We'll go directly to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Depending on how that passes or fails, then we're back on the main amendment or the new amended amendment. And I will review that again after the vote, but I just want to make sure everyone's clear. This is calling the question on the debate of the amendment to the amendment. All right? Very good. So it is not debatable. We did have a motion and a second. That requires, remember, a 2/3 majority. So therefore, we're going to go to a roll call vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
I'm not sure what we're voting on. Are we voting really to keep it the same?
Okay, very good question, Supervisor Wingren. So what we are
Yes, we
voting
are.
on, so first of all, we're not voting on the main amendment. We're voting on the amendment, to the amendment, which means to
Keep it the same.
question, Supervisor Wingren, you're voting right now on whether to end debate on changing the amendment to have 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022. If we end debate, then we actually vote on whether we have 9 $1,000 scholarships. So the only thing you're actually voting on right now is whether to end debate on the discussion about having 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022. It's not the actual vote on it, just whether we
This is the
stop.
question. This is the question, right?
Yes.
Yes, it's just on the question. It's whether we end debate and go directly to a vote on it. Okay? So it's just whether we're stopping debate. So I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. It requires 2/3 majority. Please go ahead, Clerk Gerber.
Supervisor Knetsky? Supervisor Brunn?
Aye.
Supervisor Borchert?
Aye.
Supervisor Eisen?
No.
Chairman Ramos? Supervisor Deferding?
Yes.
Supervisor Lenz?
Aye.
Supervisor Nussbaum?
Aye.
Supervisor Stafford?
Aye.
Supervisor Albrecht?
Aye.
Supervisor Gabbard?
Aye.
Supervisor Binder?
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad?
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey?
Aye.
Supervisor Gordon?
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren?
Aye.
Supervisor Lautenschlager?
No.
Is that a no? No. Supervisor Norton?
Yes.
Supervisor Zelmer?
Yes.
Supervisor Skellinger?
No.
Supervisor Buck?
Aye.
Supervisor Powers?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
No.
Supervisor Finch?
Yes.
Supervisor Youngquist?
Yes.
Supervisor Fari?
Yes.
Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye.
Supervisor Keller?
Aye.
Supervisor Egan?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis?
Aye.
Supervisor Snyder?
Aye.
Supervisor Jose?
Aye.
$28-4.
So calling the previous question did pass 28-4. So just to clarify, that just means it ended debate on the discussion as to amending it to changing it to 9 $1,000 scholarships in the budget in 2022, which means now we are going to go to a vote on that amendment to the amendment. So what we are actually voting on is if you are in favor of changing the language to allow for 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022, then you would say aye. If you are not in favor of it and want to continue with the original amendment or what's originally in the budget, you would vote no. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Konecki. Aye. Supervisor Brun.
Aye.
Supervisor Borchert.
Aye.
Supervisor Eisen.
Aye.
Chairman Ramos.
Aye.
Supervisor Defferting.
Yes.
Supervisor Lenz.
Aye.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Aye.
Supervisor Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Albrecht. Supervisor Gabbard.
Aye.
Supervisor Binder.
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad.
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey.
Aye.
Supervisor Gordon.
No.
Supervisor Wingren.
Aye.
Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Aye.
Supervisor Norton.
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer.
Aye.
Supervisor Skellinger.
Aye.
Supervisor Buck.
Aye.
Supervisor Powers.
No.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Finch.
Aye.
Supervisor Youngquist.
Yes.
Supervisor Fari.
No.
Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye.
Supervisor Keller.
Aye.
Supervisor Egan.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis.
Aye.
Supervisor Snyder.
Aye.
Supervisor Jost.
Aye.
Supervisor Albrecht there now? Okay. 28-3.
So that motion passes 28-3. So now just clarifying, okay? So now we have an amended amendment, which basically means that the original amendment of adding the additional $8,000 to operating grants in the scholarship fund changed to an amendment that removes $1,000 so that in 2022, we would have 9 $1,000 scholarships. So
Mr. Chairman.
essentially, yes,
Mr.
please go ahead.
Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
With all of this roundabout stuff that Supervisor Eisen did, all he did was change my amendment to increase scholarships back to where they've been for the past 10 years at $1,000.
That's what he did.
That is correct, and that's what I'm reiterating, so everyone is on the same page. But we haven't done the final vote, so what I want everyone to understand is now we are on the main amendment amended to that new language. So now any debate is about the amended amendment for 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022. So
Mr.
any
Chairman?
debate going forward, let me finish just to make sure, and then we'll call in succession. Is on debate of 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022. So the debate is whether to do that or not to do that, and then effectively keep the budget as it was published and presented.
It's the same answer.
You are correct, but that is what is on the table right now. So
Whether
I'll
you
call-
vote yes or no, you're still going to end up with 9 scholarships for $1,000. There's no difference.
So just to clarify for everyone, there is a difference because this is a difference from what we published and proposed in the budget. You are correct, it's not different from prior years, but it is different from what was proposed in the budget. So that's effectively what his motion did.
Mhm.
It still has to pass the final approval of the amended amendment. So I'm going to call on succession. There's still some in line. Next was Supervisor Wingren, followed by Supervisor Gabbard, specifically on the amended amendment. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
I could be speaking yes or no and be talking about the same thing, which is sort of the theme of tonight's meeting, I guess. This is unintended consequences, again, for failure to focus. This did not come from the committee. We have people sponsoring resolutions that really have no history in this. Even a former member of the committee says, well, we've had this scholarship for 5 years. It's been 22 years, not 5 years. And on and on and on. People are saying things that just aren't true. We need guidelines for this scholarship. We don't have any. We need rules for this scholarship. We don't have any. We need to change the wording in some things. Someone mentioned earlier, there used to be a tradition on people's birthday, they would give money to the scholarship fund. And the idea was to build this fund up to a point where we didn't need taxpayer money to sustain it. As some people mentioned before, this is a real easy scholarship to get. You write an essay on what county office you would want to seek if you were going to seek a county office. I wonder how many of you, I have read these essays in the last number of years, and the quality has gone down. Because there are such a few entries, they award them sometimes with material that I wouldn't accept as a teacher for $1,000 reward. I would urge us all, read the essays for this time, read them and decide for yourself. So anyway, I appreciate the hard work to everybody and I respect everybody's ideas on this, but like I said, either way, it's the same thing. So it doesn't make a difference which way you move.
Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I just have a couple points of clarification. When I came on the board, I knew there were 9 $1,000 scholarships, and I knew there were 9 schools. So the clarification is, I know a couple of times, at least a couple of years, each school didn't get, a student from each school didn't get a scholarship. Sometimes Oshkosh North, which kudos to those kids for applying, got 2 or 3. So I'm not sure about the clarity of 9 schools, a scholarship per school. I don't think that's worked in the past, so that needs to be clarified. And then the other point is, if they're not awarded, I haven't seen where we haven't awarded 9, then the money goes into that fund that we're not managing very well. So I don't know that since I've been on, there's been less than 9 scholarships given out. So, and then the third point is, at one of the county board meetings, it was brought up probably 4 or 5 years ago, that if your parents lived in Winnebago County and were Winnebago County taxpayers, but you went to a school in a different county, and I mean in high school, you could still apply for that scholarship. So that needs to be clarified also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Now I'd ask that we keep our discussion now to the motion at hand. And the motion in hand is the amended amendment for 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022. I realize there are questions about the scholarship, but the debate right now is the amended amendment about 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022, or keeping it as in the current budget as proposed. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers, followed by Supervisor Eisen.
Okay, the way the budget was proposed before we began all these amendments was $1,000 to each of 9 schools. I had proposed doubling that amount. So Paul Eisen's amendment put it back to 1,000 for 9 schools, or $9,000. So whether you pass this or whether you fail it, either we go back to the original budget of 9 scholarships at $1,000, or the amended thing from Paul Eisen as $1,000 for 9 schools. There's no difference whether you vote yes or no.
That's
I don't
correct.
even know how this budget, how this amendment came in here. It's exactly what was proposed for the last, what Mary Beth says, the last 21 years, the same amount. So whether you pass it or whether you don't, it's still $1,000 for each for 9 schools. There's no difference.
So just to clarify for everyone, there is a difference than what is proposed in the budget. Because please remember, the budget is about allocations and dollar amounts. And so what this effectively does is take out $1,000 from the $10,000 that was proposed in the budget for the scholarship fund. So while effectively it does what historically we have done, it is different than what is in the published budget as it currently stands. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. So next I'll call on Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Mr. Chairman, are you calling on me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead,
Thank
Supervisor
you,
Eisen.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you go to page 553 in the budget, and you see scholarship fund, and it says county levy, it says the tax levy for the scholarship program is $9,000 for 2022. No change from 2021. In 2022, the scholarship payments will increase from $1,000 to $2,000 per recipient, which will increase each semester payment to $500 from $1,000. If you add up the same amount of money and you divide it up, somebody came up with 5 units. Now, I'd like to clarify a couple things. And first is, if you look at the brochure from the scholarship program, you will see that the scholarship program is open to all high school seniors who reside in Winnebago County. If you live in Calumet County, you don't qualify. If you live in Fond du Lac County, but you go to high school in Winnebago County, you don't qualify. You have to live a resident of Winnebago County. Okay, now the fact that that there are 9 scholarships, from my experience going back to 2006, had nothing to do with 9 particular schools, 1 scholarship per school. Wherever that concept came from, it was developed and swept under the rug. You always had certain schools that emphasized or promoted the scholarship. Typically, it was where a committee member made a presentation to a civics class or to a special meeting where those interested students would learn more. And you know, so and I have to remind you too that homeschooled students who are seniors also qualify to apply for the scholarship. So it's not that you just have to go to a physical school, or you have to go to a public school, or you have to go to a parochial school or a private school. Any high school senior who resides in Winnebago County, who has, according to the qualifications, they have to have at least a 2.5 average. So they got to be a C+ student. But in the infinite wisdom of our extension educators, they farmed out the qualifications and the assessment of these writings about what job that person would want with Winnebago County. maybe a highway commissioner, maybe a county board supervisor, maybe a county executive, and why. So that I think it's appropriate to keep it back at 9 scholarships at $1,000. How it came into the county budget for $2,000, and how the amendment came around. That's a history that it's too late to debate tonight. But I would urge you to vote yes. Let's have our 9 scholarships, $1,000, just like Jerry Finch envisioned 22 years ago.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Next speaker is Supervisor Lautenschlager, followed by Supervisor Ellis. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As much as I hate to admit it, I have to agree with some of Supervisor Eisen's stuff, and I understand that. And I understand where you're coming from. I mean, it's written in the budget as 2,000, and we're just putting it back to where it originally was. But I guess my little suggestion, just give me a little leadway here. My suggestion is either to you as chair or the county exec. At one time, you had a scholarship committee, and I think somehow we need to get that committee back, because some of the stuff needs to be brought back into line. Like Supervisor Eisen said, I mean, it's not 9 schools, each get $1,000 scholarship. I can tell you the last 2 years, last year I gave out 3 to Oshkosh North. Last year I gave out 2 to Oshkosh North. So I know that it's not 1 per school. So I think some of those guidelines need to come back to, if that's truly the way it was intended to do. In my 10 years on the board and watching all of the presentation of the scholarship, I've never seen a scholarship given to a school outside of Winnebago County. I never seen one given to Berlin. I mean, that I can remember. It's always been the honor of the Winnebago County and stuff like this. So my suggestion is, and I don't know if that's under the chairman or the county exec, but I think we need to get that committee back together and come and look at these guidelines and try to figure out where we're at. Thank you.
Good job, Larry.
Thank you, Supervisor Lautenschlager. Next speaker is Supervisor Ellis, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis.
Thank you, Chairman. Larry basically said everything that I wanted to say on it. We probably need a committee again.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellis. Next speaker is Supervisor Powers.
When I called the treasurer about making this amendment yesterday, and I said, I'd like to sort of make 2 amendments, one where we ask for this increase, and then the second amendment was going to be, if it passes, then we would form a committee. And I was told by Core Counsel Mary Ann and the treasurer Vicky, let's don't mix those things up. This is only about the budget. Bring up the idea of a committee at the November meeting at the end of the month. And I said, that's a great idea. So it was already in the plans to have a committee to try and figure out how we got this surplus of money and what's the best way to do it. Now I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes time for the vote, if I want it to be $2,000 for each kid, do I vote yes or no?
You would vote no.
Thank you. I'm done.
Absolutely. And I will clarify that once again before we go to the vote, but that's a good question, Supervisor Powers, but I'll absolutely clarify it one more time. Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Vice Chair Egan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify for Supervisor Lautenschlager, we gave one to Berlin last year and they didn't have an awards banquet, so we did it in front of a camera and then it was played to the students. So Berlin did get one last year.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I stand corrected. Thank you.
Very good. I don't see any other call-ins, so I
Looks
will.
like
Jerry's
Jerry's trying to do something, or he's gonna
Jerry
try
Finch
to
is
fly.
trying to get on here.
Please go
Yeah, I
ahead,
am.
Supervisor Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off is, I was one of the ones that started this scholarship committee. Because at the time, we're giving money for people getting in trouble, we're giving money for this, we're giving for money for that. So me and a few people, well, Wingren was one of them. Why don't we do something for the kids that plan on going on to college? So we did start this scholarship program. And it was, you had to write 1,000 words. If I was to run for Winnebago County, what would I do and how would I do it? And then we did have a committee for this. This committee went through it all. We picked from different schools because at that time, almost all the schools had 2, 3, 4 or more that wrote in for the scholarship. But I personally feel and believe that it wouldn't hurt us if we really truly believe that we want to help our children and get them some money for college, to have another committee and have this committee go through all the motions. Then we go to the school and present what we have to the seniors so they know what's going down. And that's what we started out doing in the beginning. However, management, mentioned no names, shot us down, so that's the way it was. But anyway, I truly feel and believe that if we really want to do this, all right, have a committee, 3, 5 people, I don't care. Have them go to the schools, present our scholarship. Let them see what we're offering these kids. And they can go from there. But that's what we used to do until some people shot it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch. I see one more hand up. I'll call on Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
I just have one question. In the original budget book, it said a $2,000 scholarship, but it didn't say for how many participants. There's $9,000. There's not enough for 5. Is it 5 or is it 4? That'll affect my decision how I'm going to vote.
Certainly. So the way it was budgeted, and that leads me into, because Supervisor Powers asked for a clarification of vote, and I provided it before, but that leads me into that. So the original budget book set an allocation of $10,000 for 2022, not 9, $10,000, which would have allowed for 5 $2,000 scholarships. What the amendment that we are currently debating is to have 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022. That's why his amendment reduces it by 1,000. The 10,000 minus 1,000 brings it to the 9,000. So our vote would be on whether or not you want to keep it like in the budget, $10,000, 5 scholarships of 2,000, or whether you want to vote to approve the amended amendment, which allows for 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022, as we've been doing in prior years. That's what you would be voting on. Okay?
Thank you.
So I don't see any other call-ins. So we're going to go to a vote, and we will go to a roll call vote. I'm going to say it one more time. And I vote is to approve the amended amendment, which effectively means that you're saying yes, do 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022. A nay vote means you want 2 $2,000 5 scholarships in 2022. Okay? Everyone clear? All right, very good. We're going to have the county clerk call the roll. Vote aye if you want 9 $1,000 scholarships. Vote nay if you don't and you want 5 $2,000 scholarships. Very good. County Clerk Ertman.
Thank you. Supervisor Konetsky.
Aye.
Supervisor Brunn.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Who's the other?
Aye.
Supervisor Borchert.
Aye.
Supervisor Eisen.
Aye.
Chairman Ramos. Supervisor Defferting.
Yes.
Supervisor Lenz.
Yes.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Aye.
Supervisor Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Albrecht. Supervisor Gabbard.
Aye.
Supervisor Binder.
No.
Supervisor Conrad,
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey,
No.
Supervisor Gordon,
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren,
Aye.
Supervisor Lautenschlager,
Aye.
Supervisor Norton,
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Nay.
Supervisor Skellinger,
Aye.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers,
No.
Supervisor Cox,
No.
Supervisor Finch,
Yes.
Supervisor Youngquist,
Yes.
Supervisor Fari,
Yes.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
Aye.
Supervisor Keller,
Aye.
Supervisor Egan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis,
Aye.
Supervisor Snyder,
Aye.
Supervisor Joes.
Aye.
Mhm.
Twenty-six to 5.
That motion carries 26-5, which means we budgeted for 9 $1,000 scholarships in 2022. So we have two more amendments this evening. The 14th one is amendment number 2021014. Increase facilities and property management labor budget by $60,369 to aid with recruitment and retention. For the introduction of that amendment, I'll call on Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of amendment number 20210014.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021-014. Supervisor Buck, is there anything further you want to add?
Yes, absolutely. So being on the facilities committee, I believe probably every month when we're talking to Director Elder, this comes up. Can't find anybody, hiring people, not showing up for interviews, as he stated in his presentation. I think the average wage for a custodian is around $13.80 an hour. And the comment has been made that Quick Trip and other employers are paying at least $15 an hour. So doing some research on our, counties close to us, a starting custodian in Fond du Lac County, starting out at $15 to $18 an hour. Our county to the north, Outagamie County, starting custodian at $16.91 an hour. I agree with some of the comments that Supervisor Rasmussen made earlier, that this might not be a fix paying people, the new workforce, they're looking for other stuff, but right now, I think it's pretty shameful that we're paying people in facilities that little amount of money. So like I said, time and time again, we hear that from Director Elder, that we're having a hard time retaining and recruiting people. And then not to mention that the time that we're spending, the taxpayer money that we're wasting, bringing people in the door, training them, going out the back door, on the time we spend, on all this recruitment. So nothing new here, but something that we hear as a problem on a monthly basis. So hopefully everybody supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Buck. Next, we'll call on Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of my concerns here is you're initiating funding for one department, facilities, and actually this issue is much broader and across many other departments. So I'm starting to worry about segregating funds just for one department, one problem, when we really need to address the problem countywide in all the departments. So I'm a little concerned about that.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next speaker is Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what was said, the reason for this, but we just passed a amendment to put money into a wage study. It's on a fast track. Let's just let this go and get this wage study done and look at all of these things and something to cure this willy-nilly stuff. This is just gonna nickel and dime us. It's gonna keep coming in, just what we said. And I mean, I agree we need to do something, but let's just wait for this wage study and get it taken care of, all of them through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Next speaker is Supervisor Lautenschlager, followed by Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree, we need to have something done, but I do agree with Supervisor Rasmussen. And I mean, this isn't, and before, and I think Supervisor Gabbard's gonna bring it up. I mean, at one time, this board turned down a raise for the hospitality aides. They're only making $13.22 an hour. I mean, that's less than what our custodians are making. And so I'm just saying, you guys turned down the hospitality aide at Parkview and the kitchen help at Parkview, but you know, it's a bigger, broader. And I agree with Supervisor Rasmussen. We need to let the wage study do its thing and go from there and take care of everybody, not just one or two.
Thank you, Supervisor Lautenschlager. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Zellmer. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I'm sounding like a broken record here, but if you county board supervisors, my colleagues, remember, as Supervisor Lautenschlager said, we tried to get the other employees at Parkview raises. I keep saying hospitality aides, but there's kitchen help, cleaning personnel, and we were turned down. So tonight I'm supposed to sit here and approve some money set aside designated for another department. I think you're building up where department is going to be against department. One department hears that the other one got it, but we couldn't get it for Parkview. And yet everybody's essential to everybody in their own department. So I'm not going to vote for this because, again, Parkview is being left out of this for their workers. And I think the study may help us. I hope we find a good consultant that'll do a good job, but I'm going to vote against this because I think we're going down the wrong trail here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Zellmer, followed by Supervisor Schellinger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Zellmer.
I totally agree with Supervisor Rasmussen. Let's hold off. Let's get the wage study done and we'll take it from there. So I can't approve this tonight. I think we're a little bit too hurried on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Zellmer. Next speaker is Supervisor Schellinger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to just make a pitch to approve this. I understand the concerns that there are many departments that are having the same issues as others have alluded to. There have been various proposals over the last few a year or so to address some of those. What we have today, though, is an opportunity to solve a problem that was clearly identified for us in the budget process. We heard the facilities director say that he was unable to perform the services that we were tasking his department with doing. We're giving them 16 custodians and they're only able to fill 12. That's a constant problem. We've identified that in this budget process. We have an opportunity here to do something to help solve that. If we wait, we are acknowledging that problem exists and we're okay with it. If that's really how people feel, then maybe we should be looking at instead reducing the amount of services that we're expecting the facilities department to provide, because it just doesn't seem to me like it's a sustainable solution to carry us through for a whole nother year, where we've already heard about work being contracted out and what we lose when we do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey, followed by Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just as an observation, I think something didn't go right in our budgeting process, and I'm not criticizing any particular person or that sort of thing. But when we had this many issues come up related to some of those lower wage positions and non-competitive positions, my impression is that we've really missed the boat somewhere in this budget process. So just for the future, I would hope that we, whatever didn't happen would be corrected as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Cox, followed by Vice Chair Egan. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox.
You hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. We've had opportunities to make changes in the P&F committee for CNAs, and they start when we got the changes out there, we started a daisy chain of changes coming our way for all of the participants out at Parkview. We don't have a study made yet to find out where we need the changes and what we need to do to correct our problems with low pay. I'm with Mr. Rasmussen, and I think that we have to sit on this until we get a study done and get the study done fast enough so we can go about our business at P&F and make changes to those people that are underpaid. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. Next speaker is Vice Chair Egan. Please go ahead, Vice Chair Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with all my colleagues. I understand where you're coming from. You want the study done and everything, but you got to remember this. Facilities and that, they're the ones that's going to be doing all your remodeling that you want done, whether it's for whoever it's for. They do the remodeling. They do a lot of the janitorial work. Don't forget who's going to be doing the shoveling of the snow this year when you want to go up the steps or your sidewalks or whatever. That's all comes underneath their headings. So, and I realize CNAs, they're all very popular. The highway, they're all needed very much so. But we also just went ahead and gave the police or the sheriff's department $700 and some thousand so he could keep the people that they want. So we got to remember that we need these people as much as we need these other ones too. So you got to remember, these are kind of our backbone of the county right here. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Egan. Next speaker is Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder, and then Supervisor Keller afterwards.
Yes, I'd like to just say that, I supported the sheriff's department, and I don't think there's any difference supporting the facilities. We heard the director tell us that they were running for 2 years, 4 custodians short. That means that the people that are working there are working overtime, taking time away from their family. I think it's good to wait for the study. That's a year away. So we're going to work another year, and basically 4 custodians short. Who knows who else will quit when one county is paying $16 an hour, the other one's paying $15 an hour, and we're paying $13.88. Why would you work here? I mean, I'm just being realistic. I mean, you have to pay a reasonable wage if you want to get a good employee. You want to get somebody that's loyal, and basically they're in the buildings are locked up. There's nobody watching them. You need to have an employee that you can trust in a relationship that is good for both employer and the worker. And I just can't see how we could give that money to the sheriff's department. It's like saying his people are more important than the people at the facilities. You have to treat the county employees equally. And if Parkview would have came asking for money tonight, I would give money to Parkview. When they did come to personnel and finance, I was right on board. I think we need to pay the people what they're worth, and this is what it costs today. It doesn't matter what we could get them for 2 years ago. Today it costs $15 to $16 an hour to get a custodian, and I think we ought to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Next speaker is Supervisor Keller. Please go ahead, Supervisor Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have heard from Mike Elder for probably the past year, if not more, how difficult it is for him to hire people and how difficult it is for him to keep people. But I am against this because this would be a classic case of what they call compression.
If you give the lower wage people a raise to keep them, then the guy next to him that's getting paid a little bit more, got a little bit higher level job, is gonna want more pay also. So the problem with this is just doing it by one individual department. Earlier tonight, we passed resolutions to assign wage contingency money and do a study. And I know that's gonna take a while, but I think adding money to certain people in one individual department is gonna cause disruption and unhappiness throughout the rest of the county. So I guess I would have to vote against this based on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Keller. Is there any other supervisor who wishes to speak on this amendment? I don't see any other hands up, but I want to make sure. Please go ahead, Supervisor Konecki.
Amount 60,369, is that 3%? That in the book here, is that what amount do for everybody?
I'll call on Supervisor Buck. I think that's a different and separate from that.
Okay, how do you arrive at that?
I'll call on Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Buck, on how you arrived at these numbers.
We heard, like I said, from the Mr. Elder, that these were the positions that were hard to fill at the lower tier, and we didn't want to, we wanted to be broad and let him decide that. And yes, it is about 3%. That's 60,369. And again, this isn't Parkview versus this department or that department, that kind of stuff like that. And I get the argument about what Supervisor Keller just talked about, but at the end of the day, we have good folks here in Winnebago County, and the continual theme of this budget is we're losing folks out to other counties. That's services that are not getting done. That's floors that aren't getting cleaned. That's maintenance that's not getting done. And at the end of the day, that costs our taxpayers money to defer that maintenance, to not do the work that needs to be done. So again, this isn't a big ask. This is something that, we've been hearing about for years and years on this committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor
Before you
Buck.
move on,
Please go ahead, Supervisor Konecki.
does that 3% get us even, above, or where are we then? With those people he's talking about?
Well, it gets us, about $1, somewhere $1 an hour, somewhere around that line. Like I said, we're the starting pay for a lot of these people is extremely low. So it gets us up to where we can recruit, retain, hopefully get some more people in the door.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Konecki, and thank you for that information, Supervisor Buck. Any other comments from any other county board supervisor on amendment 2021-014? Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote. There was clear discussion on both sides of it. So we're on amendment 2021-014. The amendment is to increase the facilities and property management labor budget by $60,369 to aid with recruitment and retention. You're going to vote aye when the county clerk calls the roll if you want to increase the budget to that, and vote no if you don't. So I'll ask the county clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Konecki? Supervisor Brunn?
No.
Supervisor Borchert?
Aye.
Supervisor Eisen?
No.
Chairman Ramos? Supervisor Defferding?
No.
Supervisor Lenz?
Yes.
I didn't get that.
Aye.
Aye.
for Supervisor
Okay.
Lenz.
Supervisor Nussbaum?
Aye.
Supervisor Stafford?
Supervisor Nussbaum was a no.
Oh, apologize. No. Supervisor Stafford?
No.
Supervisor Albrecht?
No.
Supervisor Gabbard?
No.
Supervisor Binder?
Yes.
Supervisor Conrad?
No.
Supervisor Shorsey?
No.
Supervisor Gordon?
Yes.
Supervisor Wingren?
Yes.
Supervisor Lautenschlager?
No.
Supervisor Norton,
No.
Supervisor Zelmer,
No.
Supervisor Skellinger,
Yes.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
No, nay.
Supervisor Finch,
Yes.
Supervisor Youngquist,
No.
Supervisor Fari,
No.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
No.
Supervisor Keller,
No.
Supervisor Egan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis,
Yes.
Supervisor Snyder,
Aye.
Supervisor Jose.
No.
That amendment does not pass. Vote was 14 aye votes and 18 no votes. So we move on to our final amendment this evening. After we're done with the vote on that amendment, go to a vote on the budget as amended and any other discussion related. We have one final amendment. That's amendment number 2021015. Add $91,250 to the human services budget for 4 contractual services accounts based on a 4-year average of services provided. With that, I'll call on Supervisor Schellinger.
Mr. Chair, I move for amendment 2021015.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve amendment number 2021015. Anything you'd like to say, Supervisor Schellinger?
Sure, I'll be real quick. So this is this amendment offers 4 adjustments to contractual services found on page 399 and 400 in the budget. These are amounts that bring the average in line with what we have actually spent in years 2018, 19, and 20, as well as the projected for 2021. They are that is all. They are funded with general with undesignated general fund. If this ends up being an over budget, the money would just return right to where it came. But I believe this would give just a little bit more cushion to the human services in light of the cuts that they have to their budget, to sort of try to make it reconcile a little bit more with reality. This just looks at a couple that I believe were tweaked a little too far down. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. We'll open it up for discussion from any other county board supervisor. Is there anyone who likes to speak on amendment 2021-015? I'll call on Supervisor Gordon. And I believe you need to open up your mic, Supervisor Gordon.
God damn it.
I will be voting yes on this because due to the pandemic and the stress, I do believe that mental health services and human services in general are more needed now than ever. So I do believe they should be fully funded. And as Kobe said, if it's not used, then it can go back. So I will be voting yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Gordon. Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think it takes a lot of chutzpah to ask for another $91,000 for a department that has multi-million-dollar overages for the past 10 years.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Next speaker is Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting for it for the same reasons that Supervisor Gordon mentioned. In this time, people with mental health issues need all the support they can get. I know that I have probably said this at least the last 6 times in the last 6 years. The Human Services Department has an overage frequently because a service they provide in 2019 that wasn't in the budget that needs to be reimbursed by the government, either federal or state. It came in late in 19. All of 2020, it didn't get reimbursed. Excuse me. Make the budget for 2021. Still no money. About a quarter of the way into the 2021, the money comes in at some percentage. So money that was spent in 2019 doesn't come in until 2021. In the meantime, we've already budgeted for 2021. We explained this over and over and over again, how Human Services ends up with this sort of seems like a windfall. There's no way of knowing what you're going to be reimbursed. When Dr. Topol asks, how is this figured out? He's told by government, don't ask. Different departments will fund things differently. It's almost as obscure as blue-eyed girls versus brown-eyed boys. Different departments are going to give different amounts. It's almost that crazy. So that's why there's money at the end. And this year, Dr. Topol had to cut $700,000 from his budget for child placement. So children who need foster care, need mental health, need juvenile detention, whatever it may be, bless you, whatever it may be, he's been cut by $700,000. He may have to come back ask for it later. For Medicaid, it was a $400,000. So already his budget was slashed by more than $1 million. And this is an important thing. I hope you figure out now. You spend it in 19, you don't get money in 20, you get it in 21 after the budget's already done. That's where the surplus comes from, year after year after year. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Lautenschlager. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have to agree a lot with Supervisor Powers, and people, I guess, don't really understand that the Human Services budget is a very hard budget to try to figure out, because you never know how much you need to spend from year to year. You can't budget from year to year because you don't know. We've been lucky on the last 2 or 3 years on placements. We haven't had to put into specialty hospitals. I mean, Winnebago, Mendota, Lincoln Hills, Rawhide. I mean, people that if we send a resident to Winnebago or to Mendota, it's $1,200 a day. I mean, we could have two residents there for 6 months to a year and blow our whole budget. When the county exec came to us at first, he wanted us to cut over $2 million off of our budget. Well, if we were going to do over $2 million, we would have had to have cut services, because there's just no way that we could. So we did compromise on I think he wanted to come with 2.8, and we ended up with 1.8. And then, like Karen said, Dr. Topol had to cut another 800,000 off or whatever. And by doing that, he cut a lot of those funding to the specialty hospitals that Kobe's talking about, that we place people at. So we're just kind of crossing our fingers, hoping that we won't do it. And if we go over budget, I mean, we had the county exec come to one of the Human Services, and we talked about this and saying we can't take that big of a cut. And you know, what happens if we go over budget? And he kind of said to us, well, if you come over budget, or any department comes over budget, they should just be able to come back to the county board, and the county board should automatically give you the money. That's just the way it should work. I said, well, in a perfect world, Mr. County Exec, that would be great, that we could just come back to the board and say, hey, we need $1 million or $1.2 million. And the board says, oh, no problem, we'll give it to you. It doesn't always work that way, I said. So that's what he's telling us. I mean, you guys come short, just come back to the county board and ask for more money. So Dr. Topol did a wonderful job at cutting back wherever he could. And he did admit last year that he was going to cut off of our budget because people were complaining about the surplus. But by doing that, it cut us real tight. And so we're just kind of crossing our fingers that we don't have a big breakout. We don't have a lot of, especially, hospital placements, foster placements or whatever. We're hoping that our trend stays where it is because we have some very good people working at Human Services that are helping keep these people, out of these places. But you could have a bad month or 6 months or whatever, and there goes your whole budget. So that's all I gotta say. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Lautenschlager. I don't see other hands up. Is there any other county board supervisor who wants to speak on amendment number 2021-015? Please go ahead, Supervisor Konetsky, and then Supervisor Shorsey after that. Please go ahead, Supervisor Konetsky.
Shiloh, I'm wondering if they're allowing for the 3% a year increase in wages that they normally would get.
So I believe based on the way this one, since it's contractual services, wouldn't specifically relate to the 3%, but I'll have Finance Director Fitzgerald clarify that.
If you could repeat the question about it, the 3% raise, is it included in their budget? Is it?
Yes.
They did get a 3% wage increase across the board, actually on pay, plus their new positions. So if you look on page 395 of the budget book, they actually have a increase in wages of 5.65%. But they do absorb most of that within their budget. I just want to get to another page here. Actually, on page 401, it'll show their overall budget was, the levy we gave them was down 1.39%. Otherwise, roughly $260,000. So they did absorb most of that 3% increase and the new positions, as well as any other expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Director Fitzgerald, and thank you, Supervisor Konetsky. Next, we'll have Supervisor Shorsey speak, followed by Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
While we have Vicky there, Vicky, could you do you recall what was the excess revenue from Human Services over the last couple of years?
I do. I do have that. I would have to look it up. If you could give me just a moment, I could find that.
Okay.
Supervisor Prince, you are sharing your screen right now.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. That's funny because I thought that might have been me. I was like, am I sharing something?
Thank you. What's going on here?
Yeah. Happy birthday,
I'm
Gerald.
just looking it up because all right, just give me one more moment. Okay. If I could, I'm going to share my screen once it pops up here. Share screen.
Chairman Ramos, I don't have a Zoom hand, but would I be able to be added to the queue?
No, unfortunately not at this point, given that it's in the hands of the county board right now.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks for asking, Executive Damo.
Okay.
Can you see my shared screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so I have it all the way from 2014 up to 2020. This is what was returned to the general fund every year.
Okay.
And 2020 was very special because of COVID and the extra monies that came in for the 6.2 million. But otherwise, I did three.
So based on the history, would it be reasonable for us to assume that it's likely that Human Services would have the money to cover this amount that's being requested without allocating more funds to Human Services?
I think, I don't know if Dr. Topol's there. I mean, from what it looks like, it looks like they could, but I'd like Dr. Topol to maybe speak on that if he is on.
Okay.
If he knows what they're planning on
Dr.
returning this
Topol,
year or not.
Would you like to answer that question?
Maybe.
I don't believe he's on.
He was on.
He was.
He was at one time. Is there anything further, Supervisor Shorsey?
No,
I am
that was
here.
that.
I am here.
Oh, there you are. He's there.
Okay, please go ahead, Director Topol.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get on when the screen was sharing, so I apologize. Short answer is yes, we can cover it. I just want to say I appreciate the idea of putting money back in. That wasn't my idea. We're going to try our best to live within what we've already talked about in the budget. Those amounts really, if any of those go over, we will just come back if we need to and request additional. But given that we're going to likely have some extra revenues come in, we will do our best to transfer within the budgets.
Thank you, Dr. Topol.
Thank you, Dr. Topol, and thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. After identifying all those overages year after year, and looking at the request to add to the Human Services budget, I believe the problem is that the Human Services needs a retained fund where they have their own cushion available instead of returning the money to the general fund. And in that way, that when there are extra dollars needed in future years, they can go back to money that they received back in the previous years. So I think you have an accounting problem, an accounting and cash flow problem that can be resolved without having these big surpluses that we have seen for the last decade. And with that, I will oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Next speaker is Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox. And if you could go ahead and unmute your mic, Supervisor Cox.
I'm good now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well now.
Okay. We've talked, I talked to Dr. Topol during signing last spring, I believe. And we talked about a contingency fund of some sort that would iron out a lot of the lumps in the budget that show up because of slow paybacks from the state and from the federal government. They talked at one of their meetings, one of their committee meetings, to perhaps do something like that. I don't know if Vicky is in on that particular idea, but I think eventually they're going to get to putting a contingency fund in operation somewhere there that'll maybe take care of some of this and make it a lot easier for the dollars to stay with Human Services rather than travel back and forth to the finance department.
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. anyone else who wishes to speak on amendment number 2021-015? I'll call on Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, we did talk about that in the committee, and Supervisor Cox is right. We did talk about a contingency fund or whatever, but we were told by the county exec just to put that on hold, because we talked about putting an amendment into this budget to create a contingency fund for the human services, because right now, yeah, all our money's going right into the general fund, which is where it should go. That's good. But we should be able to, like other departments, have a contingency that if we do have a little overage or whatever, we should have the money to go to that. And I think, and I'm hoping that it'll come. We talked about maybe looking at the issue after this budget's done, and in the spring, maybe looking at creating a contingency fund. But yeah, we were going to do it for this budget, but we were told by the county exec just to hold off right now. And so that's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Supervisor Lautenschlager. So I see no other call-ins. So we'll go to a vote. We've been doing a roll call vote, so we will complete this final amendment vote with a roll call vote. So we're on amendment number 2021-015, add $91,250 to the human services budget for 4 contractual services accounts based on a 4-year average of services provided. You would say aye when she calls the roll. If you want to add that $91,250, you'd say nay if you do not. So I'll ask the town clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Konetsky? Supervisor Brun?
No.
Supervisor Borchert?
No.
Supervisor Eisen?
Oh,
Chairman Ramos?
No.
Supervisor Defferting?
No.
Supervisor Lenz?
No.
Supervisor Nussbaum?
Nay.
Supervisor Stafford?
No.
Supervisor Albrecht?
No.
Supervisor Gabbert?
No.
Supervisor Binder?
No.
Supervisor Conrad?
No.
Supervisor Shorsey?
No.
Supervisor Gordon?
Yes.
Supervisor Wingren?
No.
Supervisor Lautenschlager?
Yes.
Supervisor Norton?
Yes.
Supervisor Zelmer?
No.
Supervisor Skellinger?
Yes.
Supervisor Buck?
Aye.
Supervisor Powers?
Yes.
Supervisor Cox? Is that a yes or no? Supervisor Cox?
You're muted. No.
No.
Nay.
Okay. Supervisor Finch? Supervisor Youngquist?
No.
Supervisor Fari?
No.
Supervisor Rasmussen?
No.
Supervisor Keller?
No.
Supervisor Egan?
Nay.
Supervisor Ellis?
No.
Supervisor Snyder?
Nay.
Supervisor Jose?
No.
Supervisor Finch, are you back? Supervisor Finch? Is that a thumbs up? Up.
Can't see your hand.
Okay.
Use your thumb,
Yeah.
Jerry.
Eight to 24.
So that amendment does not pass on a vote of 8 to 24. So that concludes our amendments. So that means we have an amended budget up for a vote shortly. But before we go to that, I guess I would call on the finance director so that she can apprise us of the changes in the levy and the general fund undesignated fund balance. It appears that we basically adjusted the levy by the net new construction. of the 1.15 and the 608,000, and then the reduction of the $1,000. All others appeared to be related to the general fund designated fund balance. But I'm going to ask Finance Director Fitzgerald if she could review the impacts. Director Fitzgerald?
Okay, yes, I'm just gonna pull it up right now. If you could just give me one moment.
Absolutely.
What is it called?
It's the original one. So appropriations.
Okay, and then I'm gonna share the screen as soon as it pops up here. There we go. Thank you for your patience on that. Okay, so after sharing that, I'm gonna make it just a little smaller so I can see it with everyone's. Okay, after going through all the amendments, the ones in red had failed. So that would be the part-time grant writer, the jail dental suite, salary for the county board, the human resources position, this did actually.
But it wasn't.
Oh, okay. Yes. Removing a communication specialist intern failed, as well as the facilities for increases in wages and the increase for contractual services and expenses. With that being said, we are taking an additional $830,846 out of our general fund balance. So our total undesignated general fund balance that we will apply is $3,140,046. And we will be taking the net new construction for operating levy. So we will take the full allowable amount of $59,581,334. Any questions on that?
And the only question from me is, will we be reducing that 680 slightly because we reduced the 1,000 from the scholarship, and we also did not approve the $15,000 for the communication intern, as well as the policy director position? Do those impact the 680 or do they not impact the 680?
General fund use.
No, it only goes in the general fund used.
Very good.
portion, because
Okay.
we already had applied general fund balance to meet levy requirements.
Very good. Just wanted the clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so where we're at now is we're at the original budget as now amended based on all the amendments that were approved this evening. And you saw the budgetary impact that Finance Director Fitzgerald. Now we have an opportunity to discuss and vote on that amended budget. So I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Before you do that, Mr. Chairman, would Vicky show us the mill rate? I believe the budget that came from the county executive lowered the mill rate by 34 cents. Can you tell us where we are now?
Yes, I can. Our new mill rate will be $4.66 versus $4.61. So we are still lower than last year by 29 cents.
Okay, so we increased it by 5 cents.
5 cents.
5 cents.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Fari. Are there any other questions or comments on the overall budget as amended currently? Because once we are done with any discussions or comments on that, we will go directly to a vote on the budget as amended. I don't see any hands up or anyone else, so we are going to go directly to a vote on the budget as amended. When the clerk calls the roll, you're going to vote aye if you approve, nay if you don't. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Konetsky?
Aye.
Supervisor Brun?
Aye, yes.
Supervisor Borchert?
Aye.
Supervisor Eisen?
Aye.
Chairman Ramos,
Aye.
Supervisor Dufferding,
Yes.
Supervisor Lenz,
Aye.
Supervisor Nussbaum,
Aye.
Supervisor Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Albrecht,
Supervisor Albrecht,
Supervisor Gabbard. Aye. Supervisor Binder,
Aye.
Supervisor Conrad,
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey,
Aye.
Supervisor Gordon,
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren,
Aye.
Supervisor Lautenschlager,
Aye.
Supervisor Norton,
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer,
Aye.
Supervisor Skellinger,
Aye.
Supervisor Buck,
Aye.
Supervisor Powers,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Finch,
Aye.
Supervisor Youngquist,
Aye.
Supervisor Fari,
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen,
Aye.
Supervisor Keller,
Aye.
Supervisor Egan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellis,
Aye.
Supervisor Snyder,
Aye.
Supervisor Jose,
Aye.
and Supervisor Albrecht. $31-0.
we have a unanimously approved budget, 31-0. So we do have an adopted amended budget this evening. So with that, I just want to, just a couple of real comments. I want to make sure I say thank you to Executive Damo for his efforts with this budget, throughout the process as well as before. I want to certainly thank this county board for its very thorough deliberations over the last 3 days. I want to thank the public. I don't think too many of them are with us anymore, but I want to thank them for their input nonetheless throughout the process. I also want to thank the Corporation Council for all her insight and efforts throughout it, the county clerk and the county clerk's office for all their efforts throughout the budget process. I want to thank IT, who has certainly been there for us throughout this process as well. And of course, I want to thank all the department heads for all their involvement and efforts in putting these budgets together. It's certainly not an easy process. I think not everyone got everything that they wanted, but perhaps that's when you know that the process has worked right. When everyone gets something, but not everybody gets everything that they were hoping for. Thank you, Supervisor Konecki.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Supervisor Wingren.
I think we need to pause and thank you for all of your work during this process. Beating the camera star all those hours, my gosh, and you looked awake every minute of it. What a good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Totally
Supervisor
agree.
Wingren.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Charlo.
And my last comment was I was going to thank you all for the county board again for how you conducted yourself throughout this process. We all know, those of us who have been on this board for a long time, it's not an easy process, but I think we're all accorded ourselves well, and you're to be lauded for that. So much appreciated for all your efforts and your decorum throughout this process as well. And so with that, we have concluded our budget session, our business for this evening. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn from Supervisor Albrecht until November 16th. Supervisor Albrecht? I'll then call on Vice Chair Egan for a motion to adjourn until November 16th.
Make a motion that we adjourn until November 16th.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn until November 16th. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Aye.
Very good. We are adjourned. Thank all of you again for all your efforts through this process. You all have a safe rest of the evening.